this, I usually go to bed early, eat healthy, and drink a lot of water because it keeps my energy level high, and that is so important.
Stay hydrated with a lot of water.
I just try to stay calm and not to rage and talk to my coach.
I'm just trying to not get angry during the matches if something bad happened.
Ja, ich versuche einfach in jedem Game mein Bestes zu geben und immer ruhig zu bleiben, auch bei Rückstand.
Mentalmente para una competición como esta a gran nivel, yo lo que preparo principalmente es el tema de la paciencia. Yo creo que es lo principal en un jugador profesional.
To play FIFA at a world-class level, you have to mentally prepare yourself for the worst. But you do so by putting yourself in bad situations in practice, so that when it comes to the real thing, if it does happen, if you're in a bad situation, you are ready for it.
I watched a UFC interview one time, and it says be confident in preparation. So if you believe in your preparation, you'll be confident when performing.
So the way I train myself mentally is before every game I try to remain calm, composed, and try to focus on every scenario during the game.
The most underrated Champions League item has to be Vinicius Jr. I think he's going to be in most people's teams, and yeah, I think he's the most underrated item.
Vinicius Jr. is the main guy. He's like a crazy super sub as well. So yeah, definitely Vinicius Jr.
A melhor carta da Champions League no FIFA provavelmente diria o Marquinhos dos melhores centrais do jogo.
You might not think that card is underrated, and he probably isn't, but just in terms of some of the new centre-back cards that have came out recently, I still think that Marquinhos is right up there and can compete in this game.
In my opinion, is in FIFA 22, and it is none other than Frankie de Jong. In my opinion, he's one of the best CMs. He has every stat above 80.
C'est peut-être pas la plus sous-estimée, mais c'est celle que je préfère le plus. C'est De Jong RTTK. Je trouve que c'est un top milieu.
Es un mediocentro muy bueno, con el valor muy top y que además defendiendo también te cumple las mil maravillas. Así que yo creo que Frankie de Jong es uno de los centrocampistas más infravalorados dentro del juego.
I think the Robertson left back card because he's very good, and I think no one uses him.
Unterschätzte Champions League Karte ist in meinen Augen Renan Lodi, weil in meinen Augen zu den besten Linksverteidiger gehört in den Spielen.
La carta más subestimada de la Champions, yo creo que Cristiano Ronaldo 92 es un jugador que nadie usa por su movilidad, pero bueno, yo lo vengo usando desde hace bastante y sé que es una carta que me puede dar la Champions tranquilamente.
La carta más infravalorada de la Champions League para mí es Thiago Jaló, porque es un central bastante rápido, muy completo.
For me, the most underrated one is Mo Salah, because he got all what a winger needs.
Salah, because he is like exactly like Messi and really good with the ball and good long shots.
Chiesa, because as I see it, most of the players are not gonna use him as a starter 11 player, but I'm gonna use him in my squad as a right midfielder in 4-4-2.
Well, hello and welcome to the Swedish capital of Stockholm, which plays host to this year's eChampions League knockouts. It is so great to be back in person and at a LAN event, because our last two editions of the eChampions League have been played online. I mean, these guys, look, the competitors, they are coming here buzzing, I'm sure, to be back offline for the first time in 2 years and probably meeting each other for the first time ever as well. They're all after that trophy, of course. They all want to be crowned the eChampions League champion for 2022, and they're the right path to do so. 32 start the weekend, 8 will join us back here May the 27th for the finals. Well, welcome to the pre-show presented by Just Eat in person with Mike Labelle, Kyle Walker. I can even touch you and guys. Hi, it's so great to be back. I mean, we were together in 2019 in Madrid. This is big. You buzzing?
I feel the energy in the room. Right when I walked in, the setup, it's magnificent. Everything's been escalated, bright lights. This is what the players been dreaming about.
Kyle, you said you walked up here nervous because it's such a big deal, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's a huge deal. Like you said, we're back at LAN, and those players, they will be feeling it as well. They've had to incorporate so much into their plans, their preparation. They've had to travel. They've had to meet the competitors. They had to stay in the same hotels, and they've got to do it on the main stage as well. Very exciting.
I mean, they did indeed. But let's have a quick recap. When we first got to compete for the eChampions League in Madrid, like I mentioned, in 2019, Diddy Chris Lito was your winner for the inaugural eChampions League, and it was so awesome to see those scenes there with his father. He came down to support him. It was just awesome. Yeah, clap for him, of course.
A little golf clap.
Not here this time. Obviously, it's European competitors. We'll talk a little bit about them later. But guys, I'm sure all you at home are wondering exactly what the players have to do to be back here in May on the 27th for those finals.
eChampions League presented by PS5. We have 2 days of competition, 32 players in action, everything to play for. We're past the group stage. We have the knockout stage. We're looking for the top 8, the final 8 competitors. And with the knockout stage, the double elimination bracket. As for day 1, you see the 32 players. No one has been eliminated just yet. No one has progressed just yet. As you win, you move forward. 16 players. If you lose, you drop down. I reiterate, double elimination. And we're really going to focus day 1 on the winners. We're going to have our first 4 competitors that are qualified for the top 8. And then as we head into day number 2, round of redemption. Your hopes, your dreams, there's going to be a lot of emotion. 16 players, then of course turns into 8 players. Round 4, of course, we're eliminating competitors as we go. We're looking for those final 4 players that are going to join the top 8. We're able to finalize everyone that's going to take part in action back in Stockholm, Sweden, May 27th.
Well, yeah, they're all hoping to be back here, of course, on May the 27th. 32 players are here, ready to battle it out, and there they are in the big screens behind us. I mean, it's just amazing for them to qualify here because it's been quite the task. It started back at Christmas time, and then we went online for the groups in February. Now we're April for the knockouts. Kyle, I know you have something to say about all these celebrations.
I mean, look at them. Just look how excited they are. Look at Levi Davide. He's going to be cooking up something special right here. You got Fnatic Diogo. You got Tex. He's praying. People need to pray if they're playing against Tex, let me tell you that. And Nicholas 99 FC, look at the confidence. Come at me. You can see with the hand right there. He looks so great, so confident. And how nice is it just to have everyone back in the same room?
Well, it's great, of course. That's what we're making a big deal. Of course, it's so great to be back here with everyone. But Mike, we mentioned it. A lot of these players have kind of been unearthed over the last 2 years online. Being here is so different, isn't it?
Absolutely, and a big reason that we've had a lot of these household names is they become household names because they can perform in person. And I would say more than half the competition that we're going to see in action today, they don't have any LAN experience. So they're going to show up and show out, or they might drop the ball.
But then, on the contrary, Kyle, obviously some of the competitors that know how to compete on LAN, they're rusty. Surely the likes of Nicholas, Tex, can they kind of revisit those years of great?
Well, they've had to adapt their game over the last 2 years. Now they're having to adapt back and readjust to all the big events we had before 2019, those years where we were traveling around the world. They're going to have to do that once again. I mentioned it before. There's a lot of other preparations that go into it. They're here. They're not in their own space. They're not in their own offices, not in their own bedrooms. They've had to move everything and make sure that that preparation has all worked out for this moment today.
Yeah, totally. Preparation is key if you want to become the champion of the eChampions League. Well, 32 players. They have to battle through a number of rounds. Let's check out who they're up against in round 1. Mike LaBelle, take us through this top half of the bracket.
Well, you've got to credit Peixoto just off the rip because he's been performing so well. But for me, Optale and Stefano Pina, maybe the resurgence of Pina. He didn't necessarily perform online that well, but in person, he's always been a champion.
Looking at this one, though, Fnatic Tex, he's been vocal on his socials. He said he cannot wait to get back to LAN events and showcase everything he's got. He'll be hoping to do that this weekend.
As we scroll down, you see Nicholas. I want to talk about him later, but I think a lot of the questions are between Mr. Bonanno and Levy, 2 of the most prominent players online, but we haven't seen them in person. This is the first time that they're going to be in action.
And all of these competitors, well, they'll be hoping to cause some special memories this weekend. One of those, #Stokes. We know what hashtag have done over the years. Stokes is such an experienced player as well. He'll be hoping to leverage all of that experience over these next 2 days.
Yeah, totally. It was actually funny because I went up to Levy. I was like, hey, oh no, you've never met me before. Sorry. Nice to meet you. I'm Rachel. Anyway, Mike, you'll have probably realised that there's 8 German players and 4 players from Spain. Can you do the math? 12.
12 out of 32.
But
I'm
that's
there.
a strong contingent from both those countries. Why is that?
We always expect this. Whatever's happening in the German training camp, they always have new players. They've got old faces. They got everything, but they're qualifying for events. So whatever's happening within Germany is working. Spain, maybe a little more of a question mark. We've seen success through the years, but I don't know if you would expect that coming into this event. So we'll see if they're going to be able to take those numbers and really apply that to qualification.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. And Kyle, I have a question for you. There was 2 flags there from Argentina. Obviously, Nicholas there, Matthias Bonanno. How come they're allowed to play in the Champions League?
Well, you mentioned it was everyone who was in Europe. Well, those 2 guys, they've decided to uproot their lives in South America and rehome themselves here in Europe so they can compete in these competitions. They know how prestigious it is. I was in South America a few weeks ago. The competitors there, they were saying, we want to get to Europe. We want to show all the players what we can do. And we've got 2 examples of players that have already done it. That's why they're at the eChampions League.
They've completed South America. Tick. That's what they'll say.
Moved on to Europe.
Sure. Moved on to Europe. Right. Well, talking of Nicholas, I'm sure he's going to be in your player spotlight, presented by Justy. If he's not, Mike, why not?
Well, he's definitely going to be in my player spotlight. He has to be there. And we're looking at Nicholas. There's a lot of expectation. There's a lot of pressure, but it's a good thing that he's known as the Iceman. He's not going to feel those nerves. He's always been someone that stands out in LAN environments, and nobody wants to go up against Nicholas. You see the stats there. He's not scoring a lot of goals, but the game can shift, and someone that has that mentality is always going to have high levels of a success rate.
And talking of the mental aspect to his game, he has a psychologist with him as well, doesn't he?
He has a mental coach. He's got the regular coach. All the competitors are looking for any edge that they're able to put into action or put into motion.
And with those 2 coaches in mind, does that make him a top-tier competitor? Does that make him be able to go all the way this weekend to the final?
We'll find out, because there has been this 2-year period. So we don't know if there's maybe relearning, as Kyle was saying earlier, for some of these accomplished pros. They haven't had that experience. They might be a little bit out of tune.
Yeah, totally. I mean, talking of player picks, who are you going for, Kyle?
I mean, there's one man, we have just mentioned him, Fnatic Tex, 24 goals, 4.8 goals average, making his way to this weekend. We know what he's done over the years. Maybe last year he didn't quite adjust as well to going online and remote, but he's back at LAN events and he'll be hoping that not just today, he can make it through the entire competition. May 27th is where he wants to be. He wants to be lifting that trophy. He wants to be the eChampions League winner.
He was also the eChampions League Invitational winner. Remember, guys, in 2020 we put on a invitational competition just to bridge the gap between not having one of those competitions, and he was champion there. So we want to do it for real, we're going to say, won't he, this year? Guys, you never usually ask me who my player pick is, so I'm picked one anyway.
Let's go, Rach!
I didn't want to feel left out, so I'm going for Peixoto. There he is. And do you know why I picked Peixoto? Because if we look at the group stages, he went undefeated there. 5 wins to his name. And I'm just thinking of the kind of players that he beat there. Stefano Pinner, Nicholas, Matthias Bonanno, David Sanchez, like top-tier competitors. If he can keep that momentum continuing over to here, I think he's a player to watch for sure. So they're my player picks. They're all 3 of our player picks. Have to watch out and see how they get on over the course of this weekend. Okay, well, let's get right into round 1 then of the matchups here for the eChampions League 2022. It's about to start. I can feel the tension rising here. It's because there are 2 players waiting just off set, because RB Leipzig, Umit and #Stokes are going to take to the floor.
And a little bit of a backstory when we're talking about #Stokes is that he's a veteran in the scene. Over 10 years of competition. He's transcended every FIFA era, and he's someone that you should definitely have on the radar. He should be someone that we look to see go further in tournaments, and he's still been performing at the utmost quality.
And his opponent, Red Bull Leipzig's Umit, well, he'll be coming into this weekend hoping to cause a bit of an upset. He makes his way to the main stage. I was speaking to some of the competitors yesterday. They're feeling it right now. All eyes are on them as they kick off the eChampions League 2022. You can feel the nerves in the building.
Well, that was our pre-show presented by Justy. This is round 1. RB Leipzig Umit taking on #Stokes. It's up next.
Well, here we go then. Welcome to the eChampions League knockout stages. Over 1,058 days we've waited for offline FIFA esports to return to this inaugural tournament such as the eChampions League. And what a first game we have to kick things off. Umit against Stokes, live here in Stockholm. Of course, myself, Brandon Smith, is in the absolute pleasure and awe of being joined by the one and only Jaime Alvarez. Gravison, welcome to Stockholm, welcome to the Champions League. How excited are you for this weekend?
I'm so excited, I'm so pumped up. Like, I obviously would love to be playing, but being besides your commentator is always good. And I'm telling you, we're back on land, back on events. It's amazing.
It's amazing. We were commentating from the comfort of our own home on the group stages back in February. Weeks on from that, we're here live in person. It's so good to be back. And what a first game we've got, Grav.
Obviously, we have Umut against Stokes, two amazing players who have been performing well, not just in this event and not just this year, but obviously back in the day. So I think we're gonna see a lot of goals. Obviously, I was talking to both players, and maybe we're gonna see some narrow formation, mirror formations, maybe 3-5-2, but obviously a lot of goals because all of them like to attack. So yeah, I'm pumped up because I think we're gonna see a beautiful game.
Absolutely, and again, if you don't know the story of this tournament, we've got 32 players here from all over Europe. Germany come in numbers. They've got 8 players here. You hope that one of those will make it to the Champions League Grand Finals. This is the lay of the land for today. 32 players, all in round 1 as it stands right now. How do you get to the Champions League, Gravison? Because it's not an easy route, is it? You need to win quite a few games, but today we will crown 4 of those players that will come back later next month in Stockholm for the Champions League final.
It's obviously not easy because we're in the 3rd phase of the tournament, so obviously getting to the 1st phase is really hard. So I mean, getting to that 2nd stage, we had loads of players who got kicked out in the tournament of that 2nd phase, but yeah, we see big names. We see Matias Bonanno, we see Levi de Beer, we see Nicolas, and obviously our March, Umut against Stokes. I mean, I cannot believe I'm seeing them back in person. It's going to be so fun.
Well, the crazy thing is, Gravison, I think there's only 7 players out of the 32 here that have played in an eChampions League final before. We've seen the online era. We've seen what the global pandemic has done in terms of it's brought through loads of these new youngsters that are so keen to play on the game. Luckily enough, we've been able to see the likes of Umut and Tom Stokes at events previously, whether that was in Atlanta or, if you don't know that man on your screen right now, Tom Stokes was a playoff champion quite a few seasons ago. There's a lot of new names in this tournament, Gravison. Yes, we've got the likes of Levi de Weed and we've got the likes of Optole, for example, coming through. The only Swedish player that's in this tournament. He's got a storyline on his own there. But is there pressure on Umut? There's 8 German players here, Gravison. If there's not one of them, at least, in the final by the end of play tomorrow, you've got to think, what's gone wrong?
Yeah, I think it's obviously a lot of pressure on the German players because I think this might be the biggest nation out there, talking in FIFA terms. So yeah, I think it's obviously a lot of pressure on Umut's shoulders because obviously he was a FUT Champions Cup runner-up back in FIFA 20, and he expects to be doing loads of great things. And obviously he started really well in the season, both on division rivals and the first FGS. But again, he's playing against Stokes, as you said, the FIFA 19 playoffs winner. And a player who's been dominating the scene for the last 3 years. So I don't know what to expect. I don't know if I would give a winner beforehand, but I think I've been talking with all the players, and they all tell me that the Umut defense is amazing. And obviously we all know his attack, so let's get back into it.
This is a question that I'm sure you get a lot of the time, Gravison. What is the biggest difference here at LAN from home? That's the number one question. I'm sure a lot of people be at home be thinking. What are the biggest differences? Yes, cameras, lights, all of that on top. Travelling to a venue that's not in your own home, but there's also potential few gameplay differences as well for a lot of players they have to adjust to.
Yeah, obviously the game is not the same. The gameplay is different. It's a little bit slower. It's not as quick as it is online. But I think the main thing is that you're not really comfortable at the stage because you're not playing at your home, at your AQs or whatever. You're playing obviously at the stage with all the cameras and all the stuff. So the thing is, the player who gets comfortable the first is going to win.
Well, one thing that's fantastically interesting about the Champions League, there are Champions League in-game items that will feature in these teams. The road to the final ones certainly will be making their way into the team. Alongside that, you're now 3 icons outfield. One of them might be about to find his first goal of the tournament in Ronaldo Nazario, which looks to be, from the offset in the side of Umut, the standard 3 icons we're going to expect to see here, Gravison. Hullet, Pele, R9, and as we know, the goalkeeper doesn't count towards those restrictions. Looks like Van der Sar in goal for the German of RB Leipzig Umut.
This is a good chance.
Here's Mane now, looking to open up his account in the Champions League. He timed it green. It's the post that keeps him out, though. After just 8 minutes, it's an electric start from the German, who just comes off the back of a recent virtual Bundesliga club championship win, which I'm sure would have fulfilled him with all the confidence in the world. Alongside that, the latest recruitment to RB Leipzig and a good friend of his in the scene, Anders Vergang, I'm sure, will be watching in the wings from Denmark and will be hoping that his teammate can go the full way to the Champions League final.
Yeah, we're watching right now Stokes using the 3-5-2. He's been playing it since the EU-Prem with Damie, and Umut is playing a narrow formation, and I think it's working better for Umut right now. He's getting the chances.
Mane across! It's an easy tap in, it's Riyad Mahrez, of all people, that will introduce himself to the eChampions League knockout stages here in Stockholm, Sweden. And it's his road to the final item that will pop up with the first goal of the game. He started off on the better foot of the two players, Bravison, and you rightly said Tom Stokes might be in a 3-5-2, but at the moment, that's no problem for him.
Yeah, basically he's punishing him on the wings. I don't think Llorente and Mahrez are coming back on defense, so obviously it's just Marquinhos against Mane every single time, and he's attacking well. First time it was a green time shot to the back post. This time it was a cross to Mahrez, and I think it's a deserved goal for Human. Let's see if Stokes responds, because right now he's against the ropes.
So key to start your tournament off here with a win with the format of the Champions League knockouts. If you lose 2 matchups in a row, that is the end of the road here in Sweden. You'll drop down to the loser bracket. One more defeat, you get knocked out of the tournament. It's as simple as that. Ronaldinho into R9, lovely little reversal has to go. Tom Stokes cooking up an absolute feast in the box. Defended well by João Cancelo, the Portuguese fullback of Manchester City, just comes across to save the day. R9 has a one-on-one running race with Marquinhos now. Here's R9, pushes everyone out of his way, and even with a time green finish, Van der Sar gets hands on it. Mahrez towards the back post, Van der Sar, wow. Attack, 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 it is relentless from the German. After just 23 minutes, Tom Stokes just needs a chance to breathe.
And he's not been able to breathe yet. And, whoa, this is awesome. Another good chance. No. But yeah, basically, we've seen Stokes change his formation. I think he's using a narrow formation to mirror Humid. But yeah, I'm curious to see Ronaldinho, because obviously Tex, I think, is going to be using Ronaldinho. And they might be the only players using Ronaldinho this tournament, both Stokes and Tex. I think it's working for him, because that croqueta cancel into a pass was beautiful before, but I don't think not using Hullet is smart right now, but this is a good chance.
There's been a lot of talk around the UK scene. I mean, there's only 2 English players that are in the Champions League. It is Tex and #Stokes. Nicely done, R9, first real chance he's been able to create the game so far. Saved by Edwin van der Sar, wins a corner. Talk more about that in a second. What a ball that is! Oh, Tom Stokes! That is cheeky! In the skies pass, and it's Carl Walker of all people that pops up on the score sheet. The discussion point I wanted to have, Gravison, was that it says there's a few UK players that have been backing Ronaldinho over Hullet in the 3-icon choice, and that seems to be the case for #Stokes here.
Yeah, I don't think it's smart, because Gullit obviously is the best midfielder in the game, but if you attack like Stokes does, obviously he's going to create a lot of chances for Ronaldinho. With that croqueta cancel into a pass, maybe, I don't know, shooting with a finesse, but I mean, I don't know. It's a hard choice, obviously, because you can only pick 3 icons, and there's so many good icons in the game, but we gotta talk about that road to the finals item, Walker, because he can not only defend, he can also header the ball, and he can also score goals, because that's the way Stokes equalized the game.
Apparently he can, can't he? He can come from full back and cause a problem. There's another great example of what he can do in the team. Snatches the ball off Sadio Mane's feet, the highest rated in-game player that you'll get to see in terms of a road to the final item. 95 he stands at. That's a Liverpool winger. Someone else we'll be seeing a lot of today is that man on the ball, Marcus Llorente. He'll be partnering alongside, whether it's Renato Sanchez or Ruud Hullet. He offers you sort of everything, does he? Is that box-to-box CDM?
Yeah, you can also use him as a fullback. You can use him at the wing. I think I really like his body type. His body type is pretty big, so in the 1v1 situations he's gonna defend well. Umut might be saving his last chance, and I don't know what we're gonna see. Maybe a through ball, but he's smart keeping the ball. Let's see if we have a chance here.
Building up the last chance of the first 45 minutes here in the first leg. Lorenzo finds Mahrez, the goal scorer. One more, Pele times it green. It was a guessing game for Van der Sar. Stokes tried to guess one way. Unfortunate for Umit. Pele guessed the other into the right-hand side of the goal. You said he was building for the last chance of the game. There's no perfect example of how to utilise that last kick of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, this is mentally so frustrating because you've been just chasing the ball for 6 minutes, hoping to just not concede a goal. He did well. He first time passed the ball 3 times into Pele. Stokes did move the goal picker well into the back post, but yeah, Umut just with ice in his veins, green timed shooting it to the first post, and Umut has been green timed shooting every single time, and that's hard. And that's hard to do on stage, on your first match on stage in 2 years. That's really hard. I think it's 3 green time shots back to back. So I mean, I'm impressed.
I mean, the one thing that we can look into it in some degree is the other domestic leagues that have taken place this year in the FGS Gravison, such as the Virtual Bundesliga that Umit has played a lot in. They've had a lot of offline week-by-week experience. You can also discuss that in some ways with Tom Stokes. So I don't think we even need to talk about experience. He's one of the elder players in this tournament. He's played in so many competitions. He's won a playoffs, as we said, a few years ago. He's coached by Shori. You can see on your screen 20 hashtag fans that might be tuning in from all around the world. Caught with him at the airport yesterday. Said that Stokes looks really good at the moment. Even said, you know, bias aside from a teammate, I put him in one of the best players currently in the world of how good he has been in the recent FGS 3. Got himself a top 32 finish. So did Umit, to be fair. They both had very good Swiss records to get out of the group. However, 45 minutes to play here. He currently trails by 2-1 to RB Leipzig's Umit. Whilst this game is taking place, there are currently over 15 games happening in round 1 on this winners bracket side. Won't give too much away with scorelines. Our very own Richard Buckley will be giving you updates at the break of what's been going on. But if you're looking for the likes of Tex, Matthias Bernardo, Diogo Peixoto and so many more, those updates will be coming in between these 2 legs. Stay tuned for them.
Yeah, I spoke to Shori as well yesterday at the hotel, and it's important to have a coach that trusts you, you know. I really like, well, obviously when you are on stage you're a bit nervous. You have to be nervous. You're playing the biggest stage in the world, and having a coach besides you that trusts you no matter what, it's so important. So I think Shorty must be like a really important position to Stokes right now at the moment, and I think he's right. I think Stokes is one of the best players in the world right now. I mean, if you see him play in weekly cups, he's been winning back-to-back tournaments, and he just needs like a small push, like to win a big tournament. I think in the ePrem he didn't do well, but it's not because of his level, because I think he's a top-level competitor right now, and obviously the Champions League is a great chance for him to be at the biggest stage again.
Here's Mane. Back to Mahrez for Umit, building for a third. It's time green every time he's in the box. It's green, green, green. And it's Mahrez with a brace. And it's the first ever time he's had a 2-goal cushion in this first game. It was the reverse elastico that sent the defender packing. What a start to the second half here.
I mean, it's just beautiful, the reverse elastico into the green time shot. He's playing really good quality FIFA, and obviously Stokes is a player that can match him, but I would love to see some tactical changes, because right now he's just simply being outplayed. But I don't know, maybe go for 5 defenders at the back in this first leg to try to not concede as many chances, but to be honest, I don't see Stokes is that kind of player. He's gonna keep going all attack.
Nicely done. Easy pickings, Pele! That's when maybe the luck just isn't on your side. Don't get me wrong, the ball did find its way to Pele very kindly off a fortunate bounce back off an R9 original shot. But that one has to find its way into the back of the net.
And I gotta tell you, Stokes' possession after pressure, the pressure after the possession loss, it's really good. He's doing it manually with the second man press, and he's making Umut uncomfortable every single time.
Nice, Pele. Scoop turn, cuts inside, great feet. Pele still dancing in the box. Renato Sanchez. Pele! Oh, if that went in. If that went in. I'd have to put that in the top 5 of the day.
That's
only our first game as well.
Yeah. I mean, how many cancels? 5, 6, 7? That was awesome.
Pele again. Scoop turn, finish. Well played by Walker. Did get on the score sheet for #Stokes. You have just tuned in. This is the Champions League knockout stages live from Stockholm in Sweden. 32 players are here over the next 2 days, battling out for a final 8. We'll know that final 8 by the end of play tomorrow. Umut looking to build upon this aggregate scoreline. He's been able to create himself in the first leg already. It's a force and a bounce back. Pele! And the Saar makes sure.
That reverse elastico from Umut has been a nightmare for Stokes.
Pull it. All the way through on that occasion.
He did a reverse elastico as well with Bullet, but obviously he has 4-star skills, so it didn't happen. But he's doing every single time with every single player.
He did come on social media earlier this morning, did Tom Stokes? Here's R9. Ball roll, somehow.
Oh.
Umut remains composed. And you spoke about the first time that a lot of these players would have played on a big stage like this back at an international LAN event.
Jeez, that cancel. I mean, have you guessed? I wouldn't have guessed that Umut has not been playing international events for 2 years. Like, it seems like his natural state. He's been absolutely astonishing in defense and in the attack. But I mean, Stokes just has not defended bad. Umut has been really good on the attack.
The point I wanted to mention is he came on social media earlier today, Tom Stokes, sort of had a bit of a meme around the fact that he's going to be playing against constant pressure and he's going to try his best to unsolve that puzzle. We've seen it on first hand of how deadly and probably horrible it is to play against. It was just, you saw it for about, I think it was about 10-15 minute period in that first leg of just Umut in your face, attack, 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 and making this happen, which he makes look a little bit simple. It really isn't easy.
I mean, if I would be in Stokes' position, I would be probably changed to 5 defenders at the back and pray that the match ends 4-1, because I just think Umut is going to keep attacking and it's going to keep scoring goals. So he just doesn't stop, right?
I mean, this is the best way to play the game. We'll speak more about that in a second, Gravison, from how a 2-legged game really should be approached by a pro player. But a 3-goal cushion, 7 minutes left. This is the best possible start in knockout FIFA here in any LAN tournament.
Yeah, most definitely. Because in the first leg of the first match, you're usually kind of cold. Like, you're missing some finesse shots, you're missing some skills. You're not as good as you are in the 3rd round or 4th round of the day. So, but I don't see that happening to Umut.
To be honest, RB Leipzig's Umut looks in control of possession and will not be letting go of it. All the way up until the full-time whistle of this first individual leg. He leads by 4 goals to 1. He had a brilliant start. Just 8 minutes in with Riyad Mahrez. As much as #Stokes did bounce back with Kyle Walker, the German constant pressure has just been too much to deal with. And what a performance it's been.
Yeah, last chance? No, that's just it. I mean, that's a good game to start the day. Umut has been just non-stop attack. Stokes is dangerous from the corners, but let's see the second leg, because it's hard. It's a hard match first.
There's a lot more to come, isn't there? There's a lot more to come, Gravison, as we said. It's the halfway point in our first round here in the Champions League knockout stages. We're off for a quick break now. When we get back, it'll be the second leg between these two giants.
Welcome back to the eChampions League 2022 knockout stages live in Stockholm, Sweden. Alongside our featured match between Ummet and Stokes, we've had some incredible games taking place in the back. I'm going to be featuring my matchup for this round, and it's Matthias Bonanno against Team Hullit's RVP legend. Matthias, it took him 10 minutes to break the deadlock with Pele, left-footed strike into the bottom left corner, and he doubled up his lead. Beautiful tiki-taka play in and around the box, and Pele doubled his tally for the opening tie. Inside the second half, RVP legend did get back into it with R9 Ronaldo, and that was the final moment of that first leg. Matthias Bonanno leads going into leg number 2, 2-1 here in round 1. That's it from me down on the floor. We're going to send it back up to Brandon and Gravison for leg number 2.
Cheers, Richard, and yes, welcome back to this matchup that is in all in eyes at the moment. Ummet against #Stokes. We left it at the halfway point. 4-1 was that scoreline. Quick word on Matthias Bonanno, because there's a story about him, Gravison, is that last year you played in the La Liga under Real Zaragoza. As we know, Matthias Bonanno moved to Spain this year. He plays in La Liga, and he sort of took that shirt off you for Real Zaragoza. He was 1 win away from being an La Liga champion with the Fan Cup just a week or so ago. How has he settled in to Europe, and how has he settled in to Spain? Because I know you've spoken to him in more of a native language than what me and Richard can, let's just say that.
Yeah, he's been comfortable, he's been happy in Spain, obviously. He's fitted right in because he's friends with Nacho Abella, who's also playing the tournament. He's been friends with Hidalgo, of course, with Adriman, Nid, the Ducks players. So yeah, I think he's happy, he's comfortable. The thing is, the question many people have when they come from South America to Europe, are they going to maintain the level? And I think...
Oh no, this could be an awful start for Tom Stokes.
And I think what we have seen from Matthias Bonanno so far, he's kept the level because he's just been unstoppable till this day.
I think his first FGS qualifier when he landed in Europe, he got a top 8, which just goes to show how good he really is. Opening start, opening chance there for #Stokes. What does he need to do in this game, other than obviously score goals, Gravison? Because he's 3-0 down on this aggregate scoreline against a player that, in all honesty, I can see for Ummet, he's going to keep his foot on the gas. He's going to look to kill this game off as soon as he can.
Yeah, I think that's the main problem. Obviously, Stokes is going to create chance, but almost going to create chance as well. And I think if Ummet scores 1 or 2 goals, the game is going to be over. So you got to defend. I think the most important thing for Stokes right now is defense, because he's going to create those chances, but if Ummet scores as well, it's GG.
Oh wow, a little cancel reversal has to go back to that reversal, has to go again. It's R9 in possession for Ummet. Twinkletown his way through. Andy Robertson just about on side, says the referee. Goes out of play. Back to the hands of Stokes. Did create a chance in the first half. The problem is he just had to deal with so many of them from his opponent.
Yeah, basically. Second man press from Ummet is really, really good. Like, he's just been unstoppable with Marcos Llorente and the second man press. I don't know. I don't see a way that Stokes can win this match at the moment.
Here's Andy Robertson now looking for the cutback. Kim Pembe's there, the PSG centre-back, who no doubt is a staple in these teams, alongside his teammate, the Brazilian Marquinhos.
Stokes is trying everything. He's trying crosses, he's trying croquetas, he's trying reverse elasticos, but nothing's working at the moment. And this is so frustrating as a player when you're trying so many things and your opponent keeps defending every single one of them, but you gotta stay relentless.
There's another example, just how good Ummet can be defensively. #Stokes has had his work cut out here. If we take a quick look at how that bracket does stand, it's a potential difficult road if he does lose this game. He could be facing against Skifter or the only Scottish player in this tournament, Michael Fisher of London United, another hot prospect that's sort of burst onto the scene this year, had a really good running with Southampton in the recent Premier League. That's not going to be an easy game, whoever you end up facing against. Building again, nicely done. R9 went for the reverse elastico. There's only so many times you can use that skill move, I'm sure, before the opponent will try his best to clock onto it.
Yeah, this is a good chance, maybe. I think he's He's doing the perfect. He's using the 3-5-2 perfect way from Umut. But this is so frustrating. You can see the frustration in Stokes' face because he just, same as me, he doesn't know what to do.
And the better question to ask you, Graf, as a professional FIFA player for Ducks, is there anything you would have done differently in terms of approaching this game? Tactically?
Not really. I mean, Stokes really plays well with the 3-5-2, and it's kind of a defensive formation. So
it works both ways, isn't it?
Oh, this is beautiful.
It's first time Pele to seal and conclude the game. Umut, you may as well say, he's on his way to a round 2 in the winners' bracket, and he's on his way to an eChampions League grand final. There was 8 German players that arrived here in Stockholm, and it's one of the 8 that has kicked off their tournament in the best way possible. Composed, cool, calm, and even a time green finish just to ensure that one flew into the back of the net. 5 goals to 1 he leads on aggregate.
As you just said, composed, cool, calm, the triple C, that's basically the main thing you need to have to win tournaments. And that first time lob through pass was perfect. He was patient enough for the keeper to come out. Ball roll into a green time shot to the back post. It was just beautiful FIFA from Umut. I think we might see a future champion in the making because he's playing so well against one of the best players in Europe, Stokes.
Look at his CV, so to speak, for him. He's had a lot of success out in Germany. He's been a club championship winner before. He's placed well in the individual Bundesliga season. Hullet tries his best to ball roll round Edwin van der Sar, no way round his fellow Dutchman on that occasion. But there's one thing that he hasn't had on his CV, and that's an eChampions League run or an eChampions League final. It's the first ever time he's played in this competition. Be sure this time to make it as far as he can. Stokes on the build-up. Llorente finds Ronaldinho. That's brilliant. FIFA! Tom Stokes. Take a bow.
I mean, this is what we usually see from Stokes. First time passes inside the box to Ronaldo. Even Umut moved the keeper to the post, but it wasn't enough because it was such a clear chance from R9. And yeah, I think this is just what Stokes needed. A goal in the 42 minute. He's 3 goals behind right now, and we might see Umut. No, because he's pressing. I mean, who's doing the constant pressure now?
Just how he's looked off the ball as well, Umut. Moments like this. Taking extra minutes out the tide. Doing his best to get into half-time without conceding another one. Still does lead by 5 goals to 2 in aggregate, sorry. R9 building. R9 still for Umut. R9 on his own. He's left, he's right.
Is he 6-2 up?
And suddenly the ball finds its way into the back of the net. It's a 4-goal cushion reinstalled.
Keeper's just throwing.
What do you do?
I mean, Van der Sar.
What can you do?
Van der Sar could have done a little better. I think it was an easy shot for him to save, but yeah, we could see the frustration in Stokes' face. And I think he trusted a little bit the second man press too much because he was covering the pass every single time, and he was obviously defending the 1v1 situation with the second man press, and I don't think it was enough. I think he should have switched to the 1v1 situation and maybe do something, but yeah.
We're jumping, Gravison. We're going to see some more action that's taking place currently in the players' area. There's a players' area here, just downstairs from the commentary booth in Sweden. Currently 15 matches are being played for the rest of the 30 players that aren't on the main stage right now. Matthias Bonanno is a name that we've spoken about quite a lot. He's a player that you've spoken to quite a lot. Currently, might be 1-0 down in this game. Aggregate scoreline of 2-2. I feel like this is the first time the world is going to get to see Matthias Bonanno.
Yeah. Obviously, Matthias Bonanno won 3 FGS in South America last year. He was obviously a Libertadores champion as well, but it was always the question, how is he going to perform at the LAN events? And we're going to see that now. This might be a good chance for Marcos Llorente.
As much as we can hype up Matthias Bonanno, we have to talk about Team Hullet and their involvement in the Champions League. They're the only team that have got 3 players here. Levi David, Manuel Bachore and RVP Legend, one of 2 Romanian players that are away at the eChampions League. The halfway point, it is 2-2 between these 2 names. Again, as you said, you win this game, you continue run in the winners bracket side. But just back to that point, Team Hullet, 3 players here, they've had a great time. He's a decent player, RVP Legend. On social media, when he saw this game, he sort of gave a devil emoji. He was really up for this game. He knew how many people have been talking about Matthias, but he fancies himself, and the scoreline backs that as well at this moment in time.
I remember the first time we got to commentate together. It was a game between RBP and Moauba.
Yeah.
10-1, 10-2, something like that. And he went to the camera and went like this. So he's obviously a player with character. And I love to see that from players. Like, we might see like composed, normal people sometimes, but we like to see some characters for some...
I'm sure you like to see it, Gravison, but if you're on the other end of it, I don't think you want to see that, will you?
No, I don't.
We're back on the way for the second half here. 2-2 is the scoreline this one. Matthias Bonanno on the attack, on the build-up with Pele. He's one of 2 Argentines that made a huge move in their career this summer with the new game coming out in the new FGS season.
Oh.
Build up. Heel 2. Alex Telles on a plate. Schmeichel, what a save. Once and twice will pick up the ball. Would have won a free kick regardless. But he got to move to Team Heretics, one of the FGS Masters teams. He's in action next weekend in London for the Team of the Season Cup. But he hasn't been homesick. He's thrived in the Ila Liga, playing for Real Zaragoza, the team he represented last year. He was 1 game away from being the Ila Liga Cup winner, where he would have picked up a serious chunk of cash. Lost out to Zidane of Deportivo Alaves. Moving across to the other side of the world hasn't phased him as a FIFA player, Gravison, that some might have expected.
No, not really. And you could see some Brazilian guys, or maybe Iago, struggle last year competitively. But you can also see Nicolas and Matthias Bonanno performing really well. So, I don't know. It's about personality, I think. You might come to Europe, you might be homesick, you might be away from your people. But yeah, when you're happy in Europe, as Matthias is in Madrid, it seems like everything clicks, you know?
I think the one thing that he's got his advantage is that Team Heretics have been great. Him and Hidalgo basically got their own flat together, and they've been playing FIFA, enjoying life in Spain, and the Spanish community in general have welcomed in Matthias, I believe, to Europe. That's been a massive booster for him. He plays now in his first ever eChampions League, and after a very strong group stage performance back in February, him and his fellow Argentine Nicolas 99 FC, who now plays his fee for Guild Esports, is also in action in another round 1 game. RVP Legend, though, wants to do what he can to kick off this tournament in the best way possible. Mane on the build-up. This is Matthias now. Mane still looks to offload it into Pele. Oh no, and back to goal, twisting, turning, the 2 Brazilians linking up perfectly well. Look at the move, and look how quick he's moving in the box. Little La Croqueta mixed into the attack there from Pele.
Yeah, I was talking before with Edu Castellanos, a Team Heretics coach, and the concept is very clear. Like, you gotta stay as calm as you can in the build-up, but once you get inside the box, you gotta just be crazy. Like, 2 things, and he's basically doing, twisting and turning.
Okay, now back to goal. Sadio Mane, well defended, Kimpembe. Interested to hear about that from the coach of Heretics, because I saw him last week in the Ila Liga. It doesn't look like he has much involvement in the game as a coach. Obviously, there's rules in place, but most coaches have a word at half-time. It was very relaxed. I've never seen a coach have as little emotion as Team Heretics' coach. It's like there's a belief there. He doesn't want to get carried away, so to speak. What's his words and what's his approach been this year with Matthias?
Yeah, I have the pleasure to work besides him in the Spanish national team. Well, that's a great chance, but yeah, I have the pleasure to work with him in the Spanish national team, and he's a very chill guy, as you just said. Like, he trusts the players to do their job, so maybe he might comment like a couple of adjustments in the tactical side of it, but outside that, he just trusts the players to do their thing. And obviously, Matthias is like a really cool guy with ice in his veins, and it's like a trait we see from Argentinian players, which is kind of weird because Argentinian football players are pretty heated, but from Matthias, from Nicolas, what you see, it's just ice in their veins, right?
Matthias Bonanno, still 2-2 of Team Hullet, RVP Legend, one of 2 Romanian players in this tournament. Obviously, Cosmin, the The other player is a very interesting character in the FIFA scene. I love what he's all about. You are after an update on that game that we did leave. Sorry, it is still 6-2 for RB Leipzig. Umit looks to make it 7. He's just ball round the goalkeeper and won a penalty in the process. So, unfortunately, if you're a hashtag United fan, it's not a good start here in Stockholm. Stokes will be in the loser bracket with his back against the wall. He'll need to come out and bring a serious performance if there's any hope that he'll be making it through to the eChampions League final. Last 9 minutes in this one, though. The only goal that has been scored in this second leg has come from RVP legend.
This might be a good chance, and we didn't see much from RVP legend this second half, but he's defending well.
Nice ball, Pele. Matthias on the hunt with that. Road to the final item of Sadio Mane. Into the pause menu we shall go now. And again, this is the last chance to make some final adjustments. We're going to do our best not to give any tactics away from any of our players here in the eChampions League this weekend, just to keep it all fair for the players. But what could be being changed? There's about 4 minutes left in the game, Gravison.
Yeah, the thing is, I think RVP has been playing the same formation from the same weekend, like he's been using the 4-2-2 every single time, so I don't think he's going to change anything. And I'm pretty sure Matthias is using right now the 4-3-2-1 with the 3 midfielders, and I don't think he's going to change anything. Maybe Alex Telles, he's not been playing that well, he's been losing the ball on the wing, but yeah, he's still in.
Well, you can probably guess if we are all square after 90 minutes, we'll go to extra time and golden goal, penalties is where we shall go. Golden goal would have certainly heated things up here in the Champions League. Last chance saloon for Matthias. Dribbling well of Sadio Mane. Let's get dispossessed by Kyle Walker, who's going to be having a difficult weekend. It's mainly going to be him against Mane. That's going to be a battle that we're going to see time and time again all weekend long, but it certainly feels like whenever there's a question mark over players in pros teams, it's fullbacks, but Kyle Walker sort of ticks the box, doesn't he?
Yeah, definitely. He is the best right back we are going to see the tournament. I think we're going to see him every single time. And we have the last chance from RBP. No. Maybe a counter-attack from Matias Bonanno. I think we're going to extra time.
I think we're going to extra time, Gravison. We've been there a few times in the group stage, didn't we? Went to penalties as well on the build-up. There's the stats at the end of the game. It's Matias Bonanno. They might have had 62% possession at the halfway point. However, it won't mean much for the final result. 2-2 is the scoreline here between RVP legend and Matias Bonanno. We're going to get a lot of this. There's going to be a lot of tight games. Yes, there's a bit of a blowout between Umit and hashtag Stokes with the difference of play styles and just how well the German player was able to play. But there's going to be a lot of games like this. Expect to see penalties, expect to see extra time, expect to see late goals, but we're all for it, aren't we?
Yeah, and obviously if we are commentating, it's going to be a lot of PKs every single time because, I don't know, I think we commentated 3 games together in the second phase, and like I think 2 of them went to penalties, so I get prepared to see some PKs in this leg because it's just basically our curse.
Just looking down to the main stage now as well. It's a full-time result between RB Leipzig's Umit and hashtag Stokes. It will be a win for him at 7-2. It was a penalty that did go in late on into that game. What start though for IB Leipzig's Umit, one of 8 German players that makes up a quarter of the competition here in Sweden. And it's back to the drawing board for hashtag Stokes, that I believe will either have to face Skifter or London United's Michael Fisher in a loser bracket. Regardless, it's not going to be an easy game, is it? I've got a question for you, Gravison. 32 players in this tournament here in Sweden. Have a guess. How many do you think have moved to the 3-5-2? If you had to guess a number.
I think more than half. Probably like 20 of them, maybe, because it's just the strongest formation out there, and I think it outplays the 4-2-3-1, the 4-3-2-1 as well, the narrow formation, pretty much every single one. I think it's just the 4-4-2 and the mirror works against the 3-5-2, so I think we're going to see a lot of it. But I've been speaking with Nacho lately, and he told me in this gameplay he doesn't like the 3-5-2 as much, but I think we're going to see it a lot. I gotta tell you, I hate Damie because I hate that formation so much.
Of course, Damie, the Premier League winner with Norwich City. Credit as well to fellow UK FIFA pro, deserves the mention for it. Painter did come up with that tactic originally. Damie, let's just say, borrowed it off him and certainly used it to his advantage. Next, you know, the whole FIFA community is talking about it, and everybody is adjusting it into their game. Pro player, casual player. If you haven't heard about the 3-5-2, get online, have a little look, adjust it to your game, and who knows, it might make all the difference for you in an upcoming weekend league. We are on the way to halfway point here in extra time. Not too much to talk about, in all honesty, between Matthias Bonanno and Team Hullet's RVP legends. Or maybe there could be. Last chance off the 15, it's Hullet. Lovely little cut back, can't find the clean pass into Pele's feet. Marquinhos stands strong. We're 15 minutes away from penalties, Grav.
And I think we're seeing PKs because basically we had no chances, like 0 chances. Maybe we could count this as a chance if the pass went through and Marquinhos didn't cut it, but I think at this stage it's your first match, you're in extra time, and I don't think you're gonna risk not going to penalties because Matthias and Edu, both, they're really tactical, analytic players, and I think they may have something prepared for these possible PKs. And obviously Team Hullet with Renzo and all the staff, I think we're gonna see some mind games in these possible PKs.
Yeah, there's been a lot of changes. I mean, behind the scenes with Team Hullet, they've been an organisation that have fostered FIFA talent coming through, especially from the Netherlands, whether that be now Sweden. Obviously, Oli Lito had a spell there of Ninjas and Pyjamas, and Team Hullet have got a collaboration going on this year. There's a lot of work that's going on behind the scenes there, as you rightly said. I believe Martain, Legend Frod's there as well. There's a lot of infrastructure of good coaches, good facilities. I mean, Nicholas has got a mental coach here in Stockholm and a coach as well. You've been in this scene for a long time, Gravison. There's a lot more on the line and there's a lot more infrastructure behind these teams now, isn't there?
And you love to see it because having the chance to work with both a coach and a mental psychologist, it's just so great to see. And I would love to have that in Ducks, to be honest. We have like an assistant coach and a head coach, and it's really good. But also having the chance to go to work with a sports psychologist, that just seems like a really nice thing to have. And yeah, it's just grown so much in the last years, right? You see so much stuff from the Team Hullet guys. Obviously, both Renzo and Legend Frod are doing an amazing job with all those youngsters.
And the fact we're standing here, Gravison, with an eChampions League we're commentating on is also quite incredible as well. This is the closest we've had to the 2019 and the first ever eChampions League style of the format of this special tournament. Here's Pele. Matthias on the build-up, looking for a winner. Still can't find it with 13. 130 minutes played here, 7 minutes away from penalties in the round one of the winners bracket. Will there be any late drama? Matthias Bonanno could be on his way down to a lower bracket. That would certainly raise a few eyebrows in the players' area when they see results come through. To be honest, I can't wait to see how the likes of Nicholas has got on text. The list goes on of players that have also got big expectations in this tournament. We are guaranteed to see a new final eight, though, here at the eChampions League. I mean, other than Tex, who has won the Invitational back in 2020, there's a lot more new names. We'll be doing what they can. Book a ticket in the grand final. Hullet just about stretches out a leg there. Might have pulled a hamstring on the way through, but just about keeps the ball. We've got 1 minute of additional time. Last chance of the game will fall to the Romanian FIFA player of RVP legend. Or will it? Penalty shootout. Here we go. Strap yourselves in. Win, you stay in the winners bracket. Lose, you drop down. Matthias Bonanno to step up first with Pele. Which way will the Brazilian go? Down the middle, cheeky Panenka. Speak about confidence from the Argentine. Now Pele to back it up for RVP legend of Team Hullet. Which way will he go? Down the middle, it's saved.
Yeah, and it's all about mental games right now, so we might see another one down the middle. No. Oh, that's a great PK. And what is RVP gonna do now? Repeat the middle, maybe. Oh,
2 from 2.
Awesome from Matthias.
Perfect. It's perfect penned from Matthias Bonanno. Up steps Hullet. 3 from 3. Of course it is from the Argentine. Has to score. It's as simple as this. for Rude Hullet and RVP Legend. It's free from free. Matthias Bonanno, cool, calm, composed. He might be playing his FIFA in Europe, but that's not fazed him at all, is it? He's on his way to the second round of a winner's bracket.
I told you, Team Heretics had something planned for this. So yeah, they scored the 3 penalties, they saved the other 3, and we see Matthias Bonanno progressing to the second round of winners. That was an intense match.
It wasn't easy though, was it? I mean, no one's going to get an easy ride to the Champions League Grand Final. There's only 8 spots available from the 32 that are here. There's going to be more of the same with that today. Extra time and penalties, no doubt.
And obviously, if we're commentating, every single match is going to go to PK, so the curse is again.
Yeah, the curse is again. But Matthias, I wouldn't even say, like, it wasn't even a standout performance. RVP Legend, we know, is a fantastic player, but when you're in the penalties, it is a flip of a coin. It is a lottery. He's going to feel hard done by. RVP Legends drop down to the loser bracket, but he's got to think, you know what? I've given that a really good 2v2, a 2-on-2 game there, and I've taken Matthias Bonanno to a penalty shootout. I can beat the rest of the players here and find a way back through. It will be a long journey, though, a really long journey on the loser bracket if you are to get through.
I mean, that's the right attitude to have. Like, I competed against one of the best players in Europe. I can go, obviously, a long way in the loser bracket, but if you are RVP right now, you're just... Oh man, you're so frustrated. You cannot think positive things when you lost in PK. So yeah, I mean, that's harsh for him, but he just gotta keep on.
Ifs and buts, but there's still a long way to go for him to get to the Champions League Grand Final. We've only seen 2 of the games that have been taking place. Someone else that's seen a handful of games taking place here in Stockholm is our very own Richard Buckley. Rich, what's been happening in the other games?
Thank you very much, Brandon and Gravison. Penalty perfection, from Matthias Bonanno. He don't mess about from 12 yards. I've been watching a couple of games, including Tex and also our #1 seed, Diogo Peixoto. And I tell you what, it was a bad day at the office in game #1 because Denny opened the scoring just after 20 minutes, and it was more of the same for the German. Ronaldinho, beautiful fake shot inside the box. Oh, that's I tell you what, that's magic. McGeady cancel onto his left foot. That was just 31 minutes into this game. From 12 yards, taking a page out of Matthias's book, slotted it into the left-hand side of the goalkeeper. And Denny won that first leg 3-0. Peixoto did answer back inside the second leg. It was Alex Telles into Riyad Mahrez, and R9 Ronaldo slotted it past the goalkeeper, but the Frenchman just couldn't keep up with the German. Denny answered straight back. What's that? Extra pass across the box? Yes, please. Simple goal. Pele slots it in, and Denny starts to pull away. 4-1. He did lead. Peixoto had to come forward. He changed formation, and he put bodies in the attacking third. However, Denny saw that space and exploited it. Ronaldinho tearing down on goal. Left-footed strike into the bottom left corner. There was a consolation for Peixoto. A little bit of a mix-up inside the box, and he just slotted it past the goalkeeper. But Denny added a few more candles to that beautiful cake because he did add a 6th. Ronaldinho dinking it through to R9 Ronaldo. Ball rolled past the goalkeeper and slotted into an empty net. That is how it did finish. Yes, Peixoto, #1 seed in the losers bracket round 1. If he wants to make it to the eChampions League Grand Finals, he's got a long way. Tex, another favourite. One of the players to watch is the Englishman, obviously eChampions League Invitational winner. He started this game late in the first leg, and that's how it did end. It was a bit of a sort of a dry game in that first leg. However, Tex turned it on in the second leg. He went 2-0 up, and Berkey Lyon looked like a man who didn't have an answer. Beautiful play inside the box. Extra pass into Riyad Mahrez. He laid it back into Pele's path, and Tex went 3-0 up. Berkey Lyon did get a goal back, whipping it into the box. You'd love to see it. Tony Pulis-esque as Rude Hullet stabbed it into the bottom left corner. Tex did extend his lead, however. Simple pass back to R9. Seen a lot of penalties. Maybe that can be a trend that does continue here in the eChampions League knockout stages. I think when I've been watching a lot of these games, they're just very nervy. Players panicking a little bit. I think when we talked about, obviously, all the preparation, first LAN event back in a long time, I think it's catching up with a lot of these players, and it's costing them results. Round 1 is over here at the eChampions League knockout stages. I'm going to throw it over to Kyle, Mike and Rachel to break down the rest of the games.
Thanks, Rich. Yeah, I love that. Well, boys, I want to just talk about what we just saw then in round 1. And my biggest upset was my player spotlight. for Shoto losing his first loss that we've seen so far in the eChampions League. Undefeated, remember, if you're just joining us from the group stages back in February. Mike, did we expect that? I mean, I know it's been quite the gap between those two events.
We can also make the same argument. We haven't seen this LAN experience. It's a different type of vibe, energy, pressure, every moment. It's a spectacle. We're paying attention. The details are there, the particulars. Now we got to see if he can battle that adversity.
Yeah, well, I guess the one that we were watching in full effect out here behind us, obviously, was hashtag Stokes taking on Umit. I mean, do you think the occasion did get to Stokes there? Because everybody, again, you know, in commentary was saying he's the best player in the world right now, but didn't look quite like that out there on the big stage today, Kyle.
Well, yesterday, a bit of insight for you, I actually spoke to Stokes and he said, I'm a bit nervous about being on the main stage to kick off the day. He was already nervous yesterday. Didn't get the chance to actually catch up with him today, but you can see from that first leg, then going into the second leg, it just wasn't working for him. And we saw with Umit, he gathered some momentum, he carried it on. And when you're here, when you can see your opponent, when you're looking him in the eyes, when they're scoring against you, it's very easy time and time again to sit back and think, I don't know what to do against my opponent. And we saw that with Stokes. Let's be completely honest. At times, I thought, oh, he scored, he could come back, and Umit just took it to a different level, a different gear. LAN experience. Stokes has got plenty of it, but Umit's come here and caused that upset.
Yeah, of course, he did indeed. Another player, though, we were really excited about seeing in real life, Matthias Bonanno. He made it look easy at the beginning, going 2 up. Then we had to go to extra times and penalties. He did get the job done there. Cool, calm, collected in penalty kicks. 3 into his opponent's RVP Legends 0. What did you make of his first LAN experience? First ever game, of course.
It's got to be a little bit of a mixed opinion because you had this lead, you gave up that lead. Thankfully, you won in extra time when it went to penalty kicks. You look confident in penalty kicks. You saw what it meant to him. If you saw the pop-off, there was some emotion. I saw some yelling. But I don't know if it's necessarily building in momentum, but you're happy to have the result. I'd much rather have the win, not the loss. So I'm sure they're going to take that, and Matthias Bonanno will take that same result and be able to move on. It's one of the biggest momentum swings when you win in penalties. And also, unfortunately, on the other end, when you lose in penalty kicks, it's very difficult to get over that match.
And we were being kind to him as well, weren't we? He was actually backstage, not on the big stage.
Yeah.
Kyle, hold that thought. We'll have a quick look at what this does now mean to the bracket. Of course, some players will drop down because it's double elimination, but our winners will move through to round 2. Mike, yeah, your thoughts across what we can currently see?
Well, we have Denny, who of course forced that initial upset. I actually took Lucas to have this result, so we've got the German face-off. Also, Optale getting by Stefano Pina, and then you have Predator FIFA. So you would say in this top portion of the bracket, it's got to be a German going through.
There might be one going, well, there definitely will be one going through, but look at that third matchup. Fnatic Tex against Maestro Squad. Both of those such experienced players. They're coming together so soon on in the competition. It's updating as we're speaking. Fnatic Diogo will be taking on Feldman in that one, and then the bracket jumps down. Nicholas has made his way through. He's going against Giovi. We know what Giovi's done so far. Now is another test for him, Mike. That matchup is huge, and there's some other huge matchups as well.
And you got a big upset. How do you not talk about it a little bit when you're looking at Levy not being able to progress and getting that job done? We've kind of built that storyline or that narrative, and he's earned it. All the success that he's had online, this is really the first time that he's touched a LAN, especially the international side, and now he's got a battle. He's going to have to face max adversity or the most difficult run possible if you lose that opener.
Yeah, totally. And the name like Pinner as well. We said, you know, he's back as well. Obviously, he's, you know, a Belgian player who has great experience here. He's also dropping down, not particularly someone we'd expect to go down. The boys are both going oof on the screen here. Kyle, I'll go, why are you saying that? What's the shock matchup?
I mean, we're going to zoom in. We probably don't even get to see it. So Mike might even get to speak about this. But looking at the top there, Peugeot taking on Cosmin, a huge matchup. Pina taking on Gonchu right there. 2 Germans again going head-to-head, so we will see one progress in the winners bracket, but we will say goodbye to one from the loser side of things, Mike.
And Mike, look, which one are we going to have to say goodbye to? What's the standout match there? I know where we're all looking. Levy and Matthias Bonanno. That's in the top round, so that shouldn't be correct, because we just saw Matthias Bonanno get the win in penalty. So we'll update that one for you, because that looked tasty, and we kind of were like, hang on, I'm not sure.
I still think it's somewhere to focus with Levy, and same with Stokes as well. Can he battle back? And we got to give a lot of credit to Umit. He came out, he was so efficient, incredible with the clinical side of being on some of these counterattacks and the work inside the box, and he made it look like another day in the office.
Yeah, he did indeed. Well, let's just roll forward then and have a little look at round 2 of our matchups, because the one that's going to be taking place behind us is massive. It's gigantic. Look at these 2 massive players in the community. Fnatic Tex taking on Levante United Maestro squad here. I mean, these 2 are awesome. Let's just hold thought while they move and enter the arena.
And you see Maestro walking out here, known for his animation, the success, the celebration, one of the leaders in France, and he's had so many different results across the board. He'll be comfortable, he'll be happy to be in this position. And I couldn't write it, but this is the matchup that I was hoping to see when I got to round 2, and here it is.
And his opponent here, Fnatic Tex, did not have the greatest of starts in round 1 of the competition way back when, a couple of months ago, but he's changed that this time. He's on the winner's bracket side of things, and he'll definitely have a tough test on his hands. Fnatic Tex, though, we know what he's done before. We've seen him, but coming up against Maestro squad, this is the match we all wanted to see.
2 titans in the world of FIFA going head-to-head in round 2. Fnatic Tex taking on Maestro squad. Come back and join us.
Champions League is
the biggest tournament in football and also one of the biggest in FIFA.
To win the eChampions League will be a dream come true, I think, for every player.
It's a dream for everyone, right?
To me, to be here playing the eChampions League means a lot.
It feels like you are one of the best players in the world.
I'll be honest, it'll probably be my favourite win ever.
It would be really like a reward for a lot of hard work.
I think it's one of the biggest trophies you can win in your career.
I just want a big trophy at home.
Well, there you go, you heard it there, just from a few players. What is it like to be at the Champions League knockout stages live from Stockholm, Sweden? You join myself, Brandon Smith, and I'm very happy to say Manchester City's Ryan Pessoa in the commentary booth for this game. It's Tex against Maestro, Ryan. It's a pleasure to share the commentary booth with you for this game. You heard it from a few of the players. As a pro yourself, how big is this tournament? Because it seems like it's different from the regular season. It's different from an E-World Cup. It's different from an E-Premier League. The E-Champions League is just on its own pedestal, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe Levy said, of course, it's the pinnacle of football to win the Champions League. And, of course, that is the same in FIFA. The E-Champions League is the biggest event we've had so far this year. You've seen the players we've got on display today. It's incredible. So anyone who's lucky enough to reach this stage, or not lucky, to be here on merit, deserves huge praise, of course.
I believe we actually got to speak to Tex yesterday in the media day, and he said what it would be like to face Maestro in the Champions League, and this is what he had to say.
I think if I do go the whole way and win my first 3 games, obviously, I think the hardest game will be Maestro. He'll be my second game, probably. I've played him 1 time this year, and I told him, and I beat him. But I just played my own game. I'm really good, so I should beat him as well.
Well, there you go. You heard it a little bit there, Ryan, about what it'd mean to play against Maestro. A fun fact, 2019, the first ever E-Champions League, both of these two lost in the game to qualify for Madrid. There's a lot there. Yes, Tex was an invitational winner. He said it was one of his favourite tournaments he's won. But there's still a bit of unfinished business there for both of these two, you've got to say.
Yep, absolutely. I think it adds the sweetness to even reach this stage, but they'll be hoping that this time they can reach the final stage and potentially go the distance. They've done the first step, which is obviously one of the most important things to do, is to win the first game. So, of course, these players now, as Tex said, if you reach round 3 and manage to win that round, you qualify for the final stage, and they're on course to do so.
And you actually had the pleasure, Ryan, of not commentating the first round, so you got to watch from a distance, maybe go down to the players' area. There's been a few interesting results, hasn't there, down there?
To say the least. I think there's been quite a few upsets. Players that have come in here on incredible form, haven't performed as they'd have expected in the first game. And contrary to that, there are players that have come in perhaps, well, I spoke to a few players in the players area just before we started anyway. Players low on confidence seem to be performing well. Maybe that the big stage isn't getting to them as much because they don't have that much expectation. But for these players, the expectations is huge.
Absolutely. Well, here we go. We're underway for round 2 in the winners' bracket of the Champions League. It's a little bit like this right now. You win this game, you go into the game that will qualify you for the eChampions League Grand Final. And some would argue, Ryan, the most simplest way to get to the Champions League. It's not going to be a simple game, this one, though, is it?
Not at all. Of course, we spoke about winning the games in the winner bracket to reach the finals, but that would be the ideal way to do it. But one of them have to lose. And we can speak about the way that they've got to this stage now. For Tex, he was 0-2. 0-2, and he turned it around to 3-2, as we see an attack here from Maestro.
Time red finish from Pele, not going to be causing any sort of problems.
Yes, I was speaking about their route here. Maestro, contrary to Tex anyway, a complete reverse. He was 3-0, ended up being 3-2. Tex, 0-2, 3-2. So you can say Tex is technically on a winning streak.
There's only so many players that can pull off a Swiss turnaround like that, isn't it? I mean, it was still one I remember this to this day for any hardcore FIFA esports fans that might be listening, of Aero back in the playoffs in Amsterdam, went 0-3-4 in 3 minutes to an E-World Cup Grand Final. That's probably the best ever story I've seen in the Swiss rounds. But Tex, you always felt like it was going to happen back in February. He had an awful start in qualification in the group stages from home, but then something clicked. He turned it round. Obviously, he was over the moon when he did turn it round and was able to qualify for this tournament in particular. But Maestro, he went 3-0, as you rightly said, got qualification done. When it came to seeding and, you know, going 4-1 or 5-0, maybe it was him just saying, you know, comfortably, I'm done here. But regardless of that, he did lose a couple of games.
Yeah, he did. And of course, for him, Maestro has himself at the highest regard in terms of performance. He's very emotional when you see him play. He celebrates every single goal a lot of the time. He's very animated. But he's somebody that I would say in previous years, you'd acknowledge how good he is going forward. But defensively, you could argue there are some frailties. And I think for Tex here, it's going to be a tough game, regardless of who you play at this stage. But for Tex, I would honestly say it could technically play into his hands a little bit.
I hate to say it as well, but unfortunately, we're going to be saying goodbye to a few players in this round here in the Champions League. Players that are now in the loser bracket. If they lose again, unfortunately, that is the end of their tournament here in Sweden. This is the upper side of the bracket, though. Only a handful of players can make it through. Tex, obviously, in his beloved Liverpool strip from left to right. Came off the back of an Premier League run not so long ago, where him and his teammate Diogo, who's actually in this tournament, did make it out of the groups, lost in the quarter-finals to Crystal Palace in that tournament. Ball into the box, it's defended well by Kim Pembe. Expect to see a lot of that from him and Marquinhos at the back. It seems like those are the two go-to Champions League foot items in these teams.
Yes, they really are. I think you're going to be seeing the regular names, especially in terms of the icon selections. You've got R9 Ronaldo, you've got Pele. The other choice you would say is either Ruud Gullit or perhaps Cruyff or Ronaldinho, as Tex is using. But a lot of the Champions League items, well, especially the centre-back ones, they're going to be staples in the sides.
It became a little bit of a talking point with Gravison. The UK players not wanting to touch Gullit and go for Ronaldinho. It seems like that's been a choice that Tex has also made here. Yeah,
it's a surprising choice because a lot of players at home wouldn't opt for Ronaldinho. But in a tournament like this, maybe it's effective to do so.
It's a corner to Tex it. 21 minutes on the clock, Fnatic Tex. On the build-up, looking for another result. It was very ambitious from that far out. Speaking of Ronaldinho, that was his first real involvement in this tie so far. His prime icon moment certainly is justified in these teams.
Yep, he's got a fantastic upgrade. The dribbling, of course, naturally comes with any Ronaldinho foot item, but the added pace, the shot power, and the accuracy he has in his shots, especially if you green time them, which Tex tends to do. He's done so in that shot there. Didn't end up going in the back of the net that time, but again, it's just a slight chance. As you said, it's not a favourable chance, but it's good just to get a shot off.
Mane on the build-up does well. Lovely ball back inside. Pele, top of the shoulder. Maestro is off to a brilliant start here in Stockholm. A man that went 3-0 in the Swiss rounds back in February, looking to continue that run in form, and he's come off the back of a strong result as well in round one. I remember you said you had a look at a few of those results, yes. Ryan. He did win quite comfortably in round one.
Yep, the scoreline ended at 6-4, but he's been playing, well, for Maestro anyway, he's been playing fantastically well. And of course, if you weren't aware, he did play Fnatic Diogo in the Swiss bracket to get here, and he won, I believe the score was 8-1. So it was very resounding. So now he's potentially going to be getting another win if he can continue in this fashion up against Tex. But again, there's still a long way to go, not just in this leg, but in the tie overall.
Nicely done, reversal has to go. Pele, good feet. On the build-up is Tex, hunting for that all-important equaliser. Renato Sanchez back to goal. He's on 9! It only lasted 5 minutes. And Fnatic Tex, a man with rich history in this tournament, will find his way back into the game. And it all came from Ronaldinho. Out on the far-hand side, little reversal has to go. Fed into Pele, back to Renato Sanchez. It was just about simplifying the chance and somehow getting the ball into the feet of R9.
A fantastic goal. It's sort of a vintage FIFA 22 goal, a build-up towards the byline, played across, looking for the extra pass in which he done so. And when you get Tex in that situation defensively where he's sort of square on against a defender, it tends to be a goal for Tex, and that's what he ended up doing, equalising. I sort of commentator's curse for Maestro. Basically spoke about him potentially winning against Fnatic Tex despite there being a long way to go, but for Tex there, it's a great way to come back into it straight away.
Just a question on Tex in general, Ryan, as a fellow UK FIFA Pro player that I'm sure has had many conversations with Tex in past times. It sort of feels like he's been teasing us about Tex on LAN and getting back to his best. If he was to qualify for the Champions League here, I sort of feel like it would just give him that extra oomph moving into probably some of the most important times of the FIFA season.
100%. It's towards the latter stages is where you want to hit your form and get that level of motivation, just to push you that extra distance in order to win the important trophies.
Here's Pele with an awful touch as that one goes out for a goal kick. But as you were saying, Ryan, it's the case for Tex. I feel like one big win, he suddenly starts to get that backing again in himself, because let's not forget he had one of the most incredible seasons that I doubt we'll ever see again. What was it, 5 major trophies in a year, over 500,000 in prizing he's already picked up to his name at under 20 years of age. And naturally, there's a pressure. Whenever you're in a tournament, everybody is expecting you to win. Tournament after tournament, all ball over the top. Cheeky chip, surely R9, of course he will. It's a brace for Ronaldo Nazario. We said he's got pressure on his shoulders at the moment. That's not showing.
Oh, it's delightful, the chip there. He chose the right shot selection, in on goal with R9. And when he's lofted it over the goalkeeper, there's only one thing that's going to happen there. But you could say it's sort of naive defending from Maestro, bringing out the defender, not tracking the run, which is something that you have to do on FIFA 22. As soon as a run is triggered, Brandon, you have to be aware that the pass over the top is most often going to be played. So, again, I'd say naive defending from Maestro, but a great goal from Tex.
Tex warned about this match potentially happening when he looked at the bracket. It has happened. Riyad Mahrez on the flip side. What a golden chance this is! What a save from Schmeichel. For a split second, I thought, in all honesty, he was going to put that in his own goal. Added time of just a minute, but I think that's going to do us at the halfway point here. Tex leads Maestro by 2-1.
That was close there. I really thought we were going to see an equaliser from Maestro. Sort of a reverse situation, scoring straight away compared to when Tex done it to him early on in the game. But funny enough, I spoke to Tex just before and I asked him, why Schmeichel? And he said he saved him. He's the reason he got here. He spoke about the decisive game in Swiss format, saying Schmeichel made incredible saves. And that's another one added to the collection for sure.
Oh, absolutely. As we said, there's only one featured matchup on this main stage. Everybody else is playing in the players area just downstairs below from the commentary booth, where I can assure you there'll be Vamoses, let's goes, whatever the native language is and whatever let's go means in that will be screamed over the duration of today and tomorrow. But after this game we'll have 4 big matches on the way. Those 4 matches will be the qualification matches for the eChampions League Grand Final, which will take place on the 27th of May here in Stockholm, in the exact same place where we are right now. The difference being there'll be $75,000 on the line and a chance to call yourself the eChampions League winner for the FIFA 22 season. How good would that sound for any player that's currently in this bracket tournament? Mane on the build-up, brilliantly close control, dribbling. Schmeichel's looking a bit iffy once or twice there, gets a hand on it. That one goes out for a corner again. Maestro whips it into the box, defended well by Marquinhos.
That was a chance there. Potentially, I was looking at the run there from Pele for Tex. If you could spring a counter-attack almost instantly, but he opted to keep possession. And that's something that with Tex, you associate him with a lot of discipline. If the pass isn't on, he's not going to play a 50-50 situation there. He's going to keep possession, especially being in a winning position. He knows what's at stake here. He knows one slip up and it could potentially lead to a goal being conceded, so he's going to try and opt for those chances like one here potentially.
And seemingly, as it's become clear, no matter the formation, you can get the ball out on these sort of areas off the pitch and work your way down the byline, as Llorente will look to do with the help of Ronaldinho. A little cheeky finesse inside, it's perfect. FIFA couldn't quite find the finish. That was because Marquinhos was standing in the way. Maestro looking for a quick counter-attack. Needs 2 players there. Just about to get rid of that one. Corner again from Maestro. Played at speed as he looks to try and catch Tex off guard. Just back to that point, Ryan, it seems like Tex, especially if he can get the ball to Ronaldinho or, I should say, a Sadio Mane of all players, I'm sure will be enjoying getting any Liverpool player onto this pitch. He can work down the byline, he can just introduce a skill move or two, simplify the chance, and it's all about getting the ball into R9 or Pele's feet.
It really is. It sort of reminds me of old Tex in FIFA 19. He builds up a lot on the wings, tries to make you make a mistake, and just utilises the skill moves at the right time there. That one, of course, tackled after the elastico from Ronaldinho, but he builds up very, very well on the wings. He forces you to bring out a fullback or maybe overcommit, play the pass inwards, and the extra pass, as I mentioned earlier, on FIFA 22 is very, very important and efficient to score. And I wouldn't be surprised if some chances open up again similarly to that.
He's always been renowned for his flair. Side to his game has Tex, one of the most skillful FIFA players we've ever seen in the last decade. It's just been good to see players back at LAN. That's been the message that's been echoed by so many. The jump on a plane to come back to a LAN tournament, it sort of feels like everyone's been buzzing, haven't they, Ryan, to have a chance to compete again. Here's Tex looking to find a way through. It's a coming together at the back. Ooh, Kimpembe nearly would have been on his way out of the team for Maestro if he was to mess that one up.
Instant sub, instant. But again, it was almost a mishap there as possession is given away back to Tex as he builds up. But you're speaking about being back at LAN events. I, for one, of course, prefer it, and it's been, well, it feels like it's been forever playing tournaments online, and of course being back in person adds to the element of of performance. I feel as if some players who are used to it, maybe more so in their element, the likes of Nicholas, you've got Andoni, you've got Tex and Maestro, both players who of course have qualified and have done really, really well at events in person. But then on the other side, you've got players that haven't had LAN events. A lot of players, Brandon, you were saying earlier, have qualified for the eChampions League who haven't had a tournament in person, as the keeper just about gets there ahead of Pele. So again, it's very interesting.
There's only 7 players out of the 32 here in Sweden that have played in an eChampions League before, whether that be group stage, knockouts or a final. 2 of the players you're looking at right now of the 7. Maestro, 2019, he was 1 game away from booking a ticket to the eChampions League final in Madrid. 3 years on from it. I think what's more impressive is that both these 2 are in the conversation still. They're still playing FIFA, they're still grinding the game away, and they're still getting better and better year by year. Tex is having so much success down this area of the pitch we must talk about. I'm sure would have wanted R9 to be a bit closer to the goal, as Mahrez unfortunately gets dispossessed. Marcus Llorente out of position, and a massive gap will appear now for Maestro to try and exploit.
It's just speaking about how often Tex goes down towards the byline, and you think, of course, defending it, you think, okay, you know what he's going to do, but it's so hard to stop him as he builds up here.
Ronaldinho, look at the fee, look at the dribbling. Ronaldinho back to R9, pick it up again, and put it into the back of the net.
Woo! Brandon.
You're clapping, right?
I've given a clap. That's outstanding. The dribbling from Ronaldinho.
You're applauding it.
Oh, it's unbelievable. The dribbling is fantastic. The extra pass, as I spoke about, to give it back to him, to put it into the corner first time. 3-1 up, deservedly so, and that's a spectacular goal.
We spoke about Ronaldinho being the choice over Ruud Gullit. Look no further why. When he can introduce that element to his game, said, R9, let's link up very quickly. Pele could look to make it 4-1. Hasn't really got an option. Bundled off the ball by Alex Telles. With 4.5 minutes left. That bright start the Maestro had doesn't look so bright anymore, does it?
This pass was very optimistic. I didn't think that pass was on. I thought, of course, the run was triggered for R9, but he wasn't level or shoulder to shoulder with the defender enough anyway to play that pass and expect him to get it. I think it's needless to give away possession there for Maestro. But again, still a lot to play.
Quick thoughts, first leg, 4 goals. We knew it was going to be an intensive game, this one. What have we got to see from Maestro in the second leg?
I think it's tough. I don't think he has to change anything dramatic. You're playing against Tex, you know that you're going to give away a chance. But again, there's still a lot to play for going into the second leg.
Added time of just a minute. Will we get the chance to play the one? Ball goes out of play. That will do us for leg 1 here in round 2 of the winners bracket in the eChampions League. On the main stage is Tex that leads Maestro by 3-1. It was a brilliant start from Maestro, but Tex turned the game on its head, and this time round he wants to make sure he is in the eChampions League Grand Final. We're off for a quick break now. When we return, the second leg comes live from Stockholm, Sweden. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back to the eChampions League knockout stages live in Stockholm, Sweden. We're in round 2 of the fixtures and it's getting a little bit nervy down in the losers bracket. That's where I've been keeping an eye on. There's been 3 matches that I've been looking at and I'll be giving you the highlights of one of those games in particular. It's a Team Hullet derby. Both players representing the organisation in the Netherlands, Levi de Weed and RVP legend. And it's quite poignant that the opening goal scorer is the main man himself, Ruud Hullet. Left-footed strike across the goalkeeper into the top right corner. That was Levi de Weed who did open the scoring. Fist bumps all around. There's a lot of mutual respect between these two as RVP legend takes a seat back in his chair. And just on the stroke of half time, Levi de Weed doubled his lead. 2 goals. The young champion does lead in this matchup. So it's very intriguing and very interesting to see how that game does transpire. Currently underway right now. I'll bring you the full-time results very shortly indeed. Brandon, Ryan, take it away.
Thank you very much, Richard. And yeah, we've got to have a quick word on that one. What a situation Team Hullet are in, by the way. They've got 3 players in this tournament, Ryan. It's Levi de Weed, RVP legend, and Manuel Bashore. They would have never, I mean, they would have saw the bracket. They could have been like, yeah, it could happen. But how's Levi, number 1, in a loser bracket? And number 2, that's a game they do not want to be in. It's an elimination game of FIFA between 2 teammates.
This early on as well. And of course, you spoke about how did he get there. Levi lost to Ural Belli 5-2. And of course, contrary to that, RVP legend lost on penalties to Matthias Banana. So that game was of course tighter than the Levi game. But wow, 2 goals up for Levi. It's going to be tough for RVP legend to get a foothold of that game and get back into it.
And one of the 2 Israeli players that are here at the Champions League, Roy Feldman and Ural Belli, have always been able to qualify online, have the Israeli talent such as Nom Nisat as well in that conversation. And unfortunately, that is actually a little bit worse for his teammate. It's 3-0. Levi de Weed does currently lead now. Give him today with that one. Could be a perfect start for Tex. Pele does his best to send Van der Sar packing. Able to do it on that occasion. We'll have a quick word about this one so far. Into the second leg now, Ryan. We saw the first game conclude as a 3-1 scoreline. Remember, for those at home, this game will put you into the qualification game. Round 3 of the winners bracket, the game that will qualify you for the eChampions League Grand Final. What have we got to see from Maestro other than the obvious of scoring goals if he wants to try and make Tex feel uncomfortable and turn this game around?
I think something he could do is right now. If he went for the extra pass there, that was on. Pele was standing there in front of the defender, it was on. But that's something, as you say, we need to see more from with Maestro. He needs to opt for those chances and try and press higher up the pitch. But again, you don't want to leave too many spaces in order for Tex to capitalise on, because we've seen how ruthless Tex can be going forward.
Absolutely, an attack can be so deadly. Pele into R9, all the time in the world. I was expecting a volley from Ronaldo Nazario there. 11 minutes in, Tex on the hump for goal number 4. And a very comfortable 3-goal cushion. Mahrez, back to Walker. Mahrez building again, it's Ronaldinho. He's been the star of the show for Tex. In all honesty, Ronaldinho still bringing out that Brazilian flair. It's Samba in the box. It's Ronaldinho still. It's back to R9. Clip it, save it, post it all over social media. That will be up there as one of the goals of the day.
Oh, it's dangerous, the dribbling from Ronaldinho. The extra pass across, of course, to R9 Ronaldo. But Brandon, that dribbling there.
What do you do? If you're Maestro, what do you do?
You can see the way he was defending. He was scared to dive in because you don't want to give away a penalty. You don't want to make any rash decisions that could potentially cost you. So he sort of sat back and just watched him skill. But you have to, sooner or later, just take a bite, because with Tex there, when you give him that much time and room to choose what skill move he wants to do, it's a huge danger zone, and it's most likely going to lead to a chance, and a chance that he converted into a goal. As you said, the 3-goal cushion now is going to be a huge uphill battle, and it will be a major upset if Maestro manages to come back. But if there's somebody that can do it, Maestro going forward is spectacular, so he would definitely be backing himself.
The problem I've got, Ryan, I'll bet on social media that one of these 2 would qualify for the or both would qualify for the Champions League. Unfortunately, with how the bracket looked, one of them's going down to fight in the loser bracket regardless. At the moment, that looks to be Maestro, who now we know is a very emotional FIFA player, Ryan. He's going to be in his own head at this moment in time. He needs 3 goals against a player of Tex's quality. It's going to be really, really challenging.
It's going to be tough. Regardless of of the skill level you have, it's always tough to come back against the likes of Tex in a game where you know the stakes are high. If he loses, he knows. Tex has reached multiple finals. We spoke earlier about his accolades, the amount of trophies he's won, the finals he's reached, everything. And it's going to be tough. But as I say, if there's somebody that can do it going forward, Maestro will definitely be somebody that can.
One thing that you do know about Tex, you do not let him have the opportunity even to start connecting a few different skill moves in the box. When he starts chaining a combination together, you are in serious trouble. It's a difficult one for Maestro, because if you did dive into the tackle there, as you rightly said, you're always at risk of giving away a penalty, aren't you? It's a difficult situation to be in. It's just trying not to allow Tex to get into those positions down the byline. As you can see, Ronaldinho again teeing that run forward. He's going to pick up the ball off Pele. Elastico to start with. That's only the starter, I can assure you, of what's to come from him. Picks up the ball again now in this area. This is where he's deadly. Ronaldinho. That time matched up by fellow Brazilian Alex Telles. But you can see what's coming every single time.
Yep, you can genuinely see it. And that's what I spoke about earlier. Despite you knowing what's coming, it's really hard to stop. All the attacks are stemming down this right side.
Sanchez pumped into the feet of Llorente, heel to heel, back to goal, it's R9, a little ball roll or two, not good enough to get past Carl Walker. Chance, Pele, can he put the burners on? Yes he can, this is a golden chance, must finish for Maestro, he knows it, he knows it, he knows it.
That was it. If there's a chance you need to fall your way to somebody like Pele, in on goal, bearing down against the goalkeeper. Of course, he came out. We saw a chip in the first leg from Tex. Perhaps he could have gone for that option. It's easy to say from where we are. But again, that was the chance. If he scores that, it gives him a glimmer of hope. But he'll be ruining that. We saw initially from his facial reactions, he isn't happy about that. As Tex...
Danger man.
Yeah, as Tex builds up with, as you said, the danger man.
Renato, again, easy pickings. He's literally doing all he can to dismantle Levante's Maestro. And it's a difficult game. But when you see a Tex that's playing like he is at the moment, a strong win in round one, a stronger win in round two, he's only conceded a goal. I'm pretty sure he's replicated his round one result already. He's one game away from an eChampions League final.
I think that's it. Of course, game, in my opinion, game, set and match. We saw how ruthless FIFA esports can be. A chance there, in on goal with Pele, a couple of seconds before, turned into an attack from Tex. Of course, built up with Ronaldinho, and played across goal for a finish. Again, Maestro will be devastated with that. But again, for Tex, he's performing incredibly well. Offensively, this is one of the scariest players to play against. And I played him in the E-Premier League, and I spoke to him afterwards. And defensively, we will speak about how good Tex is going forward. Defensively, Tex is unbelievable. I think it goes, I wouldn't say under the radar, but because of how good he is going forward in terms of the flair he shows. But defensively and his discipline when defending is, in my opinion, up there as one of the best in the scene.
I mean, he's always good attacking, wasn't he?
Yeah, always.
A great offensive player.
Yeah.
I think he always knew that if there was an area to improve in his game would be defensively. It's an added time of just 1 minute of the halfway point in this second leg, round two of the winners bracket here at the Champions League knockout stages live in Stockholm. And Tex is 45 minutes away from round three of the bracket. I generally think Maestro mentally, I mean, how are you picking yourself up to try and pull back 4 goals in itself is one hell of a task already. But for Tex, just more of the same, I'm sure he'll be thinking going into this second half.
Absolutely. I think Tex will know that Maestro is going to have to throw the kitchen sink at it almost straight away from the start of the second half. He's got 45 minutes to get 4 goals, and that's just to level the scoreline. And Tex doesn't really concede a lot of goals, especially from a winning position like this. As we saw potentially a mistake there. That could have been one gifted on a plate for Maestro, but for Tex, he knows that there's going to be gaps opening that he can exploit. He can build up on the byline again with Ronaldinho, potentially with even more space than he's been getting in the first half. But I think Tex will go on to score quite a few more as Maestro pushes forward.
Perfect start so far for Fnatic Tex. in this game. As we said, currently 15 other matches taking place here in the Champions League knockout stages. Some of those from the winners' bracket, most of them from the losers' bracket. Mahrez, first for introduction on the left-hand side of the pitch, showing what he can do. Surprisingly, doesn't give Sadio Mane a start in this team, Ryan, which, as a Liverpool fan, I think you'd probably expect to see.
I was actually taking a look at the Mane stats, the road to the final card, and we know how important heading is on this game and jumping and winning those back post headers. And Mane has incredible jumping and heading accuracy, so he's somebody that I wouldn't be shocked will come on sooner or later for Tex. As we said, being a huge Liverpool fan, having a card of that stature and effectiveness, as we see the skills from Ronaldinho. Not enough to get past Tedesco that time. But as I said, I wouldn't be shocked if there were some personnel changes from both of these players now, as Maestro potentially needs to maybe go slightly more offensive. But maybe he's just trying to keep the game, well, I would say low scoring, but as the current scoreline, in order to maybe not knock his confidence if he concedes a few more.
Well, how about this for a storyline? If Tex wins this game, which he's on to do at the moment, there is a chance he will match up against Diogo, teammate of Fnatic, for a game to decide an eChampions League Grand Final spot. That could be happening if he beats Noms Rowie Feldman, who is also in that winners bracket round 2 game as it stands on Pele on the build-up, looking to ensure that he could do his part to get into that round 3 matchup. Building Marquinhos back to goal, it's R9, bouncing around, yeah, we can pretty much confirm that now. He's on his way into the deciding game. But Ryan, they're teammates next weekend in London for the Team of the Season Cup. Unfortunately, they might have to put that teammate chemistry to the side in this next game if Diogo wins his round 2 game.
Woo. Easier said than done, of course. I think that's gonna be an incredible game if that reaches, or if Diogo manages to win his game up against Roy Feldman. But you speak about that goal, Brandon, again. Just speak about how he builds up. I think the scariest thing is, I spoke earlier in the first leg, when Tex just stands still on the ball with a 5-star skiller, it is genuinely petrifying to defend against, because you don't know what he's going to do. He tends to choose the right skill move at the right times all the time. So it's very, very hard to defend against. And when you have the likes of R9 Ronaldo, you've got Mahrez, you've got Ronaldinho and Pele, it's very, very difficult to try and stop Tex when he's in full flow like this as well.
We know that Tex is a fantastic FIFA player, but when he's enjoying himself, it's another Tex. It's another level of Tex that you're going to get to see and experience if you're on the other side of it. 6 goals to 1 he leads against Maestro in the round 2 of the winners' round. If you win this game, as we said, you are into the game that could qualify you for the eChampions League. That'll be the next 4 rounds we'll be providing you of featured matchups. 4 players today will put their spot in the Champions League. Tomorrow, 4 more will do so as well. Right now, Tex is on the hunt to be one of those 4 players for today. Maestro has battled as best as he can, but unfortunately, he has met his match in this matchup. It's difficult. And there's 2 ways you look at it. You start with a loss, then you go on from there on a really long journey through the loser bracket, or you start so well, then you get knocked down confidence-wise, goes off a little bit. Maestro has to back himself, because he's been so close before, back in 2019, to get to these grand finals in the Champions League. And he's not in a bad season. He's been getting the reps in the Ida Liga for Levante. He came very close to winning the Ida Liga Cup just a week or so ago. Here comes R9 for Tex. Just showcasing another skill move of the tally he's got. The point I'm making, Ryan, there's a lot of belief there that Maestro has to think about after he just has 5 or 10 minutes to cool down after this game.
Absolutely. He knows that it's not over. He's been in situations like this, backs against the wall, where he has to win, and that's going to be the case now. Being in the loser bracket, it goes without saying, you have to win every game to advance. And for Maestro, it's not something that's going to be new to him. You spoke about him narrowly missing out in the previous eChampions League. So for him, he would just be hoping now that he can just cool off a little bit, as you said, use that time to reflect on potentially what went wrong, what he can do in terms of changing, maybe if there's anything to change. I personally wouldn't think there's anything to change. There's no shame losing against Tex when he's in this sort of form.
Yeah, rightly so. He won his first game, 6 goals to 2, as you said. And he had a great start in this matchup against Tex. Went 1 goal up just after 8 minutes, but Tex maybe needed that wake-up call to ignite the fire inside his belly. And next thing you know, he's up by 6 goals to 1 in this second leg. He doesn't concede it as well. You rightly said, you played him in the Premier League, Ryan. back in March. I won't ask you what the scoreline was, but nevertheless...
It was less than this.
You saw a taste of what was to come. No way around the corner for Maestro. It's moments like that where you're not finishing, you're starting to lack that confidence in the final third.
Yeah, but I'd say defensively for Tex, he's... I promise you. I spoke to him afterwards and I said, that's the best I've seen you defensively. He didn't go on to win the ePrem, of course. They fell short in one of the knockout rounds, but in terms of his 1v1 performance, it was faultless.
Drop again.
Yeah.
I think even in that quarter-final, it was a 0-0 draw. Final thoughts from this one, though, Ryan? Could be a cheeky chip to end the game or a tap in from Ronaldinho. Even simplifying it, it's 6 goals to 1. Now it's 7. Is he on his way to the Champions League final?
I believe so. I spoke to him before and I said, honestly, just play like you did previously in the ePrem as we just spoke about, and it's yours. I think Maestro, look, you can see the disappointment on his face there, giving away such a simple goal. Even though we know the result is sealed, but it's not great to concede an extra goal at the last or the latter stages of a game, as we see him grimace in those camera shots, but Tex will advance.
And of course, no doubt, that's going to be hurtful for Maestro. He goes down to a loser bracket now. Tex is in the game. Round 3 of Swiss as he looks across to those watching in the studio. A big fist bump. He knows he's done an unbelievable job. 7 goals to 1, Ryan Pessoa. He's now back in that game that he was in 2019. 1 game away from the Champions League Grand Final. The question is, who's he playing against? Is it going to be Robbie Feldman of NOM Esports, or it's Fnatic Diogo, teammate of Fnatic? Wow.
It's tough. Playing anyone is tough, but a teammate, someone that you're close to, and as you mentioned, they have a cup next week together.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that's going to work. I wouldn't be able to look him in his eyes if I beat him, but again, it's part and parcel of competing. You know what's at stake. And Tex is, and well, again, he's reached this stage before. He's been that close. Hopefully this time, for his sake anyway, he can reach that latter stage of the Champions League.
Certainly feels like he's playing unbelievable FIFA at the moment. I believe he's joined by our very own Carl Walker to talk about that really impressive result.
Thank you, Brandon, for that one. I am joined, yes, by Fnatic Tex. Cheeky little wink there to your coach I just saw at the end of that game. Unbelievable performance from yourself. You must be so happy with the start you've made to this weekend.
Yeah, it's been like 2.5 years since the LAN tournament. And I've been saying the whole time, wait till LAN, wait till LAN, we're at LAN. And I'm cooking people, but like, I've got 1 game left.
1 game left before you can make it, obviously, and back at this stage, May 27th. How much did your last performance, it was a remote performance in the eChampions League a few months ago, didn't have the greatest of starts in that. How much did that fuel what you wanted to do here?
Nah, it's at home, innit? Qualifier. I'm not the best. I just got to scrape through games. I was 0-2. I scraped through the next 3. But for me, it's just about being here, and I am now. So
the possibility of a Fnatic derby. You could play Diogo in the next matchup. How you feeling about that?
If you go off warm-ups, excellent. I'll pop him every time.
Okay.
But when it comes to it, if you win your warm-up games against the guy, they'll beat you in the actual thing. So we played like 10 warm-up games against each other in the last 2 days.
It's so good to be here. It's so good to be in person. How's your experience been of being back at LAN events so far?
Nah, I love it, man. I love the adrenaline rush. I love getting nervous. I love just the atmosphere, the lights. Yeah, but we're here now, so.
We are indeed. Unbelievable stuff from yourself so far. 1 more game, and then hopefully you can make it to May 27th. Let's get back to the action, though. Let's throw it back to Brandon and Ryan.
Thanks, Carl. Yeah, great to hear from Tex as well there. The words, cooking people. I mean, that is, I know it made you laugh, but that's a Tex that's confident, isn't it? He says, I love being back at LAN, the lights, the camera, the adrenaline rush that he gets. That's a man that we've missed seeing in this scene.
Absolutely. I love it. I love it when Tex is confident and he showboats. That's what Tex has been known for. We saw him in his first events in the early stages of competing, where he would score a lot of great goals. He would celebrate and he wasn't afraid to. And I think that's key with Tex.
Well, let's jump across to a game that's currently taking place downstairs in the players' area. This is an elimination game of FIFA, Ryan Pessoa. It's between Offenheim's Lucas and Diogo Peixoto, who, coming into this tournament, him and his brother decided to basically shave all their hair off and go, ball. What a ball this could be. Lucas through on goal. Referee says no. I'm not being funny. I think I saw Marquinhos have 2 hands in the back of Pele and push him over.
I thought that's a pen. I thought as soon as the moment the ball roll happened around the goalkeeper, I thought that was it. I thought Lucas was going to score. But wow, Peixoto gets away with it as we go into half-time. But for Peixoto, we spoke about him being one of the favourites. He's performed fantastically to get to this stage. I believe what was his record? Was he unbeaten?
He's one of the only players
unbeaten.
that was to go unbeaten. He's an interesting FIFA player, Diogo Peixoto, because if you don't know him very well, he's got a brother called Leandro Peixoto. They both came through the scene in the last year or so, and I believe Leandro's actually here as well. Back to the point online, if you do follow him on Twitter, go and have a look at his recent tweets. They basically had a nice little haircut coming into this tournament. They both made the commitment to each other that they would be doing what they can to get through to the eChampions League. I put Diogo Peixoto in my top 8 to get through because last year he was a player that seemingly performed well in all the online qualifiers, a different online season. The only thing he was lacking, Ryan, is a win, a trophy.
It was, and of course his brother ended up winning a trophy last year, being the playoffs champion on the other console. And again, for Peixoto, he's consistent. He's extremely consistent, actually, and he's somebody, as we said, if I was to choose, well, we did choose 8 players to go through. He's normally, or was, one of the players that was stamped in, almost certain we expected to reach the final 8, and he finds himself in a loser bracket game where potentially he could have been losing as well after that chance from Pele.
Building is Mahrez, finds Hullet, now around the corner. I just want to have a word on Lucas as well. Caught with him yesterday and said, you know, you're back at land now. He's a player that is part of the 8 German players that has qualified. He's also someone else that's been competing since FIFA 19 onwards, Ryan. He's one of those players that just could qualify for Swiss round after Swiss round. Unfortunately, he finds himself 2-1 down against Diogo Peixoto. But this is an elimination game of FIFA. You lose, you're out the Champions League. You can forget about getting anywhere near towards the grand finals next month in Sweden again. Big goal from Peixoto.
Huge goal. I think that if he doesn't green time that, I don't think there's enough power to get it past the keeper at the near post, but he times it green. He gets the power and the elevation from R9 Ronaldo. In those situations as well, he's most likely going to find the back of the net, and that's what he done so. He done right there to get it in at the near post, giving him the 2-1 lead now. Again, we've got a little bit left in this game for him to potentially get another as he builds up.
Walker finds R9, one more, perfect FIFA. Look no further, Diogo Peixoto. Sometimes it sounds crazy, Ryan, but players need to be in this loser bracket to seriously wake up and to say, you know what, I've not waited 2 years to fumble out in the loser bracket, have I?
Yep, as you said, they've waited this long to be back at land, back on the big stage, performing. And there you even saw barely even a celebration. It was just nothing. 3-1, he scored a very important goal there, and he's not even blinked. He just knows that for him anyway, as long as he can continue performing at this level, he'll back himself to go the distance, Brandon. I think that's what he might be doing if he can finalise this last 30 minutes without conceding a goal.
Lorenzo on the build-up now, back to Pele. As we said, currently there's plenty of other games taking place all around. Knockout matches and also matches to send you through to round 3 of the winners bracket, the game that will send you to the eChampions League for 4 players today. BDS Diogo Peixoto on the hunt for a 4th goal and to ensure he can do what he can to keep himself in the tournament. It's going to be a difficult and a bitter pill to swallow for a handful of players in this round, Ryan, that unfortunately will crash out of the tournament. Regardless, they have to be proud that they've made it through online qualifiers, the group stages, to even get to these knockout rounds. And hey, let's be honest, it's nice just to be back at land for a few of these players, and a lot will still be learned from the loss.
Yep, definitely. Again, it's, well, for Lucas anyway, he would have probably expected that if he did end up losing it, it wouldn't be against Peixoto to play in the loser bracket. So for him, again, we haven't been able to see the full game, but as soon as we tuned in, he had that chance. We have to go back to that Pele chance that could have been in his favour anyway. But for Peixoto, he's done what he needed to do. He's built up 2 fantastic chances, played the extra pass, and found the back of the net, and he sees himself 3-1 up.
Expect to see a pause come in or so. Looks a little bit deflated, does Lucas, on the right-hand corner of your screen. Playing his FIFA 4, Hoffenheim this year. Previous spells with Stuttgart as well, the likes of Dr. Ahano, he used to be teammates with. One of the names that's been in the German FIFA scene for quite some time. He's got a lengthy resume of all the tournaments that he has qualified for. This will be another one to add on to the tally. Although it might not feel like much, to be a top 32 player in this tournament is still one hell of an achievement.
It's incredible to get to this stage. We spoke about the formats I had to get through in order just to reach here. You have to go for a Swiss format, knockout format.
Bang.
Yeah.
Goal.
Saw the run at the back post there. R9 Ronaldo, and that seals the deal, Brandon.
That is it. I think we can say a 3-goal cushion with 12 minutes left to play. R9 makes it look easy. It really wasn't that easy. No way that Lev Yashin was getting a hand on that one. And BDS Peixoto will do what he can to stay in the tournament, to fight another day, to fight his way through the next round in the loser bracket. It will be commiserations to Lucas and a handful of players that will be ending their tournament here in day one of the eChampions League knockout stages. But I mean, for me, I did say that he was going to make it through, so I'm a little bit maybe happy that he has just about kept his way in the competition. You can see both players on the screen, and that trophy in all its glory, the Champions League trophy, which technically has only been lifted in person one time. Didi Crislito back in 2019 in Madrid.
Yep.
Where he crowned himself as champion there. We're guaranteed to see new names in the grand final here this time round. Maybe 3 years on from it, we might have had an unpredictable last couple of years in the world, which did affect the FIFA seasons and the more running of competitions. But of how the lay of pack of players has unfolded and who's come to qualify, we're guaranteed to see new names, Ryan, regardless, in this year's eChampions League Grand Final.
I think that goes to show of not just the level of players and the scene that's improved, because 8 new names is crazy to be said. 8 new names is fantastic, but it goes to show that the players that are competing at this level, being able to just reach this stage, we spoke about just being here, is commendable, let alone reaching the top 8 and giving yourself the chance to lift that fantastic trophy is what dreams are made of for players when they compete.
Build it in for a 5th, maybe so. Peixoto on his way. Didn't even need to time that one. And it will be one of 2 French players that does stay in the tournament still. Maestro might have lost, he still is in the bracket to Tex, and Peixoto ensures that he will continue to fly the flag high for France. Unfortunately, one of Germany's players are gone now though, Ryan. There was 8 that arrived at the start of play today. Now there will only be 7, maybe a little less. Look at that. He needed it. Sounds crazy, but he needed just to have that taste of defeat, to wake up really and to get himself cooking, to get himself into gear 5, gear 6. Wake up call needed. Peixoto, look at that, 4 goals from Cristiano Ronaldo.
He's awake. R9 Ronaldo, yeah, but he's awake for sure, as we see standing still there from Lucas. He knows it's done. It's 6 goals to 1 for Peixoto as he advances to the next stage of the loser bracket. Brandon, as you say, it's maybe giving him that boost he needed. Scoring these amount of goals, of course the game was over when it reached 4-1, but to score the next couple of goals to make it 6, I'd say is very important for confidence going into the next games.
Yeah, and as you can see there, the game is done. It's 6 goals to 1 to Peixoto. It's going to be a job done there in the end. Added time of 2 minutes. Commiserations to Lucas, one of 8 German players that did enough to qualify for the Champions League. Great to see him back at LAN, regardless, someone who's been in this scene from FIFA 19. Peixoto, though, has done enough. He will survive. He's in the loser bracket. It's a long road still if he wants to qualify for the eChampions League. But that's it from us in the caster booth for that one. Down to Richard Buckley. Rich, what's been happening, especially in that Team Hullet matchup?
Thank you very much, Brandon. Yeah, that's the game that I've been catching my eye. The Team Hullet derby between RVP legend and Levi de Weed. Levi was a pre-tournament favourite coming into the eChampions League. He was stirring the pot right there, and he cooked up a storm in this first leg. Ruud Hullet, the opening goal scorer in this all-Team Hullet derby. RVP legend, he looks a little bit deflated in this first half because on the stroke of 45, it was 2-0 for Levi de Weed. A big sigh of relief. Inside the second half, well, Levi de Weed, beautiful finesse shot into the top left corner, killing it out of the goalkeeper's reach. And Levi found himself in dreamland going into leg number 2. However, it wasn't smooth sailing for the 2-time champion because his teammate did answer back. Beautiful strike there at the near post to make it 3-1. And there was a second goal very shortly afterwards as R9 Ronaldo wheeled away in celebration. It was a bit messy, it was a bit scrappy, but it went into the back of the net. It was across to the back post and Levy the Weed, it just took his foot off the gas a little bit as I was watching this game, because RVP Legend started getting more and more possession. He started coming into the game, and he did get a goal for it. That one slotted into the back of the net. As we went into this final 5, 10, 15 minutes, the question was, can Levy hold on? He did in the end. Fist bumps all round as Levy the Weed will continue in the losers bracket. He now goes into losers round number 2, where we'll pick up his journey in this tournament tomorrow. However, for right now, for the rest of the tournament, it's going to be those pivotal round 3, round 4, round 5 and 6 matches where we'll be finding 4 eChampions League grand finalists over the next few hours. Kyle, Mike, Rachel, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Rich. Well, I'm going to ask Mike quickly about that match as we just saw the Hulitz derby there. Obviously, Levy finding himself going through. RVP Legend is dropping out of the competition. Of course, we have to say goodbye to 8 people right now, so we'll get you up to speed on that after this short break. But, Mike, thoughts on Levy? He's building slowly now, isn't he? And he actually gets a break now because the guys in the loser bracket get a rest before tomorrow.
Well, I'm sure both of them felt maybe a little bit inopportune with that timing as well, to have that as derby match in an elimination game such early in the competition. But even Levy, I'm sure that he's looking forward to tomorrow. The fact that he got there, but he hasn't really played his best FIFA, especially for the expectation coming into this tournament, so now he can rework it. New day, new attitude, new momentum, and go from there.
Yeah, he looked a bit disappointed, didn't he, on screen there. Kyle, I'm going to speak to you about Tex. You got to interview him, and he says, I'm just cooking the competitor. Something similar to that.
Yeah.
I mean, what did you make of him? Especially, obviously, you got to see him up close and personal.
You can just see how confident he was. I did mention to him about the little wink that he gave to his coach and out to everyone that was just around here in the audience. You can see the confidence is bursting out of him, and he said, if he comes up against Diogo next, well, the warm-up matches we've had, I've been beating him. You can see that LAN is where he really, really just exceeds himself. He's been talking about it. He's talked the talk. Now he's walking the walk. And especially after today, he'll be going into this next matchup. One more. That's all he needs. One more win. And he's back here May 27th.
Tex of 2019?
I don't know if I'm ready to get that far ahead of ourselves, but that might be the most confident interview that I've seen from Tex, and maybe the most happy. He was smiling the whole way. He said, I'm cooking, folks. I think he said versus Diogo, he's like, if we play like the warm-ups, I'm going to pop them. Yeah, that's a quote. You can put that somewhere, put it on a T-shirt or whatnot, but that's a scary Tex to go up against.
And only conceded, I think, 1 goal as well at the moment. We can see a little quote from Tex right now. I live for it. And I am good when I'm scared. He said he was a little bit nervous, didn't he, back at LAN, Kyle?
Yeah, he said the adrenaline, but he said that he loves that. And you can see that he's clearly someone that when he's at home, when it's been remote, that pressure isn't the same. And he hasn't performed to that level, especially last year that we've seen Tex perform too. But he's here now, and that adrenaline of the expectation. He walks into a room and everyone expects him to be one of, if not the best FIFA player in that room. Every tournament he comes to, people expect him to get to a certain level to win those tournaments. He set those expectations for himself, so he's come here, that adrenaline's pumping, and he looks like he's dealing with it right now.
A frustrated Maestro, though.
I was just going to say,
bringing him back in.
He made Maestro look like he wasn't in the competition. Yep. And some of the innovation, the ingenuity, the work within the box, if you want to revisit, watch that matchup back. The way that he pauses, the dribbling with Ronaldinho is just special. It's unique. It has that confidence. He had the composure. He was efficient. I can just keep naming superlatives. It was an impressive performance.
And there were 2 world champions as well going head-to-head there. We forget, I guess, the accolades both of these competitors have, but obviously Stokes, we saw him a little bit earlier. He has to fight another day, but it's all about Tex at the moment. But after this break, we're into round 3, guys. I'm going to find out our first competitor we'll see back here on the 27th of May. Well, welcome back to the eChampions League 2022, the knockouts, and we're live from Stockholm in Sweden, which we're so excited about. And we've already had 2 rounds so far of FIFA. We're about to get into round 3, where we see our first competitor making it through to those finals on May the 27th. We get to do it all again, guys, but unfortunately with only 8 competitors. Okay, well, let's get into this matchup then in the lower round 1 bracket between Nacho Abella taking on K Karai. I mean, this one, boys, we didn't expect it to possibly end in the outcome it did. I'm not going to spoil it by saying either way, because I'm going to let Mike Bell run you through it.
You're not going to let me spoil it? As you see the opener, it's going to be very early edition with some of that spoiling. We had K Karai put on an absolute clinic. What a response to starting a little bit slow. And I will say this as well. I talked to Gravison earlier, and he said that he felt that Nacho had the most potential out of any of the Spaniards. And he's going out of the competition very early. And it just tells you about how close these margins can be, the level of competition here. And K Karai was one of those players that really performed and came onto the scene throughout the online portion in the last couple years. And we haven't really seen that LAN experience. And this is a great response for him to build some momentum going into day number 2.
Momentum is the word, and I think that what we've seen from K Karai just here is being able to adjust, being able to move into the LAN events, and then when you get that goal, when you get that momentum, as we've said, to build on it and to keep on going and going, and that is what he did going into that second half. I mean, Mike, I'm sure you would have loved to have had the telestrator, the old school days, to be breaking down some of these goals, some of the reactions as well, because this man, he just looked like he was on fire and he was good to go.
It would have been an offensive showcase. Tactical awareness on point, and he was able to convert opportunities. And again, you couldn't have a better response. If you're a K Karai fan and you wanted to know if he really has that extra juice, he's got to be one of those competitors you do not want to see to start off day number 2.
Well, 6-0 as well, and the fact that obviously he got an early defeat and had to go down, it makes, obviously, you know, adds the extra pressure, because you know you're doing one more loss and you're out of here. So it shows that, okay, he's come through on the online era, let's call it that, but now he knows how to kind of do it mentally when it matters at LAN.
Exactly. It kind of gives you a reminder, back against the wall, and he's able to gravitate towards that. We talk about Tex all the time, but that adrenaline, that's so important, and it really he put it on his shoulders and used it to propel himself, and he got the result.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not to concede as well. Kyle shows a sign of things to come for him.
Definitely. I mean, even just in this tournament here, to have the confidence to play the way that he was, but the defensive skills as well to stop his opponent from scoring very easily. I'm sure we'll see plenty of competitors being here on the big stage. They'll make little mistakes because they're nervous. The adrenaline's pumping. The hands are very sweaty. We've seen it time and time again. He didn't make those mistakes. He didn't concede those little goals, and that is positive moving forward.
I guess there's some players as well who don't actually know what to expect about being here at LAN events. So, you know, that's quite a naive thing. Thinking, oh, yeah, it's just going to be really fun. I'm just going to meet some friends that I've been playing with online. That's, I guess, a positive way to look at it, Mike.
It's a double-edged sword. Because if this is an early LAN experience for you, sometimes you put no pressure on yourself, but then other times you realize, wow, this is so different than playing from the office or playing from home or having this online back and forth of the refresh. You don't get that here. Every moment is a little bit bigger, and it's noticed.
I'm going to ask you one question each. Online or LAN?
I'm a LAN guy.
Oh, I mean, as someone that's not a professional FIFA player, but I've dipped my toe in trying to learn. I'm not going to lie. Please don't watch that back anywhere on the internet. I would say online, because you can turn the console off and that's it.
LAN versus online. We asked the players competing here the exact same question. Let's see what they said.
Clap. Yeah, I'm buzzing to be back at the eChampions League. There's no better feeling than winning an actual LAN tournament. It's the first international one for 3 years.
To be back at a live event is really special because it's been a number of years online now, and obviously for us this is the pinnacle, this is what we want to get to.
I think the fact that I've played at live events before helps me. However, we had a big 2-year break, so I think that kind of reset it a little bit.
It's a lot of time without playing like a LAN, but I think LAN is my place to show what is like Nicolas.
Offline events, it's much different, like all the atmosphere and everything, the stress is much higher.
In LAN events, it's much harder to control your feelings. You are here with all the players, you can see them.
You see your opponent in front of you, so it's different.
Having other people around you playing for their own and maybe shouting, and you can get like carried away a bit.
I saw the main stage and I've never seen a stage like this. To be honest, this is my second LAN event. so it's quite new to me.
I think the younger generation might underestimate how hard it is to play under the bright light, especially if you're on main stage, there's a light shining on you. It might seem simple, but that light is your worst enemy. It just reminds you that there's a lot of people watching at all times.
Well, Diogo possibly showing his age there, saying the younger generation underestimating the bright lights here in the studio.
He's not an old man.
Diogo's not old at all.
He's not an old man.
It's like those young players that are coming in. I mean, Diogo, you're probably like 23. I'll have a look at your age in the bios later on. Okay, well, let's catch up, shall we, with the bracket and see, unfortunately, who we are saying goodbye to and who already is departing the competition at this early stage. Or maybe we'll see the top half. No, we're going to go down. We are going down. I was right. See, I knew I was. Okay, let's zoom in there and have a quick look at some of these names. Kyle, firstly, take me through the top four that we're saying goodbye to.
I mean, a huge one there. TSG Lucas, we're saying goodbye to him, but then Stefano Pina, wow. I mean, what a name on the scene, but we are saying goodbye. Then it's Berker Lion, and then also the NAP matchup, Blazek taking on Andoni. That isn't done just yet.
And as we trickle down, you can see the elimination of a couple Team Homework players. We already saw the RVP Legend matchup, of course, and again, probably wouldn't want to be in that position. We talked about Keikarai putting on an absolute one-sided clinic against Nacho, and then maybe the big one here, Stokes going home early. He was a favorite coming in, and in both of his matches, high-scoring affairs, and again, kind of lopsided.
I mean, I just want to note the hashtag Stokes matchup there. Losing 10-2 to Skifter. That's not just a little loss there. You know, he came out, didn't he, on the big stage, obviously lost early doors to Umit, and then a 10-2 defeat. What does that say?
I will say this in Stokes' defense.
Yeah?
If you know his gameplay well, he's an all-out offensive type of player. So he wins big or loses big. It's pretty frequent. And if he was able to mix those results, it probably wouldn't shake him up. But of course, now he's going home early. It didn't come together. Didn't have enough defense.
And then another big player, we mentioned him at the top of the show, Stefano Pina.
Yeah, I mean, the experience is someone that's been around for years and years, but he's got to this stage, a chance for him to showcase the previous stuff that he's done. He's not managed to do it, and it just shows how cruel FIFA can be, competitive FIFA. Lose 2 games, double elimination, you're out. That's it. Competition done within a few hours, and you've got to go back and look at yourself and look at your performance and see where you can learn.
Yeah, well, we've lost 2 big names in the FIFA world. Obviously lost 8 in total. Let's see who's still undefeated then on day 1. Look at the big names here in round 3. We're now going to play these individually as well. They're all going to be on the main stage, which is pretty exciting. Mike, take me through the top 2 matchups we're seeing.
Well, we've got that German affair that we kind of teased earlier. Denny, the oldest competitor, 29 years young, versus Predator FIFA. And then, of course, Tex, who nobody wants to see right now, going up against Feldman, who is also a household name and should not be taken lightly.
I mean, look at the next one that we can see. Nicholas, 99 FC, Matthias Bonanno, 99. Both of those will be going head-to-head. They've relocated their lives to Europe to play, and both of them are going head-to-head. One of them will be going through definitely to May 27th. The next matchup, D. Sanchez taking on Red Bull Leipzig's Umit. We saw what he did at the very beginning. He continued in that matchup against London United's Michael, and now he faces D. Sanchez.
Yeah, let's just quickly talk. I want to continue talking about Nicholas Matthias Bonanno. Okay, we know a little bit about their stories. They've moved over from South America, of course, from Crew Esports, Matthias Bonanno. He's now with Heretics, and then we've got Guild Nicholas. I mean, but England now and Spain. I mean, obviously they want to do the job here. Only one of them can do that. Is it going to be the old or the young? Sorry, Nicholas, I don't mean to say you're old, but it is old versus young.
They're
old
both,
versus new.
They're both young, but the irony is here, both guys moved over from South America to play in Europe against each other to decide who goes further in the tournament, even though we should mention that they're both undefeated at the moment, so you'd still get a second chance in that loser's bracket tomorrow, of course. But there's some irony that has to be said, and this is the ultimate bragging rights.
But do you think, actually, they haven't actually played each other that much in that region, because obviously Nicholas has come over, so actually, you know, they've come away to not play each other, but now they are playing each other, and it is kind of, I guess, the old and the new.
Yeah, and we've seen that just in his few short years, Matthias Bonanno, what he's managed to do, the competitions he's managed to win, and then the Iceman, Nicholas, we know the levels he's got to. I am so excited for this matchup because we are pinning it as old versus new. How many times have we seen that over the years in competitive FIFA? And once again, again we get another showdown between two incredible performers, two incredible players. I'm looking forward to it.
Is Matanas Banayo, is he going to melt the Iceman? That's what we're waiting to see. We're actually not going to focus on that matchup. I was just teasing you. We're going to go to another great matchup. This one is Denny taking on Predator FIFA. This is our matchup out here on the broadcast. Mike, tell us about Denny.
We've actually got Predator FIFA coming out now. He's coming out with a little bit of swag as well, which I can definitely respect. He looks like he's got some confidence in here. And as I was saying early on in the show, you have a lot of German competitors, and they have some sort of German training camp when it comes to FIFA. They always have a lot of quantity of top-tier players, and these guys are going to decide the matchup.
Denny is taking his way to the stage just now, and he, look at the smile on his face, waving to the audience, waving to Maestro Squad, really interestingly, just there. Again, another German. These two going head-to-head. It proves, Mike, you were right. The Germans facing each other just shows the level they have got to as a nation.
This is really an old versus new as well. If you really wanted to build that up, you've got someone who's a veteran and has that age versus someone who's much newer in the community.
You know I love building that up. We have the German derby then, let's call it that. Coming your way after the break, we have Denny taking on Predator FIFA. Cannot wait.
Welcome back to the eChampions League 2022 knockout stages. My name is Richard Buckley and I'll be joined in the commentary booth with Manchester City professional player Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, it's the first time I've been in here. It's a nice little commentary booth overlooking the studio, overlooking the set, and more importantly, looking down on the main stage, because that's where our focus is going to be at. The next 4 matches are all going to be invitation games. They're going to be the matches to get you into the eChampions League Grand Finals. Does it feel like the pressure has just picked up a little bit?
I'm under pressure. I can't imagine how they're feeling. Of course, we see the players on stage. This is it. This is the game to qualify. They are in the winners bracket. And of course, if they do lose this game, they have a second chance. But they want to get it done now, of course.
No, they absolutely do. And I mean, look, you've played your first 2 games. You're unbeaten so far. Confidence is going to be at an all-time high. And they've knocked down a couple of really, really good players as well. When you look at the runs that these two have been on, Predator FIFA, a really sort of good win in that first game, 4-2, and then beat Optole, who was a pre-tournament favourite in the second matchup. On the other side of it, Denny FIFA, look, coming into the tournament, no one was saying Denny FIFA is going to be in this stage. We just didn't expect it, we didn't predict it, and probably he's upset a few people when you look at his results in those first 2 matches. 6-2 against Peixoto, the man who went 5-0, beat him 6-2, and then beat Cosmin 2-1. 2 really, really good wins for Denny.
Yep, I hold my hands up. I'm being completely honest. I didn't expect him to reach the latter stages today, but he's proven himself wrong. And if I'm honest, I'm rooting for him. I love an underdog story. I really hope he does well. But for Predator FIFA now, he's been fantastic throughout the years. Of course, last year, winning FGS number 4, the 4th qualifier in Europe. Of course, he's been around for a while. I've known his name for a little while now, but he's only 19. Contrary to Denny, who's been around the scene for a number of years now.
We say 19's young, and it is, but 19 is still 3 years of competitive FIFA experience. When you look at like Levy DeWeed and you look at players like that who are 16, 17, who are very at the top of their field. We're going to be getting into this underway in this game very shortly indeed. Denny and Predator FIFA, I can just see out the corner of my eye, are loading into the match right now. Winners bracket round 3, right around the corner. 2 Germans battling it out for a chance to be the first player at the eChampions League Grand Final. Denny, from left to right, in the red and white of Heidenheim, his club that he's been representing in the virtual Bundesliga for a couple of years now, and actually had success, Ryan, in that tournament. And then on the other side of it, Predator FIFA, who's been a champion not only in Germany, but of Europe last season.
Yep, fantastic accolades for both of these fantastic players. A cue paused instantly from Predator FIFA there. I wonder why that is. Maybe he's noticed something with his camera settings or controller settings, but it looks as if both of these players are opting for a 3 at the back formation, which has come into effect relatively recently. So we see the build up here.
Beautiful play inside the box. Lorente looking to bounce on it. Nothing yet so far. That early pause, not a good sign for Predator FIFA.
Seeing a lot of player locks as well from Predator as he builds up here with Mahrez on the edge of the box.
Yeah, looking Riyad Mahrez trying to create inside the penalty area and hopefully get that one double left foot working for him. The Algerian, recently released into FIFA 22 Ultimate Team as well. He wasn't available in the group stages, and the constant revolving door of in-game items changing, mixing and updating the squads available with the Champions League players. R9 Ronaldo needs no introduction. Ronaldinho now linking in. Look for potentially a couple of skill moves. That's beautiful. Double step over reverse elastico. Couldn't quite execute to the best of his ability, but early warning signs for both players and a couple of wasted possessions as well. I think the nerves starting to play a factor in this winners round 3 matchup. R9 Ronaldo, elastico, beautiful cancel, drag back, elastico. Oh, he's bullied him to the floor as well. Couldn't get the shot away.
Oh, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Denny. The little stops there into elasticos and a little intricate skill moves to make the space for an attempt at goal. Didn't work out that time, but let's speak about squad choice or player selection here. Ronaldinho, I saw him earlier on in the game that just went from Tex, and a lot of players are opting to use Ronaldinho. He's not someone that you'd associate being in one of these squads. Of course, if you have the 3 icons, you're usually going to be seeing R9 Ronaldo, who's a cert, Pele again, and of course Ruud Gullit. But Ronaldinho is a different selection, but I respect it.
And do you think that Ronaldinho selection, I mean, it is for Ruud Gullit?
Yeah.
Do you think that's because you've got Renato Sanchez, you've got Marcos Llorente? even that Thiago, he's really good. He can do a job in that central midfield. So Hullet, maybe his services needed less rather than the attacking flair that Ronaldinho can give you. When you partner that with Ronaldo R9 and 99 Pele, you only need to find one more attacker then.
Yeah, exactly.
In that front four, or if you're playing a 3-5-2 as a cam and your two strikers.
Yeah, it makes sense, of course, opting for another attacker. Again, having someone that has the 5-star skill moves like Ronaldinho has. He has the dribbling animations as well. And
it's unreal.
He's absolutely incredible. As we said at the start of the game, the pause was cute and it still hasn't gone out of play. I thought maybe there could have been a pass over the top, but yeah, nothing so far.
So if you were in this competition, would you be going Ronaldinho, or would it be Hullet's too valuable not to play?
It kind of depends on the formation that the player would choose. If I'm
Pele, he's on the offside. Don't worry, Richard, calm down. Right, Pessoa, take it away.
Just offside there. I don't know. I think it would because we don't use these players at home, of course, different restrictions for this eChampions League event. You've got 3 icons and you've got the Champions League in-game items. Not really familiar with a lot of them, so I'd say I'd want to see how it goes in practice. But again, it still depends on the formation, and a lot of players will be using different formations, like the 3 at the back, like 4-4-2. We see 4-2-2. We see narrow. A lot of options in terms of formations.
Well, I mentioned that Thiago because he was in the midfield for Denny, 92 rated Thiago, the road to the final foot item alongside Renato Sanchez, and then the wide players in the 3-5-2 with Mahrez on the left and Cancelo on the right.
Yeah.
Why is it that typically you have one side of the pitch which is more defensive and one side of the pitch is more attacking? Is that because you can sort of play it as a 4-back if you need to?
Yeah, I think a lot of players drop the 3-5-2 into the 4-4-2 when they defend. They have the right instructions set up so that the formation when attacking is a 3-5-2, or they have the options going forward. But when defending, it drops into a 4-4-2.
See a flat back 4 there.
Yeah, exactly. You can see it here perfectly worked. So they like to have that option of a wide player that will drop into left midfield, or right midfield when defending. But going forward, it offers a lot having Mahrez on the left side for those crosses to the back post.
Yeah, absolutely. Chance here for Predator FIFA. Not really going ticking and clicking in these first 30 minutes as the FGS 4 last season champion of Europe. What a performance that was for Predator FIFA. It just goes to show that when you come on a weekend and you play sort of Friday, Saturday, Sunday, maybe qualifiers previously a couple of weeks ago, all you need to do is just perform on that weekend. And on the other side of that, we don't want to talk about obviously people being disappointing and playing, but Stokes suffered 2 heavy defeats. He goes out. It came in with all the confidence in the world, and it's probably easier to talk about it yourself, so we're not necessarily digging out other players, but going into the Premier League tournament, you were saying, I'm full of confidence, I'm playing really well. First game doesn't go for you,
and then
tournament's over.
Yeah, it's hard to bounce back from that. I think the key for a lot of players, especially like Stokes as well, is a chance here.
Predator? Ooh, rebound.
I think Mahrez tackled him. I think his own player tackled him. Oh, my.
Oh, you can't do that. You can't be doing that. Is he going to get punished for it? No, he's not. Big chance squandered there for Predator FIFA. Nerves are playing a massive factor in this game. The first time they're going to be playing on the main stage, first time they're going to be down there throughout the course of the tournament, and you can tell.
I tell you, you do not do that in any game of FIFA, whether you're at home, division rivals, playing against your friend, playing an in-foot, you don't make that mistake. But to make it out of the eChampions League, he's got away with it there because I thought that even a chip first time from Mahrez, he could have opted.
He scores.
Oh, yeah, I think so as well. And even the extra pass to Pele was on, but I think nerves for Predator. He hasn't really attacked as fluidly as we associate him with, scoring some great goals. But what he does do and what we've seen is play a lock a lot. Basically, a lot of his passes in build-up, he opts to play a lock, run into space and request the ball in a better situation than he would have done if he was to dribble it himself. But again, this game, I would say the first 30 minutes or so, Denny was in favour. Ever since then, I'd say it's sort of the tides have turned.
Yeah, it's slowly starting to swing and it's starting to sort of manoeuvre in the path of Predator FIFA. He's having more of the possession as we come into half-time, and he's going to be creating the final chance of this opening 45 minutes. We have to remind you, the winner of this tie guarantees a place in the eChampions League Grand Final. Ruud Hullet inside the box. He can be dangerous. Pele now, Elastico, fires it into Mahrez, who opens the scoring just on the stroke of half-time. You mentioned that the tie was swinging in Predator FIFA's favour, and he finds himself 1-0 up at the break.
He does, and it's a great goal there. He chose the right skill choice there with Pele and Elastico. You could argue slightly favourable for Mahrez to get it past the defender, but one thing I do love, it's not just a goal, it's a celebration in person from Predator. He loves it, points to the crowd, the people supporting him, and he enjoys it. He embraces the situation, and that's what I think you have to do as we go into half-time.
Yeah, really, really good turnaround, you've got to say, because Denny FIFA started the game the better of the two players. He was coming out and really sort of looking dangerous in that opening 15, 20 minutes. Predator FIFA settled quicker, I would say, and that seems to be the difference at the halfway point. Just had a quick glance there at the statistics at half-time. Really not too much to separate these two, other than that opening goal. Do you read too much into the sort of the start from Denny when you start a game well but don't get a goal? Is that temperamental in the long term?
I'd say the key thing is it's easier said than done, obviously. So you need the situation and the right things to fall in your favour. But when you're on top, when you feel like you're in control, you need to make sure the advantage counts. You need to make sure that when you are creating chances, you have to score the goals. And he didn't. But again, there's still a long way to go in not just this game, but in the two legs overall.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also think when you look at just the process in which they've got here, the two opening matches that they've played, yes, they've been really high scoring, but they've also not conceded.
Yeah.
So it could be a 1 goal or a 2 goal swing in this pivotal matchup. And also the pressure of knowing what you're playing for.
Yep.
Not only the opportunity, but also a big bump up in prize money.
Yeah.
And the eyeballs that the eChampions League Grand Final will be having on it. It's a huge opportunity, and you want to do it now rather than go around to losers bracket, because we were looking at that losers bracket, and it's demon o'clock. There is some really, really tough matchups if you have to go down there.
Incredible players, of course. Everyone has reached their merit, but there are some names where you obviously don't want to play them, and they found themselves in the loser bracket. You spoke earlier about how Denny defeated Peixoto. Di Peixoto is 6-2 in the first round. As I say, he was one of the favourites. He was, in my opinion, I hold my hands up, as I said earlier, I thought he would win that game comfortably. I thought as if that was something he would see himself, and personally he'd advance from that round anyway. But Denny proved to be not just at that level, but a level above in that matchup.
And he started so quick, Denny.
Yeah.
He was 2-0 up at half-time in the first leg. He really, really took the game to Peixoto, something that he struggled to do here against Predator FIFA. And whenever Predator FIFA looks to be coming forward here, as Sadio Mane bursts down this right-hand side, he does look dangerous. Slow build-up play here from Predator. Riyad Mahrez looking to offload it with a double tap pass into R9's path, but really promising signs, and he's winning the ball high up the pitch as well, which is really, really important. It allows him to turn over attacks much quicker, and the player lock is also always an option when he is coming forward. Marcus Llorente unable to find the ball into Ruud Gullit, and potentially a counter-attacking opportunity starting to emerge here for Denny. And Ronaldo, not where you want him on the pitch, and he's going to elect to play this one slow.
I thought he was in there. He had two options there with Pele, but again, sort of good defending there from Predator to narrow the angle, and Ronaldinho wasn't on the shoulder of the defender, so I think a ball over the top would have been a bit hasty to play. I don't think he would have got through on goal, but he's still building up here as he gives it away. Building up, and it's for, well, Predator now. Can he counter-attack? I think he's going to probably start to play this game slightly slower. It would make more sense to do so, be a bit more reserved, because these players now, they're on the main stage. They played 2 of their previous rounds, of course, here at the eChampions League in Stockholm, but it wasn't on the main stage. It's a bit different now. I find it majorly different, in fact.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the main stage, it brings a whole new area of uncertainty, and also a new area to play. You'd have got comfortable for the last 3 hours, playing in your seat, playing backstage, in the players' area. Now you've got to do a walk-on, you've got probably got to do a pre-match interview, you've got the cameras down on you, you've got other players in the audience watching. It's a whole new experience. As CR7 rifles that shot away, and Schmeichel with a good save.
I think it was Mahrez there, you know. I think it was Mahrez. It's tough to see there, but it was a chance with the elastico. And as he tries to build up from a corner, interesting to see if there was going to be something worked on from home. We always associate the Germans with coming up with these intricate crosses, and
could be it. Riyad Mahrez looking to get that shot away, unfortunate.
Couldn't get out of his feet there for Mahrez. I felt as if it was a bad touch onto his left. It could have led to a shot across goal against Schmeichel, but that wasn't meant to be for Predator. But for Denny, again, I don't... It's really hard to say. I don't think he needs to change anything as per se, but I just think when he builds up, Predator's doing really well in cutting the lanes manually. He's doing well to force him into mistakes, forcing him back. He's cutting the lanes down the line. The pass across the middle, which is, well, in FIFA 22 is the most important thing when you get to the byline, is that pass in the middle, and he seems to be intercepting it very, very frequently.
Potentially an opportunity here. Pele just trying to offload it quickly, but Ruud Gullit steps in. Ever present Ruud Gullit in the middle of the midfield, unless you play for Denny, in which he's nowhere to be seen. Ronaldinho getting the nod.
Who would you choose?
I think R9, Pele, and I'd even be tempted by Vieira.
Yeah, that's a shout.
Because I think he covers more positions. If you need to play him centre-back, he can. If you need to play him as a central defensive midfielder in a 3-5-2, you can. He's sort of a little bit more versatile.
Yeah.
Which is why I like Gullit as that shout, because, I mean, we saw Nicolas do it.
Left centre-back.
And left-back.
Yeah.
When we were playing more towards sort of the back post crossing, the 3-5-2 hasn't emerged yet as a meta tactic. So I certainly think you want players who can cover different spots, different avenues. But R9 and Pele are dead certs, and then the third pick is one of maybe 3 or 4. As Cancelo links into Pele. Ronaldinho looking to twist and turn. I think he's just offside there, the Brazilian. And we do go into a pause with 12 minutes left to play here. Winners bracket round 3. What that means, if you are just joining us, the winner of this match is guaranteed a place at the eChampions League Grand Final.
Yeah, next month, towards the end of May, where the final 8 will fight for that trophy. The coveted eChampions League title. Being named the eChampions League champion, of course, is incredible, but there's a lot of nerves. As I said, I'm nervous for both of these players because we know the importance of it. It's a one-off. Well, I say one-off. They do have the loser bracket, but for me, I'm not even looking at the loser bracket. I want it done now because you don't know who you're going to play in the loser bracket, even though you still back yourself to beat anybody. But when you're playing this in the win, you have to go for it. You have to.
This as well, we've seen it previously in FIFA tournaments. Since I've been commentating, since 2017, people have their days.
Yeah.
This could be Denny and Predator's day. Tomorrow, if they have to go to the losers bracket, it might not happen for you. We've seen people go 7-0 in Swiss and then lose on that first knockout game. Because it's a new day, you've woke up, you're maybe not feeling it, and the person that you're playing against is at the races, and you get eliminated. All that good work that you banked means nothing. The interest rate's fallen, and you are going out the tournament with nothing to show for it. Ruud Gullit here for Predator FIFA, looking to double up his lead with 5 minutes on the clock. Renato Sanchez linking into Riyad Mahrez. Elastico fires it into R9, can't get the shot away. It's blocked by a red and white shirt.
Just about to scream, extra pass, he's right there. He's got to play it. He played it, but of course the shot was blocked there. And I wouldn't be shocked if Denny opts to play for the last attack. And maybe would I say it's more discipline? I'd say just trying to make sure that if he does lose possession, he nullifies the opportunity to be counter-attack. But
he's got numbers flying forward.
Predators players as well aren't necessarily. Oh, he's giving it away. He's giving it right back to him. A throw on here, last 3 minutes of the 90. But just echoing on your statement earlier about having your day. It's a huge thing, I promise you. It's a thing where everything works for you. Obviously, there's the element of luck falls into place sometimes, and it might just be that day it's working for you. You're playing well. You're getting that slice, so everything's falling into place. You wake up the next day, 10 minutes in, you're 3-0 down, and you're thinking, damn, if I had done this, or if I had just continued to form into today, then who knows what could have happened.
As we go into the final minute of injury time here, Predator FIFA will have the final chance of this game. Offloads it to Renato Sanchez. R9, great save from Schmeichel. Rebound! Finds it into the back of the net. Predator FIFA erupts on the stage as Renato Sanchez runs away in celebration. Huge goal in the complexion of this tie.
Oh, that's a big goal. That header, the leap. As soon as I saw Renato Sanchez jumping with his jumping attributes, I knew that there was only going to be one result if it's aimed on target. Schmeichel, not in no man's land, but sort of oblivious to what's going on after making the initial save. But it goes back. I'm going to say this, playing for last attack.
And how important is it to play for that last attack?
Very, very important. And if Denny had done that, maybe he wouldn't have conceded.
Well, Predator FIFA at the halfway point here in your winners bracket round 3. Finds himself 2-0 up. Denny FIFA with everything to do if he wants to solidify his place in the eChampions League Grand Final right here, right now. Don't go anywhere because leg number 2 is coming up on the other side of this break. Welcome back to the eChampions League knockout stages, joined by myself, Richard Buckley, and Ryan Pessoa here in winners round 3. Each match will be played individually at the same time, and we'll be going through finding out who 4 of our grand finalists will be for the eChampions League final. We were just talking there in the break, Ryan, and you want to sort of say something regarding the performance of both players, but in particular Denny, in that first leg.
Yeah, I feel as if it's very easy to say from where we are. We're not the one playing because we know the amount of pressure on the shoulders of both of these players because of the importance of the game. But I just think Denny didn't perform up to the levels that he would hold himself to in terms of mistakes. I felt as if gave the ball away needlessly numerous times. The one where he threw the ball out as well. Could have conceded from that. We forget that happened. Should have conceded. And then the goal at the end there, play for last attack. You've got the ball from a throw on. You've got 3 minutes to go. You have to keep the ball.
It was the 87th minute. He's got a throw in, probably 10 yards inside the opponent's half. How and why does that ball turn over? Like, surely that's what the coach is there for.
Yeah.
To say, last attack, make sure you don't lose it. Because you go into the second leg at 1-0 down compared to 2-0 down.
Big difference.
Complete different mindsets.
Yeah, it's a completely different game, in fact, because you know when your 2 goes down, it's sort of a thing where... I wouldn't say it goes without saying anyway. If you concede again, 3 goals, it's game over. But then when it's 1 and you concede again, you're still 2-0 down, you're still in. But then you could say that's still the case now in a way, but
you have longer to turn it around without having to make changes. Absolutely. This is what I always say when we commentate in matches. Having the lead at the interval, so to say, after leg 1 doesn't necessarily mean that the person is going to go on and win.
Yeah.
But it does mean that the cards are very much stacked in their favour because they're the one who's in control of the game. They decide where it goes. If Predator FIFA wants to control this match, take 65% possession, pass it around, frustrate, he will get a chance to score another goal.
Yeah.
He needs to be mistake-free. If he's mistake-free, he wins this game.
Yeah, I think that's the thing when we speak about mistakes. He'll go back later today if he ends up losing and not turning this game around, and he'll be upset with himself.
Absolutely.
He'll be definitely upset with himself. But hopefully for his sake, he can turn it around as we go into the second leg between Predator FIFA and Denny.
Well, it's going to be Predator FIFA from left to right, and Denny from right to left in the red and white. Predator FIFA getting us underway here. Finds himself 2-0 up in Dreamland at the moment. I think these first 5-10 minutes will give us a good indication of where this game and the path that it will go down as Llorente bursts forward. R9 Ronaldo into Ruud Gullit. Player lock into Sadio Mane. Offloads it back to Ruud Gullit. Player lock Llorente. R9 back to Llorente. He's waiting. He's biding his time. Lacriqueta pass into Pele, but can't find a way through. The ball given straight back. Another mistake as Predator FIFA will attack once again. Mahrez, don't give him time because he can punish you. And Denny, just get your foot on the ball and make 3 or 4 passes and just relax yourself into this game because there was another big mistake at the back.
Yeah, that was very lucky there as he gave possession away after retrieving it, in fairness. But again, those errors could prove to be costly. There's still a long way to go. There is a long way to go in this game. He's 2 goals down for Denny. He can get back into this. He's created chances, but again, I just feel as if Predator FIFA has had a foothold on the game ever since, I'd say, the 30th minute in the first leg.
Chance here for Denny to get back into this matchup. Unfortunately for him, Marcos Llorente comes back and does some defending. Player locking every single pass is Predator.
I don't think... There's 2 players, I say. Now, I'm associating Predator. I'm going to choose him in one of these 2, actually. So one other player that player lock this amount. And I'd say Andoni. There's another one. I remember him last year, genuinely. If he wasn't player locking a pass, I'd be stunned. It was every single time he had the opportunity to do it.
He could have an opportunity here. Maybe look for that player lock as Sadio Mane gets inside the box. Ruud Gullit offloads it to Llorente. Back to Mane. Wants to try and turn to that right foot if he can. Doesn't have the 5-star skills to open up the defence. Maybe that's the only problem with Sadio Mane, being in that offensive position where you'd maybe want a Ronaldinho potentially to be the creative juicers in the final third. Sadio Mane once again on the ball, getting lots of touches is the Senegalese forward. Pele. Llorente, R9, one more pass. João Cancelo comes across and does well, but Denny is under pressure in this opening 20.
He is. I wouldn't be shocked if he maybe does a formation or tactical change. You might not need to. He hasn't conceded in essence, but again, it's something where you can feel the game getting away from you. You don't want to make you don't want to make the change too late and then have any wonders if you had made that change, maybe it would have made a difference. But just speaking on that chance where Mane stopped on the edge of the box, if it was Ronaldinho there with an elastico in his repertoire, I think we could have seen a goal. Now I sort of understand it, maybe leaving out Hullet just for those offensive icons.
Someone who can pull that elastico off, Riyad Mahrez. Here is Ronaldinho, reverse elastico, looking to get inside the box, but again stopped just as he went to enter the danger area. Long ball over the top. Pele will be the favourite against Kimpembe. As Pele gets away from the Parisian. Roulette inside the box. Could have been a penalty. Doesn't go down. Oh. Great save.
Oh, that's a huge save. Huge save. I thought there was going to be a penalty shout there if Pele went down after the lunge from Kimpembe, I believe it was. But what a save there from Schmeichel. That's kept him in the game.
And that could be that one thing to get him going.
Yep.
To get the foot on the accelerator and push forward in this matchup. Because he needs it. Pele just offside. I can see the linesman flag up on the far side.
I feel for him. I don't think he meant to pass it to Pele there. I think it was meant to go to R9, and that could have led to well, it would have been onside. Maybe it could have led to an easier shot at goal. But again, Pele coming from the offside position. But as you say, those things where your keeper makes a save to keep you in the game, that could prove to be pivotal. As we see another pause cue, sorry, from Predator FIFA. That's his third one across the two legs so far.
Pele and Hullet linking up, the icons. Play a look into Marcus Llorente. Again, just too many red shirts at the back there for Predator to try and penetrate. And R9 Ronaldo will bring it clear for Denny. Maybe look for Ronaldinho in behind, wait for a little dink over the top. Good idea.
Very good.
From Pele. A little bit of a risky pass across the pitch, but Predator does get away with it. And with 10 minutes left to go before half-time, I'm not even too sure if that pause is going to come in.
I'll be honest, we don't love to. It's not the best thing to watch, but for me, we're going into half-time. I'm keeping that ball for the 10 minutes, I'll be honest. Unless there's a huge opening.
To get another goal.
Yeah. Unless I'm telling you, I'm going to that corner flag. Corner flag, we're rotating, centre back.
Play a look all, centre back, keep the ball. And look at what he's doing.
Bringing the keeper, get some touches in on the keeper, header back to him. Got 5 minutes now. That's what you just have to do in these stages. You have to die the clock down. He would know that he scored a goal based on Denny giving away possession just before full time. So he knows that it's capable. There's obviously going to be a chance where if he does the same, he could concede.
He can do this because of the lead that he's built up. It's not his fault.
Yeah.
Like, if he goes forward and loses possession, everyone's going to be saying, why not just kept the ball?
Yeah,
and this could be it right now.
This is it for Denny, payback.
Pele just can't quite get away from Marquinhos and Predator FIFA. Don't think he'll go forward again without trying to know that possession is going to be there for him as it bounces out and we go into half-time. 45 minutes left to play here. The winner of this game guarantees a place at the eChampions League Grand Final. 27th of May. Biggest competition of the seasons thus far. One of these two will have their name on the guest list.
Scary times, last 45 now. This is where the coach comes into it. It's very, very important to have someone by your side that can keep you calm and composed in this moment. I believe Predator's coach is Marlet. Who else? Yep. Who better to have a World Cup finalist with the expertise, the knowledge of competing at this high level, and we'd hope that for Denny anyway, on his side, his coach can give him the knowledge he needs to try and get back into this game. But how do you think he can get back into it?
Well, changes have to be made, and I would imagine tactical, maybe even personnel, with 45 minutes left to play, because even in this second leg, he's not looked dangerous.
Yeah.
When you look at how many goals he's been scoring in this tournament, he put 6 past Peixoto.
Peixoto's normally defensively sound as well, which is
conceding 1 or 2 a game.
Yeah.
And at the moment, Predator FIFA is nullifying every threat, and I think that's due to Predator FIFA being one of the best FIFA players in the world, but also Denny just hasn't turned up in the offensive attributes.
Cuadrado, we haven't seen him today.
We've not.
I don't think he would be in any squad. I don't think I've
formation change. Surely he's onto the 3-back.
I think so. I think he's gone a bit more attacking in terms of tactics. Maybe he would have changed the press after possession loss, press on heavy touch, maybe forward runs, direct passing, just to give yourself the best chance to try and score a goal, because he knows that it's sort of a now or never situation.
Oh, great chance. Ronaldinho popping the ball up and firing away. Good opportunity there for Denny. Renato Sanchez now. Riyad Mahrez can't quite fire the ball into the penalty box. An opportunity for Predator FIFA, if he looks down at that radar, potentially to counter-attack, but again, possession turned over. Ronaldinho now, with grass in front of him, looks to play the pass. For me, maybe a finesse shot there.
Yeah, I think the touch was a bit too slow, in fairness. The pass was on, but just that split second where he took a little bit too long, you have to go for the finesse there. And that's maybe when nerves is associated with that, because in a normal day...
3-0 up, if an
of course, yeah, no doubt. It's a confidence thing. And when you're playing against somebody, you know that they're going to be keeping possession like this. You're sort of scared to give possession away. You're trying to make everything count. And he'll be hoping he doesn't concede from this attack if Predator FIFA does, in fact, go forward. But just keeping the ball, 30 minutes to go, no problem. Actually, it's just jinxed it. He's giving it away now.
Commentator's curse. Denny, 3 against 2 at the back. And Ronaldo, he's brought into play. Slightly slowing down the attack, but numbers still flooding into that box. Mahrez into the feet of Sadio Mane as a exasperated Ryan Pessoa to my left. Maybe questions a few of the decisions that have been made.
He was in. I think, okay, so when there are chances like that where you trigger the run, and I think that's a goal, isn't it?
Oh, he's fired it into the box. Predator FIFA's off his feet, as he knows that could be the goal to fire him into the eChampions League final.
Oh, it's a great ball in there. You could say a slice of fortune beating the goalkeeper. Who is in goal there?
Do you think he went to go to the back post?
Yes. That's the thing now. I'll be honest, I wasn't even looking at R9 when I said this could be a goal. I was looking at the back post. If Schmeichel didn't go, come off, get off. You're coming off the pitch.
Like, he's got to scoop it up.
He's got to pick it up. Come off. We're coming off, sub. He's got to come off now. 3-0 down.
And the sir?
Yeah. 3-0 down. For me, it's done. We got 30 minutes to go. Unless we see a complete capitulation from Predator FIFA, or we see a masterclass from Denny, because he has to throw everything. He's going to give up chances, so he could concede again.
He needs to show us something, Denny, that we saw in the earlier matches against Peixoto.
Yeah.
In that first game especially, scoring 6 goals in that opening game. Something that we saw against Kuzmin, beating him 2-1. We just need to see attacking FIFA being played, because at the moment, we've not.
Yeah, not at all. He'll be disappointed, as I said, even just coming in. He'll be disappointed from the first leg. I think that's something, because you can... The way we say it as pro players, you can't win a game based... Well, you can technically, but we say the majority of the times you're not going to win the game in the first leg, but you can lose it. You can lose a game in the first leg just from mistakes, because, again, some people are happy to keep a 2-goal lead. For some people, being 1-0 up, they might be thinking, oh, the game's still on. There's still a long way to go, blah, blah, blah. But then there are some players, like Matthias, for example, who are defensively astute. They're 1-0 up. For them, the game's over. They think it's done.
Yeah, absolutely. As Denny fires that ball out wide, Riyad Mahrez. Ronaldinho linking up. R9 Ronaldo. Sanchez. Back into R9. Can't quite get it past Marcos Llorente. And I do have to say, Predator FIFA defensively has been immaculate.
Yeah.
He's answered every single question. He's got first to a lot of those loose balls. Llorente in midfield has been really, really snappy, as potentially Predator FIFA looks to add a fourth.
Yeah, we were speaking about the Denny mistakes, but again, it's very, very important to mention how well Predator FIFA has played throughout these 2 legs so far. He's made it count. He started off very nervy. I think maybe that's just coming onto the main stage, but ever since then, after the first 30 minutes, he's been in control, and that will be offside, but he finds the back of the net anyway, but it will not count. It is still going to be 3-0 as we see another pause queued here, and this has to be it. Kitchen sink, surely?
I mean, kitchen sink, bathroom, wheelbarrow, you name it, it's getting thrown, because, like we said earlier, you don't know what tomorrow's going to hold. You don't know what tomorrow is going to bring, and you're going down into a loser's bracket where you're also going to be playing against people who have just won a match.
Yeah.
When you look at how the loser's bracket is going to shape up, you're going to be taking on players who have won even maybe 2 matches, winners round 2 and winners round 3, and then they're coming into a match against you. Your preparation has to be perfect if you want to try and knock one of those players out.
It really does. We've got 20 minutes to go. We've seen comebacks. I've been involved in comebacks like this, but there's time to go. But again, it's something where you have to be perfect in every single time you get the ball, and also in terms of pressing, you have to make sure that, for me anyway, I would rather lose this game 7, 8, 9,
knowing that you've
10.
gone for it.
Yeah, I don't mind. As long as I just know myself, I've tried everything possible to get back into this game when it just didn't work. It's all right, it happens.
Denny looks to come forward here. Ball over the top. Ronaldinho will get onto it. Chance. Oh, has to score.
That's it.
That's the chance.
That's it. That's the one. It's got to be. It sort of reminds me of the Maestro game against Tex earlier on. Maestro had a chance, and then I think if he scores that, maybe the result could have been different, but you never know. But this one here, you've got to score that. Ronaldinho bearing in on goal. Only the goalkeeper to beat. Maybe if he timed it green.
Can he take another touch? He's sort of like sliced across the ball.
Yeah, he slices across. It's tough because you take another touch, then the keeper narrows the angle a bit. It gets a bit harder for you to have a clearer angle in on goal or to score. I don't know, because it's really hard to say.
Yeah, ifs, buts and maybes, and I'm sure he'll be looking back at that chance after this match has concluded, if he doesn't find a way and a miracle in this final 10 minutes to get back into the game. Renato Sanchez looking to find R9 Ronaldo. Kimpembe stronger, quicker and snappier to get in front of the icon, as Predator FIFA can see his future very clear. On the 27th of May, he will be here once again. eChampions League Grand Final awaits. Really, really professional. I think that's the best word to describe it. Performance from Predator FIFA.
Yeah. He's kept the ball well, and again, I mentioned how a lot of players will try. He doesn't even go for the finesse there. Again, I think he's just afraid to take those risks, and it happens sometimes. You have one of those days, but yeah, just speaking on Predators, he's going to go again here.
But before Renato Sanchez comes through, simple pass across the box. Mahrez sticks it in. As Marlo is off his feet, Predator FIFA is all smiles. And they know what they have accomplished today.
Huge. They've come, they've conquered, they've got themselves into the last 8 of the eChampions League. Incredible.
I just want to say as well, it might have been alluded a couple of times throughout the show. Before it started, we all did predictions. Brandon Smith put his prediction out there. He put his tweet up there. Mike LaBelle, everyone did their predictions.
Done it, yeah.
Richard Buckley, Predator FIFA. Tick, 1 from 1 so far.
Fair enough. I'll be honest, I'm on course to drop an absolute donut as we see Sanchez with a roulette to make it 5-0, game over. And wow.
What a performance.
What a performance, honestly.
The scoreline is being inflated because of what we said. You've got to go for the game. You have to know that you attacked it and you tried to win it. But this will look good in the history books for Predator FIFA. 5-0 up.
Game, set, and match. But it's not over yet for Denny. He still has a chance in the loser bracket.
He does have a chance in the losers bracket. We'll see him in action tomorrow. But as right now, Predator FIFA is the man of the moment. First player to be confirmed here in the eChampions League final. Outstanding from Predator FIFA. And again, I think professional, the best way to describe it. He just kept his head down. He got those goals in front. He capitalised on the mistakes. And he just took everything in his stride.
Yep, he done what he needed to do. Not just offensively scored. You see he scored 5 goals, but he didn't concede any. Defensively, he was unbelievable, especially I'd say the first 70 minutes of the second leg and also the later stages of the first leg. He didn't give up many chances, if any, at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, look, we know what Predator FIFA, his future looks like. For Denny, he's going to go down to the losers bracket where you've got the likes of Peixoto still in, Giovi, one of the Matthias or Nicholas is going to be down there as well. He'll not match them, but they'll be down there as well, just to give you a scope of the players that will be in the losers bracket. He needs to go home tonight. Would you watch the footage back, or would you just try and forget about it?
I would watch it back. I'll be honest, you've got time now, potentially, well, you will know who he's going to be playing towards the end of the day, so I'd watch all their games back as well. I'd sit down with my coach. Of course, you have to get the hours in terms of sleep, but you still have enough time to just watch over today, see what went wrong, see what went right. Of course, you have to commend himself because he's done well. He has lost this game in a resounding way, but he's done well to do what he's done today, and it's not over yet.
It's certainly not over. We'll catch up with Denny tomorrow. As of right now, Kyle Walker is joined with our first grand finalist, Predator FIFA.
I am indeed, Richard. Thank you so much. I've got Predator FIFA just here. What a performance that was. Whatever you were planning to do on May 27th, you're going to have to cancel it because you'll be back here in Stockholm. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling obviously really good. I won all my games today, and even though my practice games, I lost all of them. Like today, I was like a little bit depressed before the games because I was like, I can't beat anybody. But then when it matters, you know, when you have to concentrate and to sweat like it's like a game, you know, yeah, then I concentrated and then I played good. And now I'm in top 6. I think it's top 6 now.
So 4, you're top 8, there's 4.
Yeah, but it's winner bracket.
Yeah, so...
Yeah. Anyhow,
you're happy. You're excited.
Yeah.
You're going to the finals. That is all that matters just now. I mean, what a performance it was from yourself. We could see in that first half, though, you were a little bit hesitant in going into half-time. You didn't want to give him the ball at all.
Nah, the thing was, I didn't want to play 3 at the back. And I played the other games, I played with 4 at the back, and I knew that he's going to play with 3-5-2. So I had to play 3-5-2 to have a chance. And then I played 3-5-2. It wasn't fun to play with the formation. I didn't like it, but somehow my coach also told me, stay calm, go get some possession. And yeah, that's what I did. And now I'm in top 8. And the trophy looks sick. Wow, it's really cool.
So hopefully you'll be getting your hands on that May 27th. You will be back here in Stockholm. Congratulations. Thank you for talking to us. Let's get across to Mike LaBelle for our MasterCard moment of the match.
Thank you so much, Kyle. I am right next to this beautiful trophy that I will not be taking home. I'm very jealous, and if it wasn't evident, big congratulations to Predator FIFA for being able to get the job done. And we're going to look at a really important clip. It really kind of set the tempo for everything that was happening. And with the way that he combined the elements of playing FIFA here, and you've got intangibles and you've got complications. We're looking at triggering the runs, and you're going to have this beautiful manually triggered run with Ruud Gullit to utilize that space. And then once you've found that space, now what are you going to do with that? And then we're going to see him utilize the player lock, which is a much more intricate, and he almost doubled downs with it with the player lock before bringing it back with Pele. You got a 50-50 opportunity. It's a key position. You can see the elastico in order to break down and just find that space in a beautiful finish with a double tap pass. So you have a lot of the basics and then a lot of these detailed intricacies at the right time, and it put together this perfect performance where he was able to get the job done. So congrats to Predator FIFA. He's our first competitor that has claimed a top 8 spot. But back to you over there, Kyle and Rachel.
Just going past that lovely trophy as well, which he said he cannot wait to get his hands on. It was sick. I mean, yeah, of course it is. It's great. It's the Champions League trophy, of course. But you just spoke to him there, Predator FIFA, Kyle, and there's a lot of things to pick up from, especially the fact that he was talking about his coach making him calm when he felt the pressure, like you mentioned, in that second leg.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he said that the warm-up games weren't going his way, but it just proves how having an ear, a calm presence in your corner, how much that can help, and how they can see the game in a different light as well, and what your opponent is maybe trying to do. So once again, we've seen how having that coach in your corner, how it can help. And hey, he's going through to the finals, May 27th. You could see how excited he was as well. It makes me smile when you can see that these players, they're living out their dreams.
It's nice to talk to them in person as well, but it was interesting. His coach must have quite a big presence here, because he was saying as well, I didn't really enjoy playing 3-5-2. Maybe his coach told him that works for him. He has to play that as well.
Very interesting that we're seeing with the meta. We heard Grav, he was talking about it before, very on at the start of the day, about how all of these players now, they are opting to use that formation. He chose to, even though he said he didn't want to, it wasn't as fun. I'm sure there were people in the Twitch chat saying, oh, this isn't the greatest FIFA match. Who cares? He's going through to the finals. You're at home talking on the Twitch chat. So he's going through and he got that job done. And I think that for him, it's worked out using that meta in his favour.
Yeah, and someone else earlier who was talking about these warm-up games as well was Tex, wasn't it? Against Diogo, of course. He was saying, you know, if he has to face against Diogo, which he doesn't, then it's always a good game to play for, because the warm-up games don't go too well for him. But it is Tex now coming up next against Nom Feldman. This one's going to be particularly interesting, isn't it? Englishman up against an Israeli as well, which is such a great matchup that we're going to get to see. What are your thoughts on this one? I mean, everyone wants to watch Tex, don't they?
They do indeed. If you've not seen it, if you're new to the stream, go to the EA FIFA esports account, all right? Check out what Tech said to me early on. They have tweeted it out. He's cooking up all of his competitors. And I'm guessing for Feldman, though, he's coming into this thinking, well, I've got nothing to lose. This is my opportunity to go through to the finals, to cause an upset. He's coming in as the underdog. So hopefully we'll get a great matchup and we'll get someone that isn't scared to play Tex and will really give him a good game.
There'll be lots of eyes on this one as well, because I know how much the Israeli community get behind their FIFA players, that's for sure. But these two are walking out now onto the main stage. It is Noam Feldman, two-time Israeli Cup champion. He's up against Tex. This is going to be an awesome matchup. The nerves must be kind of hitting home right now, Kyle.
Definitely. I mean, walking out onto this big stage, the lights are shining, you want to get set up, you want to do it, and then he looks to his right and he sees this man walking up the stairs, walking across the stage, looking into the audience. Fnatic Tex. We know what he's managed to do over the years. We know what he's managed to do on the big stage, and he wants to do it right now, and this is his chance.
One name already booked for May the 27th. One more about to be. Who will it be? Fnatic Tex or Noam Feldman?
Well, welcome back to Stockholm Live here for the eChampions League knockout stage. You join us for the second big match here, which will determine the second aim in the eChampions League Grand Final. You join us live in the commentary box, myself, Brandon Smith, and Jaime Alvarez. Many will know him as Gravison of Ducks Gaming. Next weekend, he's in action in the Team of the Season Cup. But for now, I've got the pleasure of stealing you for the weekend for 2 days of FIFA esports commentary. Gravison, what a game we got here. Of course, as we know, Nom Rowie Feldman, the only Israeli that could maybe make it to an eChampions League Grand Final. And then Tex, we commented over his last matchup, an impressive result, of course, earlier against Maestro. What's your thoughts on this game coming into it?
I don't know what to expect from this game because obviously I think it's going to be a 4-2-2 mirror game, and I think Tex is going to be comfortable with that, but I see confidence in the eyes of Feldman. Like, I really think he thinks he's able to win this match, so I don't know what to expect. I think it's going to be a match about control. The player who controls the ball more and the player who controls their opponent more is going to win. So I expect it to be like a chess match, you know? But yeah, looking forward to it.
Honestly, I'm going to sit here and say it now. A lot of respect for Rowie Feldman. For me, he's been the leader of what has developed in his role over the last few years. There's a quote from him now coming into this competition where he stated, "The mental side of FIFA is one of the most important things. It is as important as the actual play." The reason why I speak about the respect for this player, Gravison, back in, I believe it was Berlin PlayStation playoffs a few years ago, he was an unknown name, was playing for Nom Esports, was the only Israeli player to be there. 2 years on from that, now you've got Yuval Belli, Nisat. There's a group of Israeli players there that have all been inspired by what that man has done. And you said you spoke to him coming into this game. He feels confident. He feels like, why not? Why can't I go and beat Tex?
And that's the right attitude to have, of course. Like, you cannot go scared against Tex because he's going to destroy you. And yeah, I remember I also talked to him back in the days in FIFA 19. I met him at Atlanta, the LQE, and also at playoffs. And yeah, he wasn't just as known as a player, and he wasn't as good as a player as he is right now. So he's obviously been developing a lot. And I think he has the knowledge of FIFA to be at the top 8. And I think we're going to see a good match. And obviously, the Nom club is one of the best clubs in FIFA right now. They're like an army here because they're like 8 people or something like that, with the cameras, the coaches and everything. They take FIFA seriously, and it's paying off. So let's see what happens.
This is a massive game, as we said. This is the winners bracket round 3. Whoever wins this will join Predator FIFA of Werder Bremen as the second aim in the 2022 eChampions League Grand Final. Yes, Tex might have been a winner of the Invitational Tournament back in 2020, but I was speaking to him downstairs before this game. By his books, he wants to win the eChampions League, not the Invitational. He wants to win the real thing, and it's just something different about this tournament, he said. And I'm inspired. I'm back on LAN. His words was, I'm back on LAN and I'm cooking people. I mean, he beat Maestro 7-1. He's got a right to say that in the nicest way.
Yeah, definitely. I remember some Instagram posts like a year ago, get me back competing in LAN and everything, and he's obviously delivering. He's just playing massive today, not only in the match against Maestro, but in the first round as well. So I just want to see what happens, because I kind of didn't understand the Ronaldinho's pick, and against Maestro, I think it was the MVP of the game, practically. So let's see what happens.
I was speaking to him as well before the game in general. He was sort of just sitting on his own in the players' area. If you've been down to the players' area here, for the players that might be watching, there's groups of players, there's teammates, there's family members. I think there was 2 players. I think one was Lucas, who got knocked out of the tournament. The other one was Tex in the players' area. No one else was in the players' area. He was just sitting by his console, just waiting for this game.
Yeah.
Getting away from sort of any sort of distraction. He was in the zone completely as he looks to build up his first chance here. Pele back to goal, building nice little La Croqueta, defended by Kim Pembe in the end. He's really in the zone for this one, and he knows how close he is to booking that ticket to the World Cup.
Yeah, he's just 1 match away. But I think Rob Feldman obviously defended that well, but I think what happened in the game against Maestro, you cannot let Tex think inside the box. So every time he has the ball with Mahrez, with Ronaldinho, with anyone inside the box, you just gotta pressure him, because if you let him think enough, he's gonna destroy you.
Well, pause came in at the start of the game, Gravis. So what do you think the reasoning could be for that? He's also going to be lucky to get the pause when the ball finally goes out of play. That might be for quite some time, but it's a common thing. I saw Maestro do it earlier. Is it just to see what their opponent's starting in tactically?
Could be that, and it also could be that the camera settings or the settings of the controller are not right, because it's a new PS5. Like, obviously they were playing in different PS5s in the players lounge. Now they're playing on stage, and many times you forget to change to your settings. So it might be that. It happens to me quite a lot, to be honest. But yeah, it might be that. It might be changing his tactics a bit. It might be looking at text formation. But from the looks of it, I think it's the camera settings.
Yeah, well, it was a bit of a deja vu, this one, for Tex Gravison, because in 2019, in this exact match, we played against Dr. Nightwatch, a good friend of ours who helps us out a lot here on the broadcast behind the scenes, alongside playing, of course, FIFA eSports for Team Falcons. He's in action next weekend at the Team of the Season Cup. He stopped Tex in his tracks back in 2019 from getting to the eChampions League Grand Final. I think that's why there is an added 20 or 30% in the motivation for Tex this time round, that he wants to get to the top 8. He wants to get to that last step of being an eChampions League Grand Final. Here comes Ronaldinho. He stings the hands of Edwin van der Sar. Time green finish. Watch out for Ronaldinho. He makes the team over Ruud Gullit. Means that it's a midfield duo of Renate Sanchez and Llorente. It's a big sacrifice to make, but of how good Ronaldinho's been, it justifies that pick, I'd say. Absolutely. Here's Gullit. Back to goal. Roy Feldman's first real chance of the game. And in the end, it will just be saved by Schmeichel. It was coming together with Kimpembe. And eventually, there'll be a chance just to have a breather.
Yeah, I think what Dr. Nightwatch did to beat Tex, he didn't respect him enough, you know? Like, he just went to press on his opponent's half. He went full attack mode. He went with the skills. And I think Roy Feldman needs to do the same. Because if you let Tex be comfortable, he's just going to basically get his own rhythm, and you're not going to stop him. So basically, you just have to match his intensity. And I think that's what Feldman is doing right now, with pressuring his opponent's half.
This could be an opportunity now. Ronaldinho whips it in deep, 2 hands on it for Edwin van der Sar. Looking across the teams, they both look pretty similar, to be honest. No one else in their right mind would use anyone else other than Marquinhos and Kimpembe. The only real changes, I'd have to say, is that Roy Feldman doesn't choose to bat Llorente. He's gone for Renato Sanchez and
the main
partnership in the two midfield areas, and his icon choices are Pele, R9 and Gullit. Building is Mahrez. Of course, keep in mind that a number of these players are those Champions League road to the final items of a few of the English clubs that are in the final 4 of the Champions League. Manchester City, Liverpool players heavily involved in these teams, as you'd expect to see.
I like what I'm seeing from Roy Feldman, like calm build-up, you know, passing the ball between the full-backs and the centre-backs as long as he needs to, because he cannot afford to make mistakes.
First Elastico Tex cooking up a storm in the box. It's a touch to forget about from Pele, and it was also something that looked to be time red.
Yeah, maybe a fake shot, but he didn't cancel it. I don't know, but yeah, mistake from Tex.
A big win. Mahrez this time, he's got room to burst into. João Cancelo out of the way. In it goes. Look at the time for Pele. What's a save, Van der Sar? But more importantly, what's a chance for Tex to take the lead?
Whoa. It's the second time he has crossed the ball. First one was kind of a random situation. It was pretty much calculated, the second one. And yeah, Van der Sar saved him. But he's making mistakes in the build-up, and you cannot afford to do that against Tex, because he's going to punish you. Maybe he has missed one chance, but he will not miss the second one.
Sanchez punched into the feet of Pele. Building again, Mahrez has been influential out on this left-hand side. Done enough to push out Mane from this team. Back to goal, Pele. Can he find the ball into R9? Little Elastico might have a second bite of the cherry. Will the Brazilian? Down to ground he goes. Referee says he won the ball fair and square. And Roy Feldman survives another attack. If he can keep surviving these attacks, Gravison, it's going to build him up some confidence to say, you know what, I can tame the beast in many ways.
Yeah, I can defend those 1v1 situations. Obviously, if you find yourself in a 1v1 situation against Tex 2 or 3 times and you defend it well, obviously it's going to hype you up a bit. But you cannot let Tex get into that situation, because eventually he's going to break you down.
Yeah, there's only so many times you can knock on the door without getting an answer, then burst your way through. As Tex will have to do, here's Feldman, it's R9, he went for the double tap, cut back pass, it's still an absolute shambles at the back. Schmeichel, he might have been a hero for Tex in the group stages, but in the first 45 minutes here, Gravison, he's been a little bit shaky, hasn't he, the Danish goalkeeper?
Yeah, it's the second time he has fallen to the floor, but yeah, I mean, I think Tex is comfortable at the moment. He has reached his opponent's box like 2 or 3 times. I don't think Feldman is comfortable because the second man press of Tex is really high in his opponent's half, so you get uncomfortable in that situation when you're building up from the back. But I think Tex is obviously switching. He's really good at player switching inside the box. I think if next time Roy Feldman, instead of finding the extra pass, he shoots the ball directly, I think he's scoring the first goal.
Interesting to see as well who's sitting behind Roy Feldman. It's Nom Nisat, teammate, and a player that also qualified for next week's Team of the Season Cup, alongside Yuval Belli, who's also in this tournament playing. One of the most recent up-and-coming wonder kids in Israel. Looking to guide sort of the team captain of Nom Esports, who is so close towards creating history for himself. He'll be the first ever Israeli and FIFA player to qualify for the Champions League final, and in some regards people would argue that it's been a long time coming for Israel Gravison. They had been developing, qualifying, finishing in tournaments, did a lot last year in the online era.
Yeah, obviously this is a good chance.
Building Mahrez still for Tex. Couple of ball rolls, got a lot of confidence there with the Algerian. Little heel to Marcus Llorente, punched into the feet of Ronaldinho. Oh, see you later, he says. Elastico's little cancel. Elastico again, building, cooking up the perfect attack. Is Ronaldinho now for Tex? Somehow in possession, and eventually there is a body in the way. That time Marquinhos just as enough to save Feldman.
Yeah, I think these last few years of online FIFA have built the confidence of Israeli players a lot, you know? Because you find yourself playing against the best European players and beating them consistently. It gives you confidence for when you reach this stage, you're gonna be able to, you know, have that mindset that you can beat them. And that's what I think has happened for the last few years. Nisat last year was incredible. I think he finished like top 5 or top 4 of his region.
He's getting top 8 finishes, wasn't he, in Europe?
Yeah, he was.
Again and again, we saw, you know, Yuval Belli come into that conversation a few times. Yes, he might be in a lower bracket here in the Champions League, but regardless, there's talent coming through. And I know for a fact that Tex has had a couple of games against Feldman in the E-Nations with the Lions England squad, and they've always given England a really hard time in their matches. They've drawn, they've beat them. Of course, England have picked up a few wins alongside them as well. Thomas Lees there, his team, I'm sure, will be supporting Tex from a distance. Here comes Feldman now, first real sniff at goal. It's a poor pass from R9, recovers it well. What a save, Schmeichel! That is one way to pull yourself out of a hole that you provided in the first 45 minutes. What a save, and what build-up play that is from Feldman.
That was a clear chance. Here another one.
Because that looked gone. The chance looked completely gone. It looked like he overplayed it ever so slightly. What a save!
Whoa. I mean, that gives confidence to Roy Feldman. Like, he can beat Tex if he keeps playing like that. So, I mean, Tex celebrated that almost like a goal. Because it's obviously so important, but...
Building. Just offside, Ronaldinho. I mean, there's 2 ways to look at this now, Gravison. Give me your input on it. 70 minutes played here. He's thinking, I've survived 70 minutes of pressure from Tex. Yes, Roy's created the odd chance or 2, but no doubt it's mainly been Tex in the driving seat.
Yeah, but I think if you're Roy Feldman, you've defended the 1v1 situations. Like in the tactical side of it, you're doing good. Next time, maybe if you, instead of doing an extra pass, if you reverse Elastico it might work for you, because obviously Tex is going to expect the extra pass next time you're inside the box. But I think he's playing a really good game of FIFA right now, Feldman.
A chance for a bit of revenge in this one, actually, as well for Tex, because it was Diogo Mendes, teammate of Fnatic Tex, who actually got knocked out by Feldman in the previous round. Believe it or not, it was a penalty shootout win for Feldman against Andoni, fellow Spaniard player you know very well, Gravison.
Yep.
In the first opening game here with the Champions League. Last 15 minutes to play here. There is another pause that's been queued. Last few final changes. Pele, did he need the pass that far out? Sanchez and Hullet will interchange. Well, back to goal falls for Pele. Feldman tries his best to squeeze it into the path of R9. It all became a bit too obvious there.
Yeah, I don't want to be repetitive, but I mean, if he skills inside the box into a shot, he's going to score. Simple as that. Because he's creating the angles. And he's creating good plays with the build-up.
Nice build-up here from Tex. Pele this time. Be careful, Ronaldinho just offside. Llorente, back to goal, it's R9. Tex looking for the first real chance. Massive tackle, Marquinhos gets a toe on the ball. And again, he's matched him up, another 1v1 scenario. Feldman's just about come out on top. Press again from Tex, relentless, as he looks to bag a goal late on in this first leg here. This is the game that will qualify for the eChampions League Grand Final. Mahrez, back to Llorente, waiting for the perfect chance to strike Ronaldinho, who's been the star of the show for Tex, moving, grooving in the box, trying his best. It's another big win from Andy Robertson.
That's really nice defending from Roy Feldman. I mean, you know how hard it is for Tex to get to the box, like, I don't know, 8-9 times, and defending every single one of them. That's the hardest thing you can do in FIFA, and he's been doing it every single time. And you saw Tex obviously pressuring high before, but now he's kind of dropping a little bit because he sees like an opponent in Feldman. So I think Feldman has gained enough respect for him to you know, take some risks on the attack side of it and maybe score a goal.
It looks like he's going to leave this first leg without suffering any sort of blow either players, as that's going to do us for the first leg here. Gravison in the round 3 winners bracket, which we said that the all-important deciding game here in Stockholm that will invite you back, if you can win it, to the grand finals in just over 4 weeks' time. I mean, we'll talk more about it after the break, but 0-0 at the halfway point. Fnatic Tex 0, Non-Robbie Feldman 0. We're off to a quick break now. When we return, we will talk more about this second leg and all that's on the line for a chance to get to the grand finals next month.
Welcome back to eChampions League. If you missed that opening matchup, it was opportunities, but not goals being converted. And that kind of brings us to our MasterCard moment of the match. Goalkeepers are looking active. We had a lot of build-up, a lot of intricacy, but that's the difference in this game. And you're going to see a lot of those details from Feldman. Extremely impressive. Look at this extra pass, and Schmeichel will not be beat, will not be stopped. So we have a 0-0. You're tuning in at the perfect time. You see the reaction there from Feldman. He says, what do I have to do to beat the goalkeeper? Of course, Tex is celebrating. And this is a decider matchup. Again, if you're just tuning into the live stream, the winner of this claims a top 8 placement and moves on to the finals, guaranteed, happening May 27th. But with all that being said, I think we need to send this off to the casters. I want to see what's going to happen. You want to see what's going to happen. Brandon, Gravison, take it away.
Thank you very much, Mike. Yes, this is a massive game. If you win it, you are in the grand finals of the Champions League, and you bag $10,000. I say the UK's only hope right now is in Tex. There was only 2 players that qualified for the eChampions League knockout stage. One of those was #Stokes. Unfortunately, he crushed out in the losers bracket. Now it's only Tex that remains for his chance. On the flip side, for that man on your screen, Rowie Feldman, he is in the position to make a bit of history. The first ever Israeli and FIFA player to make the eChampions League grand final. It could happen, Gravison, because at the halfway point in this game, it's 0-0, and it was a game that had loads of question marks on it, because you saw the MasterCard moment of the game. That was Rowie Feldman that created that chance. That wasn't Tex.
And Tex also celebrated save more than he celebrates his own goals, I think. So he knew it was a great chance, and maybe going into the second leg behind, well, I think it will be hard for Tex mentally, because obviously he's been in this spot before, as you said, against Nightwatch a couple of years ago, and that might be still in his head. So I don't know. I think I like this match because I see Tex is playing good FIFA. He just finds a little bit more in the 1v1 situation, and I think Feldman is having fun. He's about to maybe make history for his country, but he's actually having fun playing FIFA, and that's what we want to see every single time.
It'd be fitting, Gravison, wouldn't it? It'd be really fitting for Rowie Feldman to be the player to do so, because he was the player that really started this next generation of Israeli and FIFA pros to come through the ranks and to play as well as they have done over the last few seasons, especially on the online era. Sits behind him is the prime example of that in Nom Nisa. Here's Feldman from left to right in that white strip. Tex from right to left, as you rightly said, deja vu. Back in 2019, he lost in this very game to Dr. Nightwatch, which stopped him going to Madrid and to the eChampions League grand final. Well, that change in this one is Arnhem with the first shot of the game, and it's already a better start from Feldman, who's on the front foot within the first 5 minutes. Corner played short, building in well. Mahrez pulls out 2 players towards the back post. Mane just offside.
And if you saw Tex defended that play, he was just defending the pass, because Feldman passed the ball every single time to the other striker. So this time he white time finessed it, but if he green timed it, it would have been a goal. So I think Feldman is doing the right stuff at the moment. I think he changed it up a bit inside the box, sorry, and I think he has great chances of scoring a goal if he keeps it like this.
Mahrez on the build-up, and it shall go. Headed away just about. Renato Sanchez comes to collect that one. Marquinhos and Kyle Walker may have a slight coming together. Oh, that could be very risky indeed. This is a golden chance. You have got away with
a mistake.
Quite a big mistake, Andy Robertson. How on earth the body of Ronaldinho, the animation just didn't let him get around the player, did it?
I would be fuming if I was Tex.
Nerves certainly are building here. We've had a goalless 100+ in-game minutes now of FIFA. Round 3 of the winners bracket. The game that will send you to the eChampions League grand final. The game that would make history. No doubt for both of these 2 players. Joining Predator FIFA of Werder Bremen. The only German, the only player so far that's already put their ticket into the final 8. That will take place 27th of May. Live here again in Stockholm. Just 4 weeks away.
This is nice from Tex. Good build-up.
Llorente, Sanchez, no Hullet in question. Offside trap played badly by Rowie Feldman. He's going to have to pay for that now. And he will. It was only a matter of time for Tex after he was just knocking and knocking on the door, couldn't find an answer, was waiting for a mistake. That was the mistake, Ravison.
Yeah, he did a mistake before with the keeper. He was lucky because Robertson could get the ball back, but second mistake in 5 minutes time, and obviously you can't afford to do that against Tex. So now you're 1 goal behind, and obviously this is gotta be hard because you know Tex didn't do something spectacular. You did a mistake, and you just simply cannot afford to make these mistakes at the biggest stage.
Well, it's as simple as it is with the offside trap, isn't it? It's high risk, high reward. It works out well for you, it's fantastic. If it doesn't, you just see what you saw on your screen. Have the floodgates open now. Ronaldinho onside. Sure, that's given Tex all the confidence he needs to extend his goal tally. Ronaldinho still tries his best, goes down to ground. Robertson wins the ball fair and square.
That's great defending from Feldman. Great defending.
But it's obvious where the dangers come from every time with Tex, isn't it? It's Ronaldinho, he's being utilised.
Yeah, I remember in the match again between Tex and Maestro, Ryan broke it down perfectly. Tex breaks the defense, it started on the wings. And obviously if you have Ronaldinho there, it's going to be a lot easier for you.
Especially when he can suck out the fullback like he's just done there. Now it's Kimpembe against Ronaldinho in a 1v1. And look at the gaps that have started to appear in the box now. Ronaldinho, Pele, all queuing up for a touch on the ball. Might not work out that time, but you can see where the intent is every time. He's just doing enough to suck out João Cancelo, or Kyle Walker, sorry. Mahrez this time. Stopped in his tracks by the one of 2 Parisian defenders. Marquinhos that time.
I think Tex is starting to get in his rhythm, and that's a big problem for Feldman. Because once he does that, it's just simply, he doesn't stop.
Mane. R9 in the air. Marquinhos has just come to the rescue. You're absolutely right. If Tex starts to get into that groove, Gravison, it's going to be so difficult to try and stop him. You have to, when you play against the likes of a Tex or a big game player, you have to simply take the game to them and you have to score first. Anything you can do to unsettle them.
Yeah, probably anything, just anything to break down his rhythm. Because when he finds that, he's just getting to this position every single time.
You can skip out the fullback, which he's just done there again with Walker. That's where you open up all sorts of problems.
Yeah.
Long ball over the top, should be easily dealt with by Kimpembe. It will be. Possession given back to Ray Feldman. 40 minutes on the clock. It's not been 40 minutes to remember so far. Remember, a loss here won't send you out of the tournament, it'll just put you down in the loser bracket. Pull it. Back to Renato Sanchez. Maybe looking to build for the last chance of the first half in this second leg. Pele finds R9. Fake shot, bit of space for Mane. R9, it's in the air. Just couldn't get the ball down, could he? It was fizzed into his feet from Sadio Mane. And that should take us into half-time, unless there's one more chance. Which, if it does, it'll fall to the hands of Tex. Nicely done. Mahrez, twinkle toes, back to R9. Didn't quite get what he was looking for there, was it?
Oh, that was a good chance. Maybe if he shot to the back post, it could have been a goal, but obviously you didn't expect for Pele to make that run. But yeah, Tex kind of found his rhythm. He is attacking on the wings. I think Feldman is being a bit too aggressive with the fullbacks. So obviously Tex is capitalizing on that with the through ball every single time to Ronaldinho. And maybe we're going to see some change in tactics from Feldman, because he's not been comfortable enough in this first half. And it looks like the second goal from Tex is closer than the equalizer.
And just on that, it sort of felt like it was always through Ronaldinho, but the last 4 or 5, 10 in-game minutes there, Gravison, a lot more of Mahrez on the ball, a lot more of trying to go the other way around, because I think it became a bit too obvious for a period of time there. But I mean, look no further of how to utilise wingers in a formation like Tex is doing, and how good it can be. If you can pull the fullback out, as we've said, get down the byline, you've got to split the centre-backs. The centre-backs have got a decision to make, haven't they?
Yeah, it's kind of a domino. Like when a fullback gets in a bad position, you obviously have to get your centre-back to the wing, and it's just just messy for you because obviously the midfielders are not going down after the past patch. I think it was 2 months ago. I think it's good because the game is more offensively this way. Yeah, it's just basically that. You have to break down the wings every single time, and Tex is doing that perfectly.
Well, 45 minutes away. Tex is currently away from the eChampions League Grand Final. Joining Predator FIFA as the first 2 qualified players in that competition. And guess what's after this one? Nicholas 99 FC against Matthias Bonanno, the battle of the only 2 Argentines in this tournament. What a game of FIFA that is going to be.
I'm really looking forward to that game because you've seen Nicolas, probably the best player of FIFA history in South America, and you see Matthias Bonanno, player who completely demolished the scene last year. So what's gonna prevail? The player who dominated the scene for the last 3 years, or the online player who's obviously been just demolishing the scene for the last, I don't know, 12 to 14 months? So I just don't know what's going to prevail. I think it's going to be a beautiful match, and I think we're going to see a lot of fans from South America.
Yeah, we'll also see the only Spanish player, Gravison, in the final. 8 here, ball towards the back post for Roy Feldman again. Defensively sound by Tex. Corner play quickly, Mahrez picks up the ball well. Mahrez towards the back post, time to green, what a save! Schmeichel again, the hero for Tex. But better from Roe, really good chance. He did everything right, literally.
He did. The speed boost was amazing. The cross to the back was amazing as well. He green timed, shot it, and wow, what a save from Schmeichel, the second one. And I thought Van der Sar was the best keeper. I don't know about that now.
In the first leg, in the nicest way, didn't look too impressive, did Schmeichel, other than the incredible save he did make. But he has come to save Tex, not once but twice in this game so far. Ronaldinho, the danger man, it's all been going through the Brazilian winger. This prime icon moment that fits in this requirement and restrictions in the eChampions League. You are now 3 icons outfield. The goalkeeper doesn't count towards the restrictions. And other than that, it's Champions League items only that will feature in these eChampions League final squads. Ball's cued by Roe Feldman. Will he get it? That's a different question. Mahrez does well, takes out João Cancelo.
No.
Tex is a big fan of that, by the way. Just a quick word on that, very quickly, Gravison, is that Mane didn't start in this team, which is surprising because he's like the highest rated, you know, Champions League item there is, road to the final, and he's a big Liverpool fan, if you don't know already from Tex. But he's playing Cancelo, yes, his team of the season item. Cancelo's is a left back, but he's playing his right back, road to the final, in and a left back. He's playing Mahrez as a left winger. He doesn't mind falling on players in oppositions. Yes, they've got good weak foot upgrades, I'm sure, along the way, but he's happy to experiment with that. He believes that those players are good enough to play in those different areas of the pitch.
Yeah, and obviously they are playing in 7 chemistry, but it doesn't matter as much because maybe their stats go down a bit, but what, for 1-2 points? So I agree with Tex. Like I think the risk reward is worth it, but not many players do it. Like a lot of players like to play with all their...
There's a little bit of risk, isn't there? There's a little bit of a risk. Say if right now João Cancelo makes a bad pass, you're thinking 7 chem.
Yeah, and that gets inside your mind. But if you trust your team, it won't matter.
Pele back to R9 on the build-up to Mahrez. If he scores one more goal, certainly be on his way to an eChampions League Grand Final. Llorente, Pele, look at the time, reverse elastic. Oh, Tex might just be on his way. A storyline that's unfolding. A player that was 0-2 back in February. Everyone was doubting him. Everyone was questioning if he was back. But he's teased us and teased us about Tex back on land, being a different sort of breed, a different sort of player. And with 20 minutes left to play, I think we're seeing that player right now, and I can't wait to see what comes away in 4 weeks' time, unless there's more late drama. No, there won't be. Pele off the mark, and that there is the biggest of chances that Feldman's going to get across these 2 legs.
Yeah, we see constant pressure now from Feldman, and I think this could be GG. Because if Tex builds up a good play and gets the ball to the wing to Ronaldinho, I think it's going to be the third goal and GG's. But yeah, Tex said it before, he's cooking up players, and I mean, you have to agree with him. Like, he's been just so dominant back on LAN, and I mean, he's been saying it for the last 2 years and a half, and then he reaches this stage, and you just have to agree with him.
Bale on the build-up, back inside for Feldman. Schmeichel off his toes. He owes that man a lot of thanks for his journey to the Champions League. And I think there's just a bigger story behind this, Gravison, as well. Players, by no fault of anyone's, have not had an opportunity to get back to LANs and to really express themselves. And for a player like Tex, who has won so much and wants to be at the top level, you could describe it yourself. It's a different environment playing from home. It's not the same. It's not with the lights, the cameras, the adrenaline boost you've got. And players will cry out for that, an opportunity to do that. This is not just a win, this is a massive mental win as well for Tex, to get that confidence boost back. As he rightly said when I was speaking to him before this game, he still believes he is the best player in the world. And why wouldn't he?
Yeah, why wouldn't he? Like, I think when you're playing an online event, you're maybe at your 70-80% because you're comfortable. You are in your comfort zone because you're playing for home. But when you're playing at a LAN event, you're obviously outside of your comfort zone with all you just said, with the stage, with the cameras, with everything. And that's when I think when you're out of your comfort zone, you pick to the 100% level. And I think that's what we're seeing from Tex. So, yeah, just basically GG's to him because he's been playing amazing FIFA today.
He's happy to take more time out of this game. As he edges his way forwards, Feldman will drop down to the lower bracket. He's naturally had to press this line forward from Feldman as he's had to put bodies forward to do what he can. But the storyline is this in the nicest way. 89 minutes on the clock. 2019 Gravison, he lost in this very game to Nightwatch that stopped him from getting to the Champions League final. Yes, he won the Champions League Invitational the year after, but he wanted to go the long way around, not via sort of an invite-only tournament. He wanted to go through online qualification into a group stage, which he did in February, 0-2 in Swiss, and now he's come to LAN for the first time in over 1,058 days since we've last seen offline eChampions League tournaments, and he's a minute away. He's a minute away from getting to the Champions League Grand Final. He'll be the only English player that will be there. The whole UK community will be behind him. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of faces out there that'll be smiling to see Tex is back at LAN, and Tex is on his way to an eChampions League Grand Final.
And yeah, he's basically made history. That's it for Tex. You can see the happiness from him. And yeah, Tex is finally made it to the top 8, sorry, and Tex is back. That's just a phrase. Tex is back.
Take the words from me, Gravison. Tex makes it spot number 2 of 8 in the Champions League Grand Final. You can't see it off screen, but Tex has just run up to his mum, who is watching in the studio. She'll be over the moon as well of the journey that he has been on over the last few years. He's back, he's feeling good, he's in an eChampions League Grand Final. Congratulations to him. Commiserations to Nom Feldman, who will drop down to a loser bracket. That's 2 out of 8 spots gone, Gravison. Only 6 remain. Next game, Matthias Bonanno, Nicholas 99. We get to sit back in the back room and watch this one.
I mean, I'm going to enjoy it because I'm obviously a friend of Nicolas and Matthias as well. And I don't know, I'm just going to sit back and enjoy it because it's going to be a beautiful match. But I got to say, obviously you didn't see it on the screen, but it's just so beautiful from Tex to going to his mother. And, you know, that's just FIFA. That's just LAN event, you know, getting to do what you want and what you love with your loved ones. I don't know, I just find it beautiful.
Yeah, amazing stuff from Tex. Takes the Champions League spot. He's joined now by our very own Carl Walker to talk about that huge result.
Cheers, Brandon. Thank you so much. Yes, I am joined by Fnatic Tex. Big smile on your face. We spoke to you earlier. You're talking about cooking up all your opponents. Can you even put into words how it feels to be going through to those finals, May 27th?
Nah, I'm trying to stop myself smiling, but I can't. I'm buzzing, man. I waited 2.5 years to come back to LAN.
and I finally done what I said I'd do to everyone, and I beat everyone, and yeah, I'm just buzzing, mate.
And we saw you run up into the crowd, obviously, to embrace your mum, give her a hug. I saw the smile to her when you knew it was done as well. How special is it having your mum here, supportive friends and family with you?
Yeah, I love it. Ever since I was 16, I bought her, and it's never not really worked. So if I start losing game after game, tournament after tournament, she won't be coming. But, I've been playing well. I'm really good at this game. When I get going, when I get cooking, I'll beat everyone. So I'm at playoffs, at Champions League, got 2v2 next week with Diogo, and yeah, if I keep playing the way I know I can, I think I can win it all.
The question was asked before to Mike LaBelle. Rachel asked him, is this text from 2019? Do you think you are back? Is this the best you've been?
Well, this is 2022 text. It's a new version.
Okay, what does the new version mean?
You're seeing it, you got to wait and see. I'm hot, I'm ready.
Amazing, honestly, Fnatic Text, congratulations. May 27th, we'll be back here in this arena to see this man competing, the only Englishman that will be here for the eChampions League. Let's get back to Rachel and Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Kyle. I love it when he talks about his mum, Mike, because it actually reminds me of Barcelona when he did that interview, I think with Spencer at the time, and said, if you like FIFA, tell your mum this might happen, when he won, obviously, his first FGS title back then. It says a lot about him, doesn't it? He's a little bit maybe superstitious that he brings his mum here, but it works.
Well, what's the idiom? If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Correct.
And it's been working since the beginning. She's coming to everything. I'm sure she loves it.
She does love it indeed. She's always, of course, watching here. But let's just break that down. Obviously, you did the first leg. That goalkeeper movement was incredible. Second leg, though, he turned it up a notch like we thought he would.
And again, you saw a little bit of that ingenuity, that creativity that's necessary, especially with the second goal where he had that outside of the boot elastic go into the finish. But I think we have to give a lot of credit to Tex defensively. We don't talk about it enough, not even the goalkeeper, but in general, his micromanaging and the ability to shut out players or to have key interceptions in key moments.
And I believe actually only conceded 2 goals so far this tournament out of the 3 matches. But quick word before we move on, Feldman. Awesome competitor, awesome day for him. He has to drop down now.
I'd be surprised if he doesn't push through. I was that impressed. He should have had a goal, maybe 2 goals if you really want to make the argument with some of the goalkeeper saves. But I've always been impressed with Feldman, and I think that he's still in very good form.
Has a chance tomorrow indeed. Well, let's just kind of stop press right now because this next matchup is exciting indeed. Look at these 2 competitors. Nicholas, 99 FC, taking on Matthias Bonanno, 99. 2 players from Argentina originally, now based in the UK and Spain respectively. We can see a couple of accolades on there. I mean, I spoke about it earlier. I'm going to say this is the old versus the new in terms of that region. We can just stop that conversation, just talk about them individually as players. Nicholas, a former world champion there, taking on, I guess, Matthias Bonanno, who is the new up-and-coming player from South America. Nicholas did it a couple of years ago. Matthias Bonanno did it only last year. I know Mike's going to bring up the conversation but he did it online. Go on, I'll let you speak.
I don't like how you've worded this. You're saying it as if Nicholas fell off. Nicholas has not fallen off whatsoever. Matthias was that good within that online era. Now he's came to a LAN event. He's been performing. He's got results. Both these competitors have gone through penalty kicks. They've had close wins, very close wins at that. And I think this is a statement piece. I'm happy to build this up. And I told you the irony that the 2 Argentinian competitors, only 2 guys, match up, and it's a decider.
Love it.
Not only for their bragging rights, also, of course, you've got a lot of benefits financially. You qualify for the final 8. You're guaranteed. You don't have to play tomorrow. You can put your feet up. You take a break, whatever you want to do.
Don't put your feet up.
All right, maybe don't put your feet up. But my eyes were dialed. When I saw this was the matchup, I needed to see what was going to happen here, and I'm glued.
I mean, the FIFA fans and the South American fans are going to be glued to this one. Let's have a look then how they got through this bracket. Matthias Bonanno, then we can see he had to go penalties, RVP legend, and then 4-3 against Yuval. And then Nicholas, a similar way as well. It was Snakes 4-1. And then Giovi, who was actually undefeated, wasn't he, from the group stages, on penalty kicks as well. So it was an interesting way to this round 3 matchup between the 2 of them. But we find ourselves here, and it's exciting to be here for sure. In terms of then what we have just seen, there's really nothing in it. Like, okay, Matthias Bonanno has conceded a couple more goals, but that's it.
I mean, we want to talk about margins. They both had almost an equal pathway to get to this point. It just seems fitting. It just seems right. And I'm hoping to hear a lot of vamos.
I mean, the only thing that Nicholas has in his favour in terms of this right now is he's been on these stages. Matthias Bonanno, again, the previous 2 matchups have been played kind of in the room behind, which hasn't really got as many cameras on it. So this is his first time ever that he's going to come out into arena like this, and he's about to do it right now. The players are entering the stage. Okay, we have Matthias Bonanno, and Matthias Bonanno is walking onto stage. Then he is the 2021 eLibertadores champion, the South American champion, 3 FGS South American trophies as well, all online.
There hasn't been a more successful player in the last couple of years if you're looking at South Americans. Big reason they moved over. Both these guys shifted their entire lives in order to play in the eChampions League. So that just gives you an idea of what kind of pinnacle of a tournament this actually is, as we have Nicholas approaching, and this has kind of been his bread and butter. This has been his refrigerator, if you like the Iceman reference. The guy does not get nervous. You can't feel his heartbeat, and this has been when he always performs, and we're going to get to see that display, and this maybe is that moment where you have either the Matthias overtake, or Nicholas again puts his foot down, says, I'm still here, I still run the show.
Nicholas has his game face on. Matthias Bonanno is smiling. He's loving this opportunity. This is the South American derby after the break.
Welcome back to the eChampions League knockout stages live from Stockholm in Sweden. You're joining us at Winners Bracket Round 3 matchup. Nicholas 99FC against Matthias Bonanno. I am so excited to watch this game of FIFA unfold. Joined in the commentary booth with Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, you said you've not been really as excited to watch a game, really ever, as right now.
This is it. we've got two of the best Argentinian players we've potentially ever seen in FIFA history against each other now to make the last 8 of the eChampions League. The stakes arguably haven't been higher when they've played.
Not only that, but we've got obviously 8 players. 2 of those players, they came from South America. They packed up their bags. They moved at a very young age to a different part of the world, to a different continent. They came to Europe with hopes of proving that not only they can do it in South America, especially for Matthias, he can do it in Europe. He's came, he saw, and he's partly conquered so far. Good placements in the FGS qualifiers. He's part of Team Heretics. We're going to see them next week at the Team of the Season Cup. And now he has got a chance to confirm himself and validate himself as one of Europe's elite in the eChampions League final. On the other side of it, for Nicholas, he was here a few years ago in this stage to try and qualify for the eChampions League, and he didn't.
This is a big game for him. He wants to show everybody he is the #1 Argentinian player. Of course, Matthias, the last season, I say solidified. Yeah, he did. He did, in all honesty. He did.
Yep.
And I say for Matthias, as you see him, he's calm, he's composed. They both are. Nicholas is seen as the Iceman. I remember an event, I believe it was FIFA 18, they had heart monitors. And Nicholas was in an important game, do-or-die situation, heartbreak monitor, he was chilling, just standard.
Yeah, I mean, I've got my monitor on right now, 105, my heartbeat. I'm through the roof. I'm so excited to watch this game unfold. Talk about the individual performances so far, because it's not been plain sailing for either of them. They've both had to go through a penalty shootout in order to be here. Tactically, from a FIFA perspective, what can we expect if this is your first time watching Nicholas or probably Matthias Bonanno? What can we expect on the pitch?
I'd say, it's hard to say, but I would say there would be defensively secure. This is what I hope so. There'd be a lot of goals, but I highly doubt there'd be tons and tons of goals. I'm not expecting a blowout. I'm expecting it to be tightly contested.
Penalties, maybe?
Yeah, I was going to say, I wouldn't be shocked if we see penalty shootouts again, and because we've seen them earlier today, they're very good at taking and saving penalties. I believe Nicholas won 4-1 on penalties against Jovi to reach round 3 and 4. Matthias in the loser bracket, the winner bracket round 1, potentially to lose that to go into the loser bracket round 1. He won 3-0 against RVP Legend on penalties. So they're both shown that if it does reach that stage, they back themselves to win.
And just talking about Matthias Bonanno, we can list Nicholas' accomplishments for the rest of the broadcast. He's won that many tournaments. He's participated for such a long period of time. FIFA 17, when I first saw him in Los Angeles at the FIWC qualifiers, he made the FIWC Grand Finals, the one that Gorilla went on to win. You were there, in fact, and you saw Nicholas firsthand. For Matthias Bonanno, he's really emerged onto the scene in the last 18 months. He's won multiple majors in South America, the Conmebol eLibertadores as well last season. He was successful in. This is his chance now to do it in the eChampions League. Here we go. Biggest game of the day so far. Nicholas 99 FC against Matthias Bonanno. Winner joins Predator FIFA and Tex at the eChampions League Grand Final. Nicholas from left to right. In the blue strip and in the luminous yellow is Matthias Bonanno.
This is it. This is the game we have been waiting for. Oh, I'm nervous. We've arguably got, next to me and yourself, potentially the biggest fan of Matthias. Do we see a chance
for Nicholas to go 1-0 up? Oh. Cut it back to Renato Sanchez and a block in the way there for Matthias Bonanno. You're catching up with Nicholas before this.
Yeah.
He said he's emotionally invested in this game.
Emotionally
invested. Because he feels almost disrespected that Matthias has come and taken his claim as the top dog.
Yeah.
This is his chance.
Come get the crown back. This is it. Come get the crown back. Put your name back in the lights where it belongs, because for me, Nicholas is one of, if not my favourite player across the years. I know Matthias is incredible. You're his biggest fan. I'm sure if they get a camera crew into your bed, you've got murals, we've got tifos of Matthias up there on the walls.
We'll be getting a selfie.
But they're both fantastic players, and of course, representing the same nation, it's incredible to see the South American players doing so well, especially in the European competition this year, exclusive for the eChampions League at European competitors only. But Matthias has won, technically, the South American equivalent of the eChampions League already.
Yeah, he won everything South America had to offer, hence why the reason he came over, joined Team Heretics, moved to Spain and participated in the European portion of the FIFA Global Series. It's been all Nicholas in this opening 12 minutes as he wins himself a corner. Johan Cruyff over that corner, someone that we've not really seen used at all, the prime icon moments Dutchman. I'm sure we'll get your opinion on Johan Cruyff as a selection very shortly indeed. R9 Ronaldo here. Linking back into Cruyff, now Riyad Mahrez and Juan Cuadrado out at this right mid position, looking for the back post. Does get blocked and a chance to recycle.
I see that set up there. I believe this might be a 4-3-2-1 from Nicholas. He's set up there. You see Hullet making those runs to the back post. And I believe that's Cristiano Ronaldo as well, hovering around at the back post. So he's using Cuadrado, which makes a lot of sense in fairness. Someone that's more nimble on the ball, more agile, can offer a lot more offensively to help create those chances for those back post crosses.
2 minutes, 20 minutes gone so far. We've had 2 crosses already. Hullet won that first contact. Couldn't quite find a blue shirt inside the box. Chance now for Sadio Mane to bring it clear for Bonanno. Over the top, looking for R9. It's going to run through to Edwin van der Sar, but a little taste of how direct Matthias will and is happy to go down that line.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is going to be a huge tactical battle between both of these players. You can see that the aim for Nicholas is clearly to just attack down that right-hand side, try and get the crosses in to the back post where the players with the jumping stats and the heading accuracy where, again, when you have Cristiano Ronaldo on a team, irrespective of what the restrictions, it doesn't matter. When he's at the back post for headers, you back him to win all the headers. And again, if he gets that chance, then you never know.
Well, Matthias Bonanno also CR7 leading the line for him. The crosses and the headers could be a pivotal area of this matchup. On that occasion, Riyad Mahrez can't quite get his foot on the ball, and João Cancelo will come across and pickpocket the Algerian. I could just sit and watch.
No, this is going to be, as we said, I wouldn't be shocked if this goes to penalties. I don't think either of these players, they rarely make mistakes anyway, but I don't think at this stage either of them will make a vital error. I just think they're going to be trying to be as risk-averse as possible.
Because of the situation as well, with all the marbles on the line for a chance at the eChampions League Grand Final. Big chance, good save. Edwin van der Sar.
It's a penalty.
He's gave it. He's pulled it back.
Referee.
I thought he'd gone out. You spotted the penalty. Kimpembe just left a bit on him. And R9 Ronaldo for Matthias Bonanno. Steps up to the spot, digs it down the middle. Cool as you like. Matthias, 1-0 up. Talk to me about the penalty.
Wow, I really need to see it again. I saw someone fall over there and I saw the ref darting towards the penalty spot. I'm not sure if that was Nicholas or an AI tackle there. Maybe the ref, I don't know, it's a bit... Need a close-up of it. Yeah, look, need a close-up of the ref. Pull his mask off. You see Richard Buckley just there with his whistle ready. But for Nicholas, he'll be devastated with that. I think that's probably the first time Matthias has really offered anything going forward.
Let's have a look at the replay. We can check this penalty call out.
Oh,
a little bit harsh.
Come on, ref. That's horrible. We know what's at stake. If he's pressed tackle, fair enough. It's one of those things. You've timed it. You deserve to be punished for it. If not, it's very, very harsh there.
Matthias will not care. He converted from the spot. Cheeky dink down the middle of the goal. Now looking to build on that lead. Does get dispossessed there by João Cancelo. Talk to me about Johan Cruyff.
He's a unique choice. I think this is the first time we've seen him today. And initially, if I was to use a player, if I was in this tournament that wasn't Ruud Gullit and I went for another attacker, I would have gone with Cruyff.
Over Ronaldinho?
No, now that I've seen Ronaldinho, I would 100% go with Ronaldinho. But Cruyff offers the 5-star, especially if you want to play him in a centre attacking mid role. He's amazing on either foot. His shot power increase from the Prime version to the Prime Moments is noticeable. I believe he has 88 shot power, which compared to his previous versions,
viable.
Yeah, it helps a lot now as we reach the latter stages of the FIFA cycle. But for me, what I've seen with Tex with Ronaldinho
makes you a believer.
Yeah, honestly, it really does.
We're drawing towards half-time here. Matthias Bonanno does lead 1-0 in this eChampions League Winners Round 3 matchup. You win this game, you join Tex and Predator FIFA at the eChampions League Grand Final. Your name is there. Lacroqueta pass into CR7. Referee blows up for half-time. 1-0 as we go into the break, and conversations on both sides currently underway. Matthias and Nicholas both getting words of wisdom.
That's a huge challenge there as well at the end there. If Kimpembe doesn't make that, I think he's looking to make potentially a shot at goal or an extra pass there for Matthias to make it 2-0 going into the break. But one goal from the penalty spot, of course. There isn't much to separate them in terms of possession, in terms of
nothing,
shots,
really.
in terms of... Actually, there's nothing. It's just been an even game, and it's the penalty that separated it. A harsh one, in my opinion, if he doesn't press tackle. But
if you get given that,
yeah,
it's a stonewall penalty. He's come through.
Oh, absolutely.
The ball's being played.
Clearly, it's taken me out.
But if you concede that, you're feeling, especially if it's not being a user-inputted tackle. If it's user-inputted, hold your hands up. I were a little bit late. That's my fault. But if it's the other way around, he'll feel a little bit hard done by. I want to just have a quick talk about the formation that Nicholas is using here, because when we looked at that in-game, it looked like a 4-2-3-1.
Yeah. So he's got the right back on potentially balanced on overlap. So he's got him offering the width there, and he's playing a 4-2-3-1, which, again, that's used back in the day. That was the go-to formation for years on end in the competitive scene, having the three attacking midfielders. That's why potentially he's gone with Cruyff in that middle there. And then for him now, he has the width with Cristiano Ronaldo offering the aerial threat, which I think for the way he plays is going to be very, very important.
Poor switcher play there from Matthias, and João Cancelo for Nicholas was happy to pick the ball up in the middle of the pitch and look to play an attack here. Lots of touches for the fullbacks.
Yeah.
For Nicholas in this opening 50 minutes. Chance! What a strike! Ooh. Renato Sanchez, hello!
Ooh. What a strike. Green time, Renato Sanchez into the corner. I'll be honest, as soon as I saw him take that first touch, I was going to yell, shoot! He's got to shoot, but he's taken the shot. Perfect. That is perfect.
If you drop off, just like Matthias was doing, it was allowing him to come into the box, and then he would take the ball off him. Then he would look for a block in around the box. If you're going to let players of Nicholas' ability with Renato Sanchez and Riyad Mahrez and those calibre of players, that is an outcome that could become potentially a game-winning. Do you start to look at that now and think, you know what, let's look for long shots?
For me now, if I'm up against, even if I am in Nicholas' position, I would say he's going to now have to watch out for that. So he's going to maybe step up a little bit, might give me more room to play the passes over the top, maybe an extra pass directly into the box for an easier extra pass across goal. So now Matthias has a lot more to be aware of, and for
more
Nicholas,
to think about.
100%, way more to think about. It's going to give him a huge boost of confidence as we see the build-up from Nicholas. Wins it back from the goal with the goal scorer there, Renato Sanchez, and I'll say enough. And Nicholas, it potentially could be going into the ascendancy now.
Yeah, certainly the confidence has swung in Nicholas's favour. It looks like he's the player pinning Matthias back, certainly. Needs to capitalise. If he feels as though he's the player in control, that he's the one, you have to try and take the lead. João Cancelo into Johan Cruyff, playing a slightly deeper role as that central attacking midfielder. Out wide to Cancelo, maybe look for a back post cross. He's getting into that area where it could be dangerous. Ruud Gullit down the byline, but a good step out from the centre-back, and possession turned back over there. I'm surprised that we didn't see a cross to the back post.
Yeah, I think with the way he was building up, he was always going to look for that pass. After he's triggered Ruud Gullit, he's committed him to the attack. He's going to look to get the pass into him. Didn't work out that time, but it's something which I think we're going to see a lot more as the game goes on.
65 on the clock here. We're going into the final 20 minutes of leg number one. Two-legged affair. And Ronaldo, reverse elastico, well stepped up from Kimpembe after he gave the penalty away earlier. More accurate on that challenge. And possession, once again, feels like this has been the story of the second half in Nicholas's favour, and looking to create another chance. Just as I say that, he gives the ball away. Oh, that's direct. That's beautiful. CR7 in behind. Oh, just over the bar.
Oh, wow. That was it. The first time driven pass into an L1 triangle over the top to put Cristiano Ronaldo in on goal. It bounced awkwardly, so he didn't take it in his stride, and then the chip, it was a difficult one, but again, it's a chance.
He was looking one step ahead there.
Yeah.
So as soon as that driven pass has been fired into him, the typical FIFA player is controlling it, taking a touch, and then looking to play it. By that time, CR7's offside, and you have to reposition.
Yeah.
He knew exactly the passage of play that he wanted to create, fire it in, and then the dink over the top.
Yeah, I think that's a key with this year. You trigger the run for the striker, especially in a full. Well, it depends if you have two strikers or not, but the striker that has the pace, the power to get in behind, like Cristiano Ronaldo, you trigger him, play a pass inwards to someone that's got the passing accuracy to play a first-time ball over the top, and it gives you a chance at goal. And I think Nicholas now has to be wary of that, because that's an extremely viable way to get goals.
Something that we don't really see as well. Like,
you see it, but it's not
at that pace.
Yeah, not at that, and I don't think it's something where, for the pro players, it's, how can I describe? The most obvious thing seems to be one of the hardest things, because you think it's so obvious. There's no way he's gonna play that, because it's something you would do on weekend league or in a casual format. But he's done it here at the eChampions League again. It's something that he has to be aware of now.
Nicholas getting us back underway here. 17 minutes left to play. Well, we'll have a second leg of action to dictate which Argentine guarantees a spot. Back post cross. Van der Sar just about claims the ball there, but that looked very dangerous with Ronaldo, CR7.
I was watching it. He's changed Ronaldo's side. Ronaldo was on the left side, up against Kyle Walker, who obviously has the jumping. I believe he has 90 jumping, 6 foot, so he's...
Does he put R9 at the wide position? And CR7... Oh, it looks like they're just changing back
now. Yeah, but he's dropped... Oh, sorry, not dropped. He's changed
swap wings.
CR7's wings, yeah. And of course, it makes sense. He's probably more likely to win a header up against Cancelo than Kyle Walker in terms of the jumping attributes for either fullback. We saw a player, well, he tried to spray it across to Cancelo. This time he will be successful.
A little bit erratic from Matthias here. 10 minutes left to play. João Cancelo looking to try and get something out of Ruud Gullit, but he's just surrounded and collapsed on almost Ruud Gullit. As soon as that ball went into his feet, he had 2 blue shirts either side of him. Renato Sanchez, the goal scorer for Nicholas. Sadio Mane, plenty of pace. João Cancelo's made that move in behind. Mane takes it on his own and does get past the defence, just about rolls out of play.
That run from Cancelo there, very, very good, because Matthias has to follow the run. He has to commit. He has to then use the second man press in order to close down the person on the ball. But the main important thing is just to watch the runner. It's just about there. Is he going to be able to get another attack? The last 5 minutes, you'd expect Nicholas, with his expertise, his discipline, he's going to keep possession and opt to go for the last attack. And Matthias now, he will know he's not going to rush and try and pull players out of position. He's going to try and get as many bodies behind the ball in order to nullify Nicholas. But again, 3 minutes to go, maybe we could see a last-minute goal.
It's a very simple game at the moment. It's attack versus defend.
Yep.
As soon as you see your player, your opponent looking to hold possession for that final attack, you know your job in front of you. Defend this attack. I'm not going to be able to get a chance to counter myself. I just need to make sure I've got numbers behind the ball, I've got players in the right position, and I eradicate any threat coming in. CR7 down the byline, Borrell scoop turn, plays it back to Cuadrado, floats it in for Kimpembe. What the header, what a save! Edwin van der Sar, last chance of the game, fell to Nicholas. Heroics! Kimpembe went from 0 to hero nearly as he flicks that ball on.
I didn't expect that. Because he has to go forward there. He's played it back. It's literally last chance saloon. He has to, any pass, if it's into the middle, if it's backwards, the whistle is going to blow for full time. He's crossed it in. And what a header.
Incredible first game there between Nicholas and Matthias Banana. We'll find out who is going into the eChampions League Grand Final after this break. Welcome back to the eChampions League knockout stages, presented by PlayStation 5, and that is what we are playing for. The eChampions League Grand Final. You can see one of the names right there. Make it two, because Fnatic Tex, 45 minutes ago, guaranteed his place in the eChampions League Finals on the 27th of May. Predator FIFA did it earlier on today, and what those two players on the stage are fighting for is to be the third name on the guest list. Will it be Matthias Bonanno? Will it be Nicholas 99FC? With one leg of FIFA away, you're joined by myself, Richard Buckley, and Ryan Pessoa in the commentary booth. Ryan, talk to me. If people missed the first leg in 15 seconds, what did they miss?
Very nervy affair, of course. The deadlock broken from a penalty for Matthias to go 1-0 up, but then Nicholas responded to make it 1-1. A few chances either side, but again, second leg, I always say there's a lot to play for, and all to play for, in fact.
Well, here we go. Second leg is underway. Matthias Bonanno from left to right in the yellow, and in that navy blue strip, it's Nicholas 99FC. 1-1, the current tie. Matthias got his goal through the penalty spot. Kimpembe a little bit late, giving away the foul. Nicholas replied with a cracking strike from 25 yards from Renato Sanchez in that pivot in the middle of the pitch. Something has to give. Who will be going through and who will be going down to the losers bracket, where they still could make it to the top 8. However, they're going to have to come back tomorrow and they're going to have to win a huge losers bracket match.
It really is. That's the thing. When you're in this situation for these players, they know that everyone, it goes without saying, you'd want to win the game now. Of course, just to get it over and done with, to get the pressure off of your shoulders, and you can have a peaceful sleep. You already secured the top 8. But then if you lose this game, maybe some doubt creeps in on your ability. You're a bit cautious of what could happen. We see a run triggered there from Marquinhos. Watch out for the cross.
There'll be a chance here. Nicholas is the player with it. João Cancelo in this left attacking area, and with him losing possession there, you just saw the yellow shirts start to fly forward. Player lock poor from Matthias, and Nicholas can come down the other end. Johan Cruyff into R9 Ronaldo, biding his time. Finds Ruud Gullit, now he's involved. R9 Ronaldo, right-footed strike, hits a yellow shirt, bounces back to Renato Sanchez. He's dangerous in these areas, looking to fake out and then burst with a bit of acceleration into the penalty box, but couldn't quite execute it, Renato Sanchez.
See a through ball. I think Cancelo's going to get there ahead of Cristiano Ronaldo, but I was just going to mention how, with the way Nicholas builds up, we see two ends of the spectrum. We've just seen Tex, skill moves galore, flair, everything in his repertoire. But for Nicholas, he's very, it looks simple, but it's not. With what he does, he makes the right choices more often than not, and it's so difficult to mark. As we see even there with Cuadrado, he's done a creative run there to move him into the gap. He just masters the mechanics. It doesn't necessarily have to be in terms of the skill moves, but in terms of just everything else, he's mastered it.
You would say both players have perfected the basics,
yeah, absolutely,
of the game, and that's why they are so good and so consistent as well.
Yeah.
They're not playing on sort of real like high tempo FIFA action where it's end to end and they're looking to outscore. They're looking to outplay,
yeah,
really, and probably beat you that you feel as though you can't even get back into the game.
Yeah.
I know you've spoken about it before when you might have matched like Dasari on, you just can't get out.
Yeah,
you just can't create. And you beat them morally and on the scoreline.
There are some games where you play against opponents, they're renowned as one of the best players, but you feel as if you're in the game because of the way they defend, the way that they set the tempo in terms of build-up play. You feel as if you get possession, you back yourself to create a chance. But in these type of games, with the way they play, it just feels as if there's barely any chances, and if they're the one that takes it, they just shut the game down. 1-0, happy, get me out of there, job done. They're not concerned about scoring 5, 6, 7, 8. If that does happen, because of the way the opponent has to push to get the goal back, then so be it. But more often than not, they're going to be involved in very, very tight games.
I was watching one of the warm-up matches, and it was Matthias against Peixoto. Obviously, Peixoto 5-0 in the group stages coming into today. Still in the tournament, is in the lower bracket. But it was 2 legs of FIFA. Matthias won the first leg 1-0. He had 38% possession. Then in the second leg, drew 0-0. to win the tie overall. Doesn't matter how you win a game.
Yeah. Getting
your hand raised at the end of the day is the only thing that matters.
Exactly.
As we get back underway here, 25 minutes on the clock. Matthias Bonanno and Nicholas 99 FC. Arguably the biggest game of the season for these two.
I'd say it's a grudge match. I'm going to go the distance and say it is. Just because from South America, well, from Argentina specifically, you've got two of the best players. They want to show that they're the best. As we
Chance! A9! What a save from Van der Sar. The rebound's going to fall. Van der Sar does well again. He spread himself so well.
That was big. I thought as soon as that pass was played in, it was almost certainly going to be a goal, but he's done well to bring out Van der Sar, close the angle down. I think Matthias went near post. If he went across goal, maybe, but then you'd anticipate Nicholas moving the goalkeeper there. I don't think he's made the wrong decision, personally. I just think it's one of those, but he can gain confidence from it. He's breached Nicholas's back line a number of times
easily.
Yeah, that was
that
easy.
occasion.
Yeah.
CR7 out wide here for Nicholas. Looking to get past Kyle Walker. Defending well there is Matthias. He's not jumping into the tackle, he's just holding. Second man press, Kyle Walker comes across. Makes it look very simple, but even that sort of defensive play right there, very, very technical.
Very disciplined with Kyle Walker. He knows that Nicholas is going to look for that pass across the byline into the box, so he's just cutting that lane out. Go back if you need to. Go back to the edge, but no problem. But the pass inwards to give you the chance for the extra pass across goal. He's going to cut that out, and he's going to make sure that if he does score, it's either going to be a wonder strike or you're going to have to work really hard from it. As we see the run triggered there from Hullet, I thought a pass could have been played, but Matthias opts to rotate the possession.
João Cancelo now getting involved. Plays it into Renato Sanchez. Pele just onside. He feeds it back to Renato Sanchez, and now looking for those yellow shirts to get involved. Ruud Gullit, Van der Sar again. Like a leopard pouncing on its prey across the goal to tip it out. Into the box, he's come a long way.
Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
He's made up for the penalty and more. How on earth has he blocked that? I thought it was almost certainly going to be a goal as Van der Sar came. He came so far out there, Richard.
And that's him pulling him all the way as well.
Yeah.
Incredible.
That would have been on him.
Yeah, Nick,
you can argue about the penalty, but that would have been his mistake committing that far out. Basically towards the edge of the box.
And it's interesting, Matthias just whipped it straight in. Yeah. Almost like he knew that Nicholas was going to do it with the amount of warm-up games, the amount of practice games that these two have played. When I was speaking to Nicholas before they came on stage, they've matched twice in sort of qualifying in previous tournaments. Matthias got the result in both of those games. This is across since FIFA 20, since Matthias has been playing. FIFA 20, FIFA 21. And then this year, pretty much 50-50 in a lot of the practice games, warm-up games, just sort of the casual matches getting ready. Shows how even they are. This could be an overload, though, for Matthias. Sadio Mane on the ball. Beautiful left stick dribbling. João Cancelo now getting down the byline.
Ooh, that's a big tackle there.
That's half-time. That's flown by.
I was going to say, that build-up there, if you notice that he triggered a run with Ruud Gullit, and that is something this year is very effective. You can play the pass over the top there into an on-rushing player. And because Nicholas is aware of that, he tries to cut that pass out, and it leaves Matthias with extra spaces to pass into.
Yeah, just sort of seeing Nicholas maybe not controlling the game as much as he did in the first leg. I think that's something that's changed when we're sort of looking maybe at the tactics formation. You just pointed out there, he started 4-2-3-1 in the first leg. Second leg now is going to a 4-3-2-1.
Yeah.
So slightly differing formations for him.
Yeah, and it seems as if he's trying to go a little bit more direct. That's with the 4-3-2-1. It seems to be very effective in transitioning defense to attack. And again, I spoke about Nicholas using or utilizing crossing quite a lot. And so if you have one of the left forward or the right forward, you can target crosses in, the right back towards the left forward, the left back to the right forward. It depends how it's set up, of course. But again, with the way Nicholas plays, you're going to see Ruud Gullit, Cristiano Ronaldo in the box there. I'd say probably targeting Cancelo's side rather than Kyle Walker's, and maybe opt for one of those goals.
We're just hearing their substitution. Ronaldo coming off by the sounds of it, and Riyad Mahrez is being introduced. Just heard it all the tannoy, like I'm sat in Row J.
I think that's for Matthias.
Yeah,
taking off Cristiano Ronaldo.
Which is interesting because it's one of his favourite players. In the promos where building up to the tournament, he was talking about the team of the group stage, Cristiano Ronaldo has been one of his favourites. Johan Cruyff here out wide for Nicholas. Riyad Mahrez, he's dangerous from there. Green time finesse shot. Could have found its way into the top left corner. And now Ronaldo in a running race against Marquinhos. He offloads it to Pele, and potentially numbers over here for Matthias Bonanno. Ruud Gullit slides it into Sadio Mane. And now Ronaldo, big chance for Matthias. João Cancelo whipped into the box, nobody there.
I think that's just offside. Yeah, we'll be offside.
If only he had Ronaldo on the pitch.
I was just about to say that. I was just about to say he built up as if he had Ronaldo on the pitch, maybe potentially even forgetting he's taking him off there, but that's something with the 4-3-2-1. Because of the fullback, they contribute to the attack. You're going to be able to counter-attack quickly. If you want to get space like that, you have to go bang, defense to attack instantly. Johan
Cruyff here for Nicholas. And now Ronaldo, dangerous inside the box. Left-footed strike, it's bouncing around. Finds its way off R9 as was on the floor. So tightly contested. So evenly matched, these two, but something has to give. As R9 fires it into Renato Sanchez. R9 into Pele, big chance, round the goalkeeper, he's offside.
Oh my goodness, I thought that was on. Great play, great play. Van der Sar beating all ends up, completely sent him round the keeper easily.
That was tight.
Yeah.
That was very, very tight. We didn't see it offside straight away. I thought he'd scored.
Yeah.
Really, really promising though for Matthias Bonanno. Gave a little fist pump as well to his coach. I think probably just say,
let's keep going.
Can get in here. Yeah. We've had two decent chances inside 5 minutes. The cross into the back post, nobody there to head it in, but promising, and then the ball in the back of the net, just offside for Matthias. For Nicholas, with 30 minutes left to play, do we need to see any changes, or maybe just trying to keep possession a little bit more, not getting caught on those counters?
You can see he's gone to his offensive tactic. Whether that is technically going to be offensive or not, that remains to be seen. But I think he's opting for a formation change, personnel change, and see how he can go about trying to find the winner in the last 30 minutes. But for Nicholas, as I say, he's very, very composed in this situation. A lot of people will panic and think they don't want to make a mistake, they don't want to take a risk and concede, but for Nicholas, he's going to be hoping he can score.
Chance, Nicholas, and Ronaldo, left footage, chance, still on, Gullit, Ruud Gullit, Ryan Pessoa is in bits next to me. Somehow the ball's bounced to Gullit inside the box. It was the right footed strike from R9 into the left corner.
Wow. Keeper's made a save there. Fantastic save from R9, by the way. Incredible save. The ball's loose. I need to see who's made that. Someone slid there. Someone I don't know what happened there for Matthias. I really want to see that back. Wow. That was... I don't know if it's a mistake. Has he put... Again, I don't think it's an...
So let's watch it back. We'll watch it back. So Sadio Mane gets the ball. It's the triggered run from R9. He then shoots across the goalkeeper.
No input. I'm telling you, that's not. That's Kimpembe again. He's on throw.
Preslo Kimpembe is out the team.
Get off the pitch. We're pausing it now. You're off. Get off.
So what's happened there? Talk to me. So he's took the shot. Kimpembe's gone to ground.
Yeah.
To try and control the ball.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a slide tackle or it doesn't. Maybe he's gone to slide or he's gone to clear the ball. But see it again one more time. You can see the bottom right.
So watch Kimpembe. He comes across. He gets beaten by R9. It then bounces off Van der Sar.
I think he's actually been put... I might be wrong there. I think he's gone to clear the ball out with square. I think he's gone to boot that out. I could be wrong.
We'll ask him.
Yeah.
I mean, he might not want to talk to us if this result doesn't go his way. But Nicholas finds himself 2-1 up with 62 minutes left. 62 minutes played, I should say, on the clock.
That was straight after a formation change as well and a personnel change. Instantly for Nicholas, he's broke the deadlock. Last 30 now. We're going to see some serious defensive display from Nicholas. Oh, goodness. I feel Matthias has to go for it now. Genuinely, I put bodies forward already.
Well, it could be a chance straight from the kickoff here for Matthias Bonanno. Vinicius Jr., he's brought onto the pitch. Personnel change, loads of pace. Skill moves as well. Vinicius Jr. can provide you. Marquinhos steps out well for Nicholas, and you can see those yellow shirts, they are high.
They're flooding forward now. There was a gap there for Nicholas to take a ball over the top. He was disciplined. That's me. I'm playing that ball over the top, and that's why I'm not here today.
To try and kill the game, though.
Yeah, he's killing the game well. It's something you have to do. We know the stakes are high, but he was only going to play a pass where he's 100% sure that it's going to go through as Mane goes towards the byline.
Big chance, Sadio Mane gets inside, cuts it back, and an emphatic finish from who else but the man of the series, Renato Sanchez.
What a strike, in at the near post.
Headsets off.
Headsets off, this is getting serious now. 3-1 up. Of course, there's still time to be played, but when you're up against Nicholas and you're in this situation, you see the goal. It's a fantastic pass towards the byline. First time, a lot of players would opt for the extra pass. Like I say, there's a reason I would have gone for the extra pass. But then you can see why he's taken the shot with Renato. He trusts him.
I mean, after his first leg performance,
yeah,
why not?
Have to.
He's banged one in from 25 yards.
I'd be buying a jersey for it. I'd be buying a Renato jersey if I make it through. He's literally carried him here. 2 fantastic goals from the man himself from midfield. We have to emphasise he's done the job to get the goals. Yeah, exactly. He's done the job.
And now it's a case of playing the clock.
Yeah.
You've got 69 minutes played. There's maybe time for 3 good attacks from Matthias in 20 minutes if he's pressing high up the pitch and trying to sort of really push Nicholas back. But how many times have we seen it? We saw it in the Stokes game earlier. You've got to push bodies forward. You've got to press. You've got to try and be aggressive. There's half a pitch behind you for the ball to get knocked into and to get counter-attacked on.
Yeah, exactly. And I think now for Matthias, he knows he has to go for it, but then consequently that leads to gaps. When you're against someone like Nicholas's level, he's not necessarily going to be going gung-ho to try and utilise the space. He's just going to force you into making mistake after mistake. But Matthias needs to go if he can get it early.
Chance here for Matthias. Cuadrado down the byline. Borrell scoop turn. Getting inside the box. Cuadrado just couldn't quite get a yellow shirt to come over and give him some help. Beautiful little cancel inside the box, but it wasn't enough. And I talked about those through balls. I talked about that space that can be exploited.
Back post.
Whipped in. Sadio Mane over the bar.
He's got to score. Back post wide open. So Matthias tried to move him across there, but it was all ends up, and it was Mane to finish. Maybe, but then it's tough. It's tough to say.
João Cancelo for Matthias. Doesn't have too much on inside the box. Decides to cut back. Just can't quite find the yellow shirt inside the box, and lots of numbers flying forward. The press is good, but Nicholas finds a way out, as he always seems to do. An opportunity potentially to see the game off. Mike Hunos coming a long way out of the back. Nicholas edging ever closer to the eChampions League Grand Final.
That's a ball you wouldn't expect Nicholas to play there, giving possession. But the pressing from Matthias is great, forcing him into mistakes here. And if he has any glimmer of hope, he needs to score from this attack.
Well, let's see if he can. Ruud Gullit into Renato Sanchez, out wide to Cancelo. Back into Renato, finds it into R9 inside the box. He's dangerous. The ball bounces nicely for him. Van der Sar flicks up a left leg and tips it over the crossbar.
Oh, a bit of luck there for it to fall back to R9 Ronaldo, and it's another pause. Some reinforcements from Nicholas here. He's going to hope to see this game out, and you'd expect him to do so now. 3 goals up, 3-1, up by 2. Trying to seal his fate in the last 8 of the eChampions League.
You're in that position. The ball bounces to you with R9. You're pressing circles. You're taking the shot. You're expecting the ball to hit the back of the net?
No. It's maybe like a 30, maybe 25%.
Maybe looking for a rebound.
I'd try and look for a pass across. He's got the ball with Van der Sar here. I expect him just to keep the ball, keep it in his hands, play it short. Doesn't have to do anything dramatic here. Well, actually, he's played it long. I don't know who he's got on the wing. But yeah, I wouldn't have expected him to do that, and he's given possession away from Matthias now.
5 minutes on the clock. Matthias Bonanno needs a miracle here in Sweden. R9 Ronaldo into Mahrez. Tackle comes in from Kimpembe. He's made up for his earlier mistakes. Riyad Mahrez out wide to Juan Cuadrado. Ruud Gullit fires it into Mahrez. The ball's going to bounce nicely. Red timed.
Panicked. He panicked. The pass was on. The extra pass was on there. He panicked.
I think that's it.
Yep, it should be game, set, and match. Maybe there might be another goal for Nicholas if he attacks here and gets some space in behind. I doubt it. And we should, Richard, be seeing Nicholas in the last 8 of the eChampions League.
Incredible from the Iceman. Guild Esports, another trophy to their name. We were commentating the FGS Masters very recently where they were successful.
I think both of these players were.
Yeah, Team Heretics as well, and we'll see them next week. But for right now, there's only one Argentine player guaranteed. Reclaims his throne at the top of the mountain of South America. Nicholas 99 FC. Mateus Bonanno isn't eliminated from the tournament. He goes down to the losers bracket, but Nicholas, incredible from the Iceman.
Outstanding performance. I saw him celebrate. That's
rare.
That's the first, I promise you, never.
Shows that he was emotionally invested in that game.
That's the first time I've seen him. I'm sure I did anyway, but he's done enough. 3-1 winner in winner bracket round 3 to advance into the final 8 of the eChampions League. And for Matthias, of course, he's still got another shot in the loser bracket. Remains to be seen who he will be playing, but he's still got hope.
What a game.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed it at home, because that was absolutely incredible. We definitely did in the commentary booth. Nicholas 99 FC guarantees his place at the eChampions League Grand Final. It's not over for Matthias yet. He goes down to the losers bracket. It's going to be a tough match, whoever he does match up against in that losers bracket pivotal matchup. However, for right now, there's only one Argentine on top of the world, and that's Nicholas 99 FC catching up with Kyle Walker.
Thank you, Ryan. Yes, I've got Nicholas 99 FC joining me here. Congratulations, May 27th. You'll be here at the eChampions League finals. You celebrated at the end. That took Ryan by surprise. He said, I've never seen him celebrate before. You must be so excited and so happy.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was after the game, so in the game I am Iceman, you know. But, you know, against South American players, I hate to play because we know each other. And this match against Matthias, he's one of the best in the world. So it was really, really tough. So just was like, yeah, no Iceman after the to celebrate, you know.
When you got the job done.
Yeah, I think so.
You've moved all the way to Europe to compete in the eChampions League. What were the chances you moved to Europe, then you've got to face a fellow Argentinian player?
I don't know. I really liked I'm so happy, like, you know, in Argentina or South America, we are growing. So we have new talent like Matthias, so I'm so happy for him and so happy for South American players. So we are more every year. So I don't know the chance to play Argentinian player to qualify to top 8, but I think I did it, so that's okay.
There's still a chance for Matthias to be here on the 27th. Tomorrow he goes into that losers bracket. Will you speak to him this evening? Will you assess? Will you look at what you both did?
Yeah, before the game we talk, and I think after the game we will. So I wish the best for him. He deserved the spot, so let's see tomorrow.
Let's see tomorrow indeed. Well, one thing that's guaranteed, you'll be going there May 27th. I'm looking forward to it, Nicholas. Congratulations. Nice tattoo as well, by the way. Let's throw it back to you, Rachel and Mike.
I was waiting for you to ask that question because I think that's new, Nicholas. We'll ask you more on that as the competition progresses. And Mike, he was so measured there, wasn't he, Nicholas, in how he spoke about Matthias, where really, I think that matchup, he really wanted to win, didn't he? To prove a point that, you know, he's still top dog from that South American region who have moved over here to Europe.
We kept it very professional, but we had talked to Grav earlier, and I still felt that essence in the air that you needed to have this W, that it was very important to another statement again, saying, look, you're maybe next up, but not quite yet, at least not against me.
Yeah, I mean, tell us a little bit about that. We've got some highlights to show you in a short while, but obviously quite similar. In the first leg, one apiece, and then Nicholas just found his extra gear, didn't he, in the second leg, and then that really kind of, I guess, unnerved Matthias. He took his headphones off, didn't he, in the final kind of 10-15 minutes of that game, which shows he was frustrated then.
We saw a little bit of that experience as we look back on some of the highlights, and we had goalkeepers making a lot of key saves. It was all about those big moments and being able to either rise to the occasion or falter a little bit. And that's something that we're going to hear time and time again. As you see a brilliant save from Van der Sar, but it also starts the game off with a penalty kick maybe a little bit of a debatable call because the shot did get unleashed. You saw the Panenka, which I felt maybe Matthias was even telling Nicholas a little light reminder, hey, I'm ready to actually have that top spot, because whether they see themselves as a collective, as you see this beautiful goal from Renato Sanchez, and you're not seeing a lot of outside of the box shooting, so you've just got to say that Nicholas is almost playing the game a little bit different. I know they still have some sort of internal competition here, not just between this individual comp, but in general, you want these W's. You see the takedown, the chip, unfortunately, just overhits it ever so slightly. Maybe it's fair, all things considered, because it was a bit of a helpful bounce, shall we say, as Van der Sar against the post. And we've seen goalkeeper on goalkeeper on goalkeeper making these key saves and really separating the game, whether they're being moved manually or even just the goalkeepers in general with some of these icons and the way that they're really able to stretch themselves and get a hand on almost everything.
I mean, obviously it took until the second half of the second leg, didn't it, for Nicholas, for Matthias Bernardo there. I think it was offside in the end, wasn't it?
Ever so slight. I'd like to see that one back.
Again, we said that. It's all about a little bit of luck in this game as well. Before Nicholas tried to get his second goal, which was there, Hullet in the end, which again, you said Hullet's not your main man to go to this season in the game either.
He's more replaceable. I don't want to say he's not the main man, but we're looking at 10, 15 midfielders that now compete at the same level, so it comes down to your own preference versus in previous iterations of FIFA, I've always felt that you needed Ruud Gullit because between the body type, the way that he kind of gallops through the midfield, both offensively and defensively, you almost want to avoid him, and I just don't feel that way about Ruud Gullit in FIFA 22.
And Sanchez obviously was the final goal because it did end, didn't it? 3-1 there, nearly 4-1. Sanchez, vital as an item?
And again, a great example, just as a counter-argument of maybe not needing Ruud Gullit, is the likes of Renato Sanchez being such a difference maker across the board and being able to give you maybe even better offensive opportunities with some of the creativity and the turns. And we saw in this case in particular, goals being scored by Renato Sanchez.
You can see what it means there to Nicholas, of course, and to Guild Esports as well. But Matthias Bernardo, again, did he do much wrong there, Mike? Or was it just, you know, a little bit outdone by, obviously, his countrymen?
I think we have to give a lot of credit to Nicholas. I feel like he took Matthias out of the game because when I'm thinking of Matthias's game plan, that he's going to be a lot more offensive. And you didn't see nearly as much of that. They both had opportunities, shared opportunities, a little trade-off here and there, but I still feel that Nicholas did a really good job. And then once he got ahead, he changed the speed of the game. He shifted the rhythm of what was happening on the virtual pitch, which is crucial, and it shows, again, that experience. You talked about the headphones coming off. There was 20 minutes left, 2 goals to make up. That can happen.
Frustrated, though, wasn't it? A sign maybe of his youth and how much that was frustrating him, Nicholas, in terms of that. But we get to see Matthias Bernardo fight another day tomorrow. So come back and join us to see if we can get our second player from Argentina through to May the 27th, because Nicholas has just booked his spot. Okay, one more spot to be booked this afternoon, though, is our final matchup out here on the big stage. It's RB Leipzig's Umit. He's taking on David Sanchez. I mean, we saw how amazing Umit was. First matchup out here, didn't he? He came out earlier and he was something special. I mean, let's have a look at these players, and as they enter the stage here, we have David Sanchez. And remember, he actually only lost one game in the knockouts back in February, and that was to Peixoto. First time out here on the big stage tonight.
And we also did predictions behind the scenes. People don't know about this, but I have Umit in my top 8. So we're going to see if he's able to finalize that as you see Sanchez on the stage. And when I talked to Gravison again, Grav wasn't saying that he thought Sanchez could necessarily make it into that top 8. So this is maybe a bit of surprise from the Spanish community to a certain degree, and he's 1 game away.
Well, it is Spain taking on Germany. David Sanchez taking on Rebel Leipzig's Umit for a spot in the finals on May the 27th after the break.
Well, welcome back to the Champions League knockout stages live from Stockholm in Sweden. You join us for the last matchup of day one here in the knockout stages. Myself, Brandon Smith, and the one and only Richard Buckley guiding you through this last and final game. 3 tickets have already been booked for the eChampions League Grand Finals. Nicholas99 takes the most recent ticket. Tex obviously on that, and Predator FIFA of Werder Bremen. That's 3 tickets out of 8. We've got one more ticket to conclude today though, Richard. It's David Sanchez, the Spaniard, up against the very, very talented Umit of RB Leipzig. What's your first and final sort of thoughts coming into this game?
I mean, we've seen Umit already down on the stage today. He beat Stokes quite comfortably in the first game of the day, so I think maybe slight advantage to Umit because he's used to being down there. It's a completely different environment compared to playing here than back at the stage. But David Sanchez he's obviously been playing well in the E La Liga. He's got good experience as of late competing in tournaments back on sort of a LAN environment with the E La Liga. But on the other side of that, Umit just won the club championship in the virtual Bundesliga with Red Bull Leipzig. So really, I don't think you can read too much into it. They've both been unbeaten today. They're both feeling really good. David Sanchez probably come off a better result, thrashing his opponent really, 7 goals. So I think maybe just edging it to David Sanchez, but it's completely up in the air. Yeah, let's be honest as well, Richard. You expected to see German names get into the eChampions League final. 8 of them did qualify for the Champions League knockout stages here. And there's already one name in the final 8. And that was Predator FIFA earlier today. It's quite an interesting story for David Sanchez. He's one of 4 Spanish players that qualified for these knockout stages, alongside Nacho Abilia and Doni PM, and as we all know, Nacho, as we said, who did qualify too. But I don't think many people, rightly so, expected David Sanchez to go and do what he's done. He's a player that's come into form over the last few months. He looks to kick off this attack with an opening goal. Top 4 in the recent E La Liga Cup for Granada. His story in that tournament was really impressive, Richard. He didn't even play the first 4 weeks of matches, got drafted as a sub and just started playing well. Next thing you know, qualified for the group stages of the Champions League. He went 4-1 in the Swiss rounds, Rich. He didn't lose until round 5, where he lost to Diogo Peixoto back in February. Top 16 just last weekend in FGS 3, lost to Dami, the king of the 3-5-2 and recent Premier League winner, building up first chance of the game for Umit. Can't find a way past David Sanchez's defence. This is an up-and-coming Spanish player, Rich, that we have to keep an eye on. No, it certainly is, and I also think his recent success has sort of pushed him on further, because when you're beating people in Spain and you're playing well in the E La Liga, it gives you confidence. Okay, I can do this. I can play with different team requirements. And then you come into the FGS. Top 16 is very impressive. Losing to Dami as well, who did go on to the final of that tournament. So his confidence just been building week after week after week. The eChampions League probably been the pinnacle of that. A 4-1, he was the 2nd best player statistically in the eChampions League West qualifier. So I think coming into this tournament, he should have been talked about. He should have been mentioned as one of the 8 potential players. And right now he's got a point to prove.
And just on the back of that as well, I want to talk about it very briefly as he comes forward with this attack, timed it red. It was never going to be troubling Van der Sar. In that E La Liga Cup, Richard, I was lucky enough to commentate on it live in Zaragoza. He was 3-0 down to Andoni, and he accidentally flipped on constant pressure. He had no stamina on his players. He was 3-0 down in a 2-league game of FIFA, and he came back on one of the penalty shootout in the quarter-finals there. And I was sitting there with Agger, and I was thinking, who is this kid? Next thing you know, he's showing exactly what he's about here on the biggest of stages in the eChampions League knockouts, as he looks to do what he can to burst his way past Edwin van der Sar. Brilliant save, corner to come in now, played short. Mahrez whips it in, 2 hands on the ball for the Dutch goalkeeper.
That was a good chance, actually. The quick play in and around the box, looking to offload it into Ruud Gullit. It was a good strike at the near post as well, but goalkeepers seem so hard to beat. Whether it's Van der Sar or Schmeichel, they're just producing save after save after save. It's got to be something very impressive to get it past one of those two in particular, because, I mean, we saw the Texan-Fellman game. Schmeichel, incredible. That match me and Ryan just commentated there between Matthias and Nicholas. Van der Sar was flawless with some of the saves he was making.
The first time for me, Richard, the matches I've commentated on the knockout rounds, whether it be round 1, round 2, or these round 3 fixtures. I've seen Cristiano Ronaldo actually introduced to news. Pele comes close again. Van der Sar with 2 great saves. Speak about it briefly, Umit, 6-1 victory against Michael Fisher to get to this round 3 matchup. Before that, it was a 7-2 victory against Stokes. He's had big performances today, as Umit.
Big goals, 13 scored as well. He clearly not feeling the pressure at all. But he's been there and done it before. I mean, you think back to Atlanta, probably his best performance in terms of the global series.
He's a PlayStation console champion, wasn't he?
Absolutely. So, and he came into that final, I remember it, against Tom Lees. Everyone was saying Tom's going to win this, Tom's going to win this, and Umit just sort of came through. Maybe an underdog, maybe upset a bit of the apple cart, but an incredible performance to seal his top 2, seal his PlayStation Championship, and really make him known, not only to the German scene, which he already was, but to the global scene.
What's more exciting, Rich, these are 2 players that will be guaranteed to make their first ever eChampions League final. There's been so many fantastic storylines unfolding this year in the FGS 22 season, with new names emerging and new heroes and stars being made in competitive FIFA. David Sanchez on the hunt for his first goal. Pele, little scoop turn, can't get past Marcus Llorente, a player that, personally, David Sanchez does not fit into his team. That's twice now. He's had a red time finish with Pele. Maybe it's nerves, maybe he's just slightly rushing those chances. Speaking of his results, Rich, he won his last game 7-1 against Henning, and he won against Correa 3-0 in his opening game. He's conceded 1 goal, scored 10. Both of these players defensively are very sound.
Yeah, not only are they scoring goals, but they're also just not conceding. They're keeping really solid at the back, and they're able to build their attacking influence because of their strong defensive base.
Building Pele, little La Croqueta, this is Sanchez, no way around this time, Umit. Has had his back against the wall for the first 40 minutes or so in this game. A player that does offer quite a constant pressure-esque style of play. We saw that in the match earlier today against Tom Stokes. Didn't let the Hashtag United FIFA Pro out of his box for long periods in that game. Hasn't been the same case here against the Spanish Pro. Not David Sanchez. His first season competing. He's another prime example of this online era that's now coming through to land and showing exactly what they can do. Half-time here in our round 3 winners match. It's Umit 0, David Sanchez 0.
There's not really been too many opportunities for either player to break the deadlock. I mean, the Ruud Gullit chance, a half chance for David Sanchez, the Spaniard. For Umit, can't really recall too much happening in the offensive third of the pitch. I mean, we're just having a quick look to my left-hand side at the statistics. Expected goal 0.4 to 0.6 at the moment.
I think 2 of those shots as well, it's 3 shots to 1 that David Sanchez had. 2 of those are red time finishes, Rich, that were never, ever troubling Edwin van der Sar.
I like the confidence that he's taking to time it, though. I mean, you're taking the shot on, whereas I think if you were feeling maybe a little bit nervous, maybe feeling a little bit anxious, you probably won't even try and time that shot. You'd probably be looking just to play it safe. Playing it safe is the last thing in his mind at the moment, David Sanchez.
Well, we have got a quick break in play at this moment in time. Any storylines that have interested you today, Rich, in the Champions League and stuff maybe you didn't expect to happen, such as maybe a Hashtag Stokes crashing out 10-2 in his second game. He went out early in the tournament. Yes, there's quite a few stories that are still going on right now in the loser bracket. We'll talk more about that tomorrow, I'm sure. But
I loved the Team Gullit derby that I had the opportunity to cover. I think Team Gullit probably not playing as well as they would have liked to as well, with the players that they had at their disposal. Obviously Levy's still involved, still has an opportunity to pull something out of the bag, but the losers bracket tomorrow is going to be so entertaining. And obviously as well, the players who are going down to that losers bracket, Matthias and Roy Feldman, big chance here for Umit, great time, finish into the bottom left corner, noddle ahead from the German, finds himself 1-0 up.
And it's the start he needed, in all honesty, because it was David Sanchez that had the better of the chances. Lovely ball, finds Riyad Mahrez, and the Algerian winger of Manchester City comes alive and gets the ball moving. And the train moving of Germany, looking for a second player into the Champions League Grand Final. As we were saying about upsets today, here's a few for you, Richard. Stefano Pina out the tournament, as we know. Andoni PM out the tournament. Nacho Abia out the tournament. It's one of the only Spanish players left in the competition is David Sanchez, currently 1-0 down. Speaking of German players, Lucas out, Berke Lyon out. There's a handful of those players that have already fallen. Manuel Batchor as well, he did fall out. 2 Snakes. Loads of upsets here, and I think the storyline's been, Rich, you have to come and play your best FIFA. It's Pele for 2 for Umit. Where on earth has that gone?
Dragged it wide, awful strike. A big opportunity as well from Umit, 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper. There was a little bit of goalkeeper movement, and he sort of marked the shot across. I think on hindsight, take an extra touch and just fire it in the outside of the right boot into the near post.
What a golden chance. Goalkeeper movement certainly made the decision harder for Umit, but regardless, not going to get a better chance than Pele just had there. David Sanchez in possession, does well to recycle this between. Pull it back to R9, is he onside? Yes, he tries his best to squeeze it past the defender. Umit able just to have a little bit of control on this game for the first time, innit?
And he's playing well at the moment. Just playing to his pace. See, all the way out wide here.
He was also a player that had a great group stage run in the Champions League back in February, went 4-1 in the Swiss rounds. Only lost 1 game. It came to the fellow German player in Berke Lyon. Somebody did crash out of this tournament. R9 building, pull it. Just a bit too heavy for Pele. Picks it up just about. Pele for David Sanchez. Went a corner. It's better from the Spaniard. Looks to play this one quickly out to the edge of the box. Recycle well. R9 will do his best, and it's a great interception from Atletico Madrid's very own.
Over the top.
Renzo, what's the ball this could be? It's Pele. It's another golden chance. Or not, Pele. Just with a heavy touch. Too heavy, though.
Yeah, he just showed too much of it. Just a little bit too much to Marquinhos. But a lovely ball over the top, quite direct, just looking for Pele, making that run on beyond the last man. Unfortunate that his touch couldn't quite push the ball far enough away from Marquinhos and also keeping it under control.
Llorente again, who sort of seemingly fallen into that role as one of the perfect sort of box-to-box midfielders that you need alongside Renato Sanchez.
There's been a lot of mispossession and misplaced passes. I just saw it there. David Sanchez won the ball back 3 seconds later to give it straight away. As you see there, Llorente missing out on possession, and Pele loses the ball straight back to Ruud Gullit. It's like a hot potato at the moment. No one wants to keep control of it.
Can only maybe allude that to the pressure that both these two might just be feeling. Pele R9, it's the one more pass. And this time Pele does get it right. It's not a heavy touch, it's not a finish that's been spooned wide. It's just a one more pass to his best mate up top. Ronaldo Nazário, it's a 2-goal cushion, and this is where you question, will David Sanchez start to crack now? This is the first time that he's been out on this main stage today. As you know, Rich, most have been playing in the back room, in the players' area, which for some players
helps
I
massively.
think it was Gravison and Ryan were talking about it earlier. It's an area where they can get used to. There's players all around them. It's a lot more casual. It's a lot more relaxed.
As soon as you step onto that main stage, you've got the walk-on, the flashing lights. You've got a Kyle Walker sitting in the wings waiting to interview you after the game. It's nervy. It's pressurising. It's the pressure cooker environment.
And also, this is a $10,000 game of FIFA. You win this, you're guaranteed 10K.
Big money.
And also, another return ticket back here to Stockholm at the end of May. 27th of May for the Champions League Grand Finals. Umit could be on his way there right now. Ball roll, back inside, Vinicius Junior, no!
Umit should, I'm not even going to say could, should be clear. 2 big misses. Pele, Vinicius Junior, 4-0, at least 3-0. He should be leading at the moment.
I mean, he's got David Sanchez on the ropes right now, Richard. He's so close to a knockout blow. A knockout punch that he could have had with Pele, he could have just had with Vinicius Jr. Got to count himself very lucky, David Sanchez, that he hasn't conceded 3 or 4. And a decent start in the game. Ever since he's conceded, he has looked a bit rocky, and it goes. Ball in the air, CR7! Well, Gareth Bale saw it.
Edwin van der Sar to the rescue. It was whipped into that back post. 92 Gareth Bale, the road to the final foot item, has been constantly going up after Real Madrid's progression in the Champions League, mirroring Bale's performance in FIFA. And I tell you what, if there's a player to equal Ronaldo at the back post, it is Gareth Bale. The heading, the jumping, the physicality. What an equal save from Van der Sar.
What a chance. Chance squandered. Added time to follow any second now. It is a scoreline that can be overturned, Richard, but it's going to need a serious performance, and whether that coach has got to say to him at the halfway point needs to be the best management, coach, team talk that he's ever had all season long. Because he's been in the position like this before. Yes, it was in the Champions League, it was the La Liga. If he gets a goal now, and win a corner, we've overplayed the additional time. Last chance off the game. If he gets something from this, Pele, and it goes in the air. It's 2 hands on it from Edwin van der Sar. But the point I'm trying to make is, being in the situation like this in the La Liga just a few weeks ago, it's not impossible, but the player sitting opposite him is a born winner. He's been a PS champion, as we said, over in Atlanta before. He's been a virtual Bundesliga winner before as well. But the question is, can he hold on for a second leg here in the eChampions League? We're off for a quick break now. When we return, we'll find out the last name today who will be joining those 3 in the eChampions League Grand Finals next month. We'll see you in a few minutes' time. Welcome back to the Champions League knockout stages for our final game of day one here live in Stockholm, Sweden. That is what is up for grabs, but only one of these two players can find their way via the more simple route towards the eChampions League finals. It is currently 2-0 to RB Leipzig's Umit, who leads David Sanchez by 2-0 after that impressive first leg. It was a slow start, Richard, for the first 45 minutes, and then the chances started to come. And if we're being completely honest, it could have been 3 or 4 to Umit at the halfway point.
Could, should, we'll never know. And will those missed chances potentially come back to hurt Red Bull Leipzig's Umit? We will find out over the next 12 to 15 minutes. However, David Sanchez knows exactly what his mission objective is. Press Umit into mistakes, make him lose the ball, unforced errors, and press the issue. Because if you're not going to do that, what we're seeing right here from the first 5 minutes will quickly become a reality over the next 15 to 20 minutes.
So it from left to right in that RB Leipzig strip. David Sanchez in the white of Granada, no doubt. The team he's been representing in the E-La Liga so far. It was an impressive first season. He's just qualified for the E-La Liga finals, those to take place in just a few weeks' time. But this game here, Rich, is the most goals he's ever conceded so far in this eChampions League bracket. He won 3-0 in his opening game against Karay, the Turkish pro of VfL Bochum, and then a 7-1 win against the German pro in Henning. He does score goals, and I think the reason why he's played so well in the last few months is had no expectation behind him as David Sanchez. But this is where he needs to pull up his performance, because if Umit scores just one more goal, Rich, I think that is where you can say the tie is on its way to being finalised, concluded. There'll be a second German player in the Champions League final, joining Predator FIFA.
First goal is imperative for David Sanchez. If he wants to try and force his way back into this game, has to score first. Has to put Umit under some sort of pressure, because at the moment it's been relatively straightforward, I would say, for Red Bull Leipzig's Umit.
Pele, nice done into Alex Telles. First man I've seen use Cristiano Ronaldo in the game that I broadcast. Mahrez back to goal. Well, no, that's fantastic FIFA from David Sanchez. I have no idea how R9 has just got that down, passed it on to Pele. Game on here in the eChampions League.
He settled it and moved it on, all in one swift motion. Pele always going to be finishing that as the ball's rolled into his right foot. Rifles it past the goalkeeper. We talked about the start, we talked about the first goal, how important that could be. David Sanchez has it, and now what can he build on it?
What a start, what a start for David Sanchez. His first ever competitive season. Chance for Spain to get a player in the Champions League Grand Final. How will Umit respond? R9 makes the ongoing run. Cheeky chip finds R9. It's a very difficult angle to try and finish from R9 still. Kimpembe does enough to win possession back. But that's the start he needed, Richard. Look, he's now in the driving seat. He's got the confidence boost. He's 1-0 up with only 20 minutes or so on the clock.
And more importantly, he doesn't need himself to get up for this game. He's putting Umit under pressure. Big chance straight down the throat of Edwin van der Sar, but you just had to unnerve Umit because it was way too easy the first leg for him. It could have been, like we said, 3 or 4. If you watch the highlights back and you sort of look into those chances as well, he'll feel a little bit hard done by that. He's not
just offside.
Scored more.
So much better in this area, though, from David Sanchez. One more R9 back inside. CR7 plays the one more pass. If it wasn't for Van der Sar, it would have been 2-2. Corner taken quickly. Mahrez able to find Alex Telles. Double tap pass into R9's feet. Telles of United is just Probably not the man of the job you want there. Get the ball offloaded to someone else in this attacking third. Look at the tick-attacker. Spanish FIFA! Moving and grooving in the box. A huge vamos. David Sanchez. He's been in positions like this before, and he's come back with a knockout blow after being on the ropes for so long in leg one. What a first 31 minutes he has had in this game.
Beautiful FIFA from David Sanchez. The build-up play, the quickness of it, the slickness of it. Firing it into feet, receiving it back, and then the green time to finish as well. We mentioned in the first leg, he had 2 chances. He red-timed them both. He's got no more red timing now. That's perfect timing.
It's just there's always a way to move that ball around for him, isn't it? He's getting the fullback involved, which then causes more problems. You see the likes of Renato Sanchez bombing on forward, adding an extra body, adding an extra problem into the attacks, and Umit's just not been able to deal with it. And you're right to say, Rich, you'll think back to leg one now. The Pele chance, the Vinicius Junior chance. We said, would it come back to haunt him? At the moment, it has.
At the moment, he's got ghosts in his life in the form of David Sanchez.
David Sanchez, 31 minutes, all it's taken him to come back to show just how good he is. It's a remarkable story for the player that wasn't even a starter for Granada at the start of the La Liga season. He had 1 week to come in and perform, and that is what he's done. He's been the starter ever since, booking a spot in the La Liga Grand Finals. Picking up some huge FGS points as well for the playoffs, Richard. Top 16 he just had just last weekend, losing to Dami, recently Premier League winner. But we know he scores goals. Look at his last 2 rounds in this tournament. Look at the group stage run he had in this tournament. He went 4-1 in Swiss to qualify for this competition, beating Maestro, Cosmin, and Nacho Abilia. 3 players that are in the Champions League. He might be new to the scene, Richard, but he's a heavy hitter.
Oh, absolutely. And it won't be the first time we've seen sort of a Spanish FIFA pro step into the limelight and take it with both hands.
And look, on paper, these are the 2 most represented nations here, Richard. 8 German players, 4 Spanish players were able to qualify from both sides of Europe. It's only right that there is representation there from at least 1 player from each nation. I mean, that's already happened with Predator FIFA for Werder Bremen. There'll be Spanish fans out there hoping that he can be the player to fly the flag for them.
It's not been a great tournament, has it, for the Spaniards?
Well, 2 of them are gone. Andoni's gone. So's Nacho Abia. Gone 2's in the loser bracket just about. Player that unfortunately can't be coached by Zidane this time round. Obviously he had a great success in the La Liga Cup. Actually did the job, gone 2 last week to qualify them for the La Liga final. Mahrez back to goal. Look at this dribbling from Umit. Left, right. It's a guessing game at the back. Into R9. Oh my.
Deserved a goal. Just from the dribbling from Mahrez himself. Twisting, turning, ducking and diving inside the box. Fired it into R9, and to not even hit the target, you'll feel let down from your striker there.
He did so well though, didn't he? Back to goal. Defenders all around him, Alex Telles, Kimpembe being those, but still found a way to resolve the issue, still found a way to get a shot, a goal. And that would have been a perfect way to end the first 45 minutes off this second leg. It's been all David Sanchez up to this point. Maybe it won't be on the last attack of the half. Mane at 95, in-game Champions League rose to the final item, looking to cause havoc. Little Acroqueta, back to goal, Pele, R9, Umit. Has to be patient, will be patient! Back in front with a huge goal in the tie.
He missed 1 at the near post. You give him another chance, he's not going to let you off the hook again. R9 rifling it in just on the stroke of half-time as well. The perfect time to score if you are Umit. Shut down David Sanchez. You're ending the half on top.
Well, I think that's all you need to see, Rich, that minutes before that, it was a warning sign. He knew that David Sanchez couldn't deal with what he was doing with R9 or whoever it was in the box, whether he didn't really even need a proper skill move, to be honest. Just faking to go left, faking to go right, waiting for David Sanchez to choose a way to dive into the tackle. He went the other way. As we know, if you haven't been following FIFA esports or you don't know anything about Ronaldo Nazário, he's got a 5-star week. He can go on his left, he can go on his right, and that prime icon moment, especially of all of his different variations of item in game, is never going to be missing from that sort of angle.
Well, just have a look at David Sanchez's team as well. In reflection, obviously, we're seeing CR7 deployed in this team. I want to see maybe someone else in there. This is the goal to put Umit back in front in this tie. Ruud Gullit, La Croqueta pass halfway through the animation, just offloaded it very quickly. Arnhem Ronaldo, beautiful left stick dribbling there in and around the box, and then found it in at the near post.
He makes it look easy, but it really isn't that easy, is it?
No, it's not. It's really not. We've actually got the POV here. I can literally, from the commentary booth, I can see David Sanchez's monitor, and he's not really made any changes. So that prolonged pause was all on Umit's side. So maybe expect a tactical change here from Umit. He's got himself a lead. Can he hold on to it?
45 minutes away from his first ever eChampions League Grand Final. Will bag himself $10,000 and a return ticket back here to Stockholm in Sweden. Build-in, say no! David Sanchez will have a little sip of tea or whatever he wants to drink out the cup of Riyad Mahrez. What a start! It was a late goal from Umit in the first 45, and then an instant reply.
This man scores goals. Riyad Mahrez, 3-3 the scoreline at the moment, just as he did last week. David Sanchez in the Global Series 3 qualifier. He beat Tex, believe it or not. 7-4 last weekend. He's a free-flowing attacking machine, is David Sanchez.
Both of these know how to score goals, Richard. Respectively, one of them scored 13 up to this point, one scored 10, without including any of these goals that have been scored. Llorente offside trap played. No, the one more pass was a good idea into R9, but he just wasn't on the same wavelength.
Just couldn't catch up with the play, could he? Couldn't get involved quick enough.
And the chance will fly past R9, but regardless, a let-off for David Sanchez. Played the offside trap. Another day. Could have easily been punished for that. Final third of action here. Will we need extra time? For the first time in one of these knockout round 3 matches, which have got all the importance on them. If you have enjoyed today's broadcast, we're back again tomorrow live here in Stockholm to crown 4 more players. R9, easy pickings, finds Pele. Roulette does nicely with it, but so does Carl Walker, just to track the run of Pele and to say no thank you, and wins the ball back kindly.
And that's why Kyle Walker's in the team for me. That recovery pace, the pace and the acceleration to get back and make it difficult for the attacker, put them under pressure, even if you're not directly tackling the ball and taking it off of your opponent, getting a block, getting a bit of pressure on the attacking player is one of the only foot items, is Kyle Walker, that has that quickness about him to be able to get back and make it difficult.
Into the pause menu will go now. 25 minutes left to play here in the eChampions League, day 1 of the competition. This game is really on a knife edge. It can fall any way. So far, the one thing we have to look at, there's never been a moment where David Sanchez has led in this tie, Richard. If he does take the lead and scores the next goal, maybe that's where we could see the game switch or turn ever so slightly. But Umit, he had a 2-goal cushion. Could have easily been 3 after the first leg. At the moment, David Sanchez has been able to go toe-to-toe with the recent club championship winner in the virtual Bundesliga. I have to speak about it. He's very lucky now to play his FIFA alongside Anders Vergang. Is Umit. They're 2 good friends in the FIFA scene. They'll be back in action, I can assure you, individually when the virtual Bundesliga finals do take place in just a few months' time.
Yeah, we'll see. Also get to see Anders Vergang at the FIFA E-Nations Cup, where Denmark will be hosting in Scandinavia. I'm sure he will be involved, as he had in the play-ins. We'll be playing their way in to the eChampions League Grand Final? That's the question. 3 players confirmed already. Tex from Fnatic, Predator FIFA, and Nicholas 99FC. Who will be the 4th for today?
Last 20 minutes. David Sanchez on the hunt for a goal that would put him in front for the first ever time across the 2 legs. He's one of Spain's only hopes left in the tournament. Good switch of play, finds Robertson. It's a very well structured midfield and defensive line from David Sanchez. 2 blocks of 4 white shirts in a row in a 4-4-2, what it looks like. And it sits back in defensively. Llorente trying to find the key to unlock the midfield. Does well to pull out Renato Sanchez. Big win back in return. He's on the hunt now. There's a player lock teased. It's R9. Not quite.
Will we get a winning goal?
Possession changes hands again. That's very risky. Pulling out Tellez from that far out. Gareth Bale was through.
Talk about confidence. Ball all scooped in when you're last man.
Someone's got to take a risk. That was one of those moments. You're right, though. It's possession. It has been a bit like a hot potato at times, possession in this game. Neither player at times been able to keep the ball for more than a few seconds.
Yeah, control has been something that's really lacking in this game. It's been really back and forth, this matchup, other than sort of maybe the second half of the first leg, where seemingly got a bit of control over the game and started to take possession. Other than that spell of 30 minutes, it's been really end-to-end and back and forth.
Pele, there's the cut pass. Can he find it? Vinicius Junior back to goal, twisting, turning. Look at the cancels, look at the skill moves. Oh, 9! Incredible! In a game that he has to win to qualify for the Champions League final. You could think he'd be nervous. He's anything but that. Ice in the veins from the German. Brilliantly done. The composure from Vinicius Junior first and foremost. We have to speak about it, Richard. And then to put it on a plate to R9.
What a goal. Honestly, what a goal from Umut right there.
Unbelievable stuff.
It's just the creative control, the use of the ball in and around the box from Vinicius Junior, waiting, being patient, holding and hoping for an opportunity. Just have a look at this. Pele picks it up. Vinicius Junior twists, turns. Oh, just that. The little reverse elastico round the corner to find the extra pass into R9 Ronaldo. We're losing our heads in the commentary booth. Umut hasn't even cracked a smile.
I generally think that's come with experience that he's had, though, Richard. He's been all around the world playing competitive FIFA. This player is still so young in the grand scheme of things. I mean, when he was missing those golden chances of Pele and Vinicius in leg one, he still didn't react.
5 minutes left.
David Sanchez, he's bounced back 3 times already. Can he do it for a final time and to send us into extra time? He's offside if the ball does get played through. Germany. They were the most represented nation here in the Champions League. 8 players made up a quarter of the competition. They could be on their way to find their second name in the final 8. Or will there be another chance? There's a long ball over the top. He didn't need to play that, really. He could have kept the ball with it, for being completely honest.
Yeah, it's allowed David Sanchez to have one more crack at this.
He's kept it on. Bale, Quadrado of all players on the pitch now. Added time for a minute. What's a ball? Bale, can he play it back across? He fumbled his lines. And it will be a goal kick, and you'd like to say that that is job done for RB Leipzig. The smiles continue in Germany. And RB Leipzig's Umut is in an eChampions League Grand Final for the first ever time in his career. $10,000 richer, and Germany have a second player in the final 8.
Outstanding scenes. You saw how much it meant, the outpour of emotion from Umut. So much hard work to get back to the top. And he'll have a chance to prove he is Europe's elite on the 27th of May, because his name is in the pot. Alongside Predator FIFA, Nicholas 99FC and Tex. Red Bull Leipzig's Umut, eChampions League Grand Finalists.
I think you have to be honest as well, Richard. What a game that man has played. David Sanchez, I'm sure we'll see more of him tomorrow in the loser bracket, but regardless, what a game he's put up. We have to say, by the way, this man is currently a free agent. He might play his FIFA for Granada FC in the Ida Liga, but he's on property right now, and he's not signed to an esports organisation. If he can somehow get through tomorrow that loser bracket, Rich, and get to the Champions League final, his stock is going up week by week at the moment.
Absolutely. David Sanchez down in that losers bracket. No easy game whatsoever, whoever he matches up with. Got to say, fair play to Umut as well, because that second leg was going David Sanchez's way. He's managed to recalibrate, recompose himself, and an outstanding finish to win the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that is it from us in the commentary booth for day one. For now, it's down to Carl Walker, who's joined by spot number 4 grand finalist Umut.
Thank you, Richard and Brandon. I am indeed joined by Red Bull Leipzig's Umut. What a performance just there. That reaction as well, we can tell it meant a lot to you. May 27th, you'll be back on the main stage for the eChampions League finals. How are you feeling after that win?
I'm feeling crazy. I swear it was such a crazy game. My opponent was so good. First game, I think I deserved the win, but second game he played other formation, so I copied the formation, because in the first like 30 minutes or something like this, he smashed me. And if you can see, normally I'm a calm guy, but if it's over and it's finally done, then everything is burning out of me.
We can see that that was the case just there with that reaction. Incredible stuff. Were you worried in that second game? Because it did seem like Davinson Sanchez, he was managing to actually bring it back, and he was making it quite difficult for you.
Yeah, of course. After the first game, I thought, okay, if I defend like this, I could easily win. But because he scored 0 goals in the first game, but then in the 30 minutes, he scored 2 goals, and he played so much better than me, so I was really scared, and I have to copy the formation from him, and my coach also said copy the formation, so it was a tactical
well,
thing.
Congratulations. We're looking forward to seeing you May 27th. Hopefully, we'll see plenty of those reactions and celebrations from you on that weekend as well. Rachel and Mike, what did you make of that celebration?
We loved it. We were walking behind the studio. I was like, that is exactly what I want to see at events like this. Hey, Mike?
Absolutely. It's just that out-leash or what, I don't know the word I'm looking for. It was a lot of energy that you had to be unleashed.
Unleash that excitement.
I was making up a new word, but unleashed the excitement. Everything's been held in. You're pinpoint, you're very focused, and kind of how Umut was talking about. He played a fantastic first leg, and the second leg was a complete change of rhythm, game plan, formations, adjustments, and it didn't go his favor. He had to battle back into that in a late goal, and then finally seeing the game out, and now having that top 8 placement. That's what everybody's here for. They want to keep getting to that next step.
Yeah, everyone wants to win this one. It's one of the big ones. Aside from the World Cup, the eChampions League is the one that everyone talks about as being the prestigious tournament. And you mentioned it. He had to really battle back. When it was 3 apiece there, you were thinking, oh, we're going to have extra time. We might have penalties. That would be really unlucky for a player like Umut, who has progressed so nicely already this tournament. Peugeot. First round, we were like, oh, Stokes first round, we were like, oh my God, that's so tough. They were on this stage. And then he had Michael as well, London United Michael, with like really tough matchups. To come out here twice in one day as well, that's tough.
And it must be good for him as well, kind of going forward, because Final 8, everything's going to be a big stage matchup. You have that experience, and now you also have kind of that solidification, where he knows that he's good. He's solid up here. He's going to be cozy, and that he has that LAN experience, because it's been a couple years. I remember watching Umut play a final in Atlanta, and that was kind of his welcoming to the scene. So now he's back again. I think he's only 18 or 19 years old, and he's at the top of his career, and he hasn't hit the peak yet.
18, he's been around for a couple of years. That is ridiculous. Obviously, he plays Nicholas tomorrow. He's safe and through, though. Our top 4 are safe. Obviously, that's Predator later, FIFA, he'll play Tex. Then Nicholas will take on Umit, who we just saw. But let's go into Tex as well. He's been phenomenal. Again, he said he's cooking up a storm. He's cooking the players. He loves cooking. Clearly, he's been working on that during lockdown. Let's just talk about one of the goals in particular for him. It's our Expedia goal of the day. It was against Maestro in round 2. I mean, he scored some lovely goals, hasn't he, all day?
When he's in the kitchen, he's definitely cooking, and he has all the tools. And the way that he uses a player like Ronaldinho with some of the skill moves and understanding when and how to take advantage of different defensive measures. And he really made Maestro look like he was on ice skates for the majority of this match. And just another great example here. Look at Dino just working it around, don't know what to do. You have that extra pass, you slot it home, and it's just a beautiful finish. We could probably take 2 or 3 goals from this matchup, and they could all argue for the goal of the day, and they'd all be Tex finishes because of the side-to-side, the lateral movement, the ins, the outs, all these different intricacies that he's able to combine, and reactive, instinctive. A lot of people just don't have this in their locker, no matter how much FIFA you're playing.
I mean, he had 7 goals in that matchup. Break that one down for us, though.
Oh, I'd love to rewatch it. If you're going to throw it back at me, please, and thank you. Here we go. Just watch Ronaldinho put on a classic here. 1, 2, 3. I see the counter. I agree with the counter. You can't stop it. Everybody's on ice skates. They're falling over. It's a beautiful thing, and it just shows you how comfortable, how confident. And when you've seen those interviews with Tex, he says that I'm here to cook, as you like to state, and he's got something going down in the pot. He said that he's ready not only to win this event, but future events coming up. We have the Team of the Season Cup, of course. He's got the 2v2s, and he said, I'm here for everything.
Yeah, but I mean, just kind of bulldozering players in the box there has been quite the story for many of our guys that have gone through today. We just saw that, didn't we, for Umit's 4th goal there as well. He just kind of took his time, worked out exactly where to find some space, and in the end, it ends up in a lovely goal. So that's obviously the key.
You've got to have the extra seasoning. You've got to, heat it up proper. Yeah, I'll do whatever's necessary here. But clearly, everything's aligning and coming together for Tex and a lot of the other competitors as well. If you don't have the ability in the final third to break down that space or to unlock that space, you're not going to score goals.
No, totally. It's about scoring goals, of course, and Tex did just that to make it through to May the 27th. 4 players have made it through to the final already. Let's have a quick recap of them right now. Players of FIFA was first. Fnatic Tex secured it 2nd. Then it was Guild's Nicholas. And then Red Bull Leipzig's Umit secured the final spot on day 1. Come and join us after the break for the Pepsi Max post-show. I felt I had to say that, Will, otherwise I thought... Well, welcome back to the eChampions League 2022 and to this, the Pepsi Max post-show, where we get to break down every single thing that's happened on day one. And yes, that trophy is still sitting over there and everyone loves it. Let me tell you that. We've had it mentioned quite a few times, haven't we? Because obviously tomorrow they'll get that one step closer to getting their hands on it come May the 27th. And we get to do it all again, boys, here at the final, of course, in Stockholm in Sweden. But day one's done. I'm feeling a little bit hot and flustered after all the action we have just had there. We, of course, have got 4 finalists already. Predator FIFA, Tex, Nicholas and Umit. 4 people, I'm going to say, have been doing the business, but we didn't predict them all to go through on day one. Kyle, though, you did predict Tex, but let's start with Predator FIFA, who has managed to go through. Your thoughts on him?
I mean, what an opportunity he's got, really. May 27th to go... Well, to come back here, I should say, onto the stage in front of the world and to showcase what he can do. What a weekend he's had. He got the business done very, very early. I'm sure he'll be proud of himself and he'll be able to work on a few things going into next month and then come back feeling extremely confident.
Yeah, well, 5-0 to Denny to make it through in round 3. I mean, didn't even concede a goal in the high-pressure match, which shows the quality of that player. Mike, I'm going to go to your player spotlight, though, because he went through, didn't he? Who was he? Remind us.
Nicholas, of course, got the job done. I would say, though, just on the back end, that Predator FIFA was probably the biggest surprise today in the way that he went through. Nicholas showed that experience. He squeezed out results. We saw penalty kicks. We saw extra time. We saw late game winners. Also having the ability to see out a match, which is very difficult. There's a lot of pressure on you. One mistake and you see a change or a shift in momentum. And Nicholas was able to kind of showcase, and also that matchup against Mr. Bonanno, I still think that really was sending a little bit of a reminder. I'm still here. Maybe I didn't do as well online the last couple of years, but in person, I'm the real deal.
That was probably the biggest match of the day in terms of pressure as well, with a point to prove there. Okay, let's go to player number 3 who's qualified. That was your player spotlight as well, wasn't it, Kyle?
What can I say? Me and Mike, we know our stuff.
I'm not hearing Rachel's player to watch.
We've got one more to go. Maybe it was mine, okay?
I mean, Tex, what a performance. Yeah. What a great couple of interviews today as well. He really showed that he is back. He's confident. He said, I'm not Tex of 2019 anymore. This is 2022 Fnatic Tex, and I'm here to do the business, and he definitely did just that. What a game. And I feel like with Tex today, you've never thought he's going to lose. There's been frustrating times maybe for him. There's been halves where he's not scored, but you've always thought he's going to win this matchup, and that is why he's gone through. He's already put his interview with me out on his social media. He said he is here. He's cooking everyone. He's definitely been in the kitchen today, and I'm sure he'll be back in the kitchen May 27th.
Maybe that was a dig at me as well. Obviously, you had a dig at me there, and he said, oh, yeah, no, not from 2019, Rachel. Back to 2022, Tex. I was like, okay, I'm getting shots fired over here. Well, let's move on then to our 4th and final player from day one who's gone through, and that was RB Leipzig's Umit. We just saw him qualify. He was twice on this stage today. I mean, what a performance from the German.
And I really rate and back Umit. And there's paperwork on this. I put him to be in the top 8. He's now solidified that top 8 position. I actually feel that he's one of the most underrated players to come out of Germany. A lot of times he doesn't get brought up as one of the best players, but all he's had is success since he's joined the competitive ecosystem a couple years back. We talked about Atlanta earlier, and I'm really happy for him. I think he deserves it. You see what it meant to him as well. He really had that outbreak of just energy, that raw energy. I hope that is clipped and brought back, and then we see that reused. But I'm happy for him. He deserves it, and he did a really good job. Remember, he had that opener versus Stokes, and it kind of put him on the map saying, I'm ready, and I'm scoring goals. He had a lot of goals.
Well, yeah, let's just talk about that one slightly, Kyle. Obviously, he was here first up, first matchup of the day on the big stage. We're calling it that. 7-2. Over #Stokes. And we were all kind of bigging up Stokes, weren't we? Kind of the best player in the world right now, one of, I'm going to say. And then to come out and be so controlled like he was, that was pretty special, wasn't it?
It definitely was. I mean, what a performance from him. He started things off on the right foot, and he made sure that it was going to continue that way throughout the day. I mean, this matchup right here, 1-1 in that first leg. He gets the second goal just before half-time, and I feel like that just gave him the energy, the confidence, the boost he
needed to continue on the right path. He soon made it 3 with this goal. Mike, I heard the little oof right there.
Money Morris.
What a goal it was. And again, he kept on going into the second leg. 4-1 up. He didn't stop there. He wanted to get the game done, and he does it with Pele. Mike, we've seen that goal plenty of times on FIFA 22, but for Ummet, he's really making this look so easy.
And I'm glad we get to revisit this. I'd even tell aspiring players to watch this back. He was so efficient. And a big reason he scored those goals, he didn't miss any opportunities, and he forced mistakes, did a great job on the defensive end, and was able to capitalize on a lot of those counterattacks when you saw him go up against Stokes.
I mean, this matchup there, David Sanchez, he took it to him, and this was the match where you thought, okay, Ummet's managing to do something. Can he continue? And he definitely did once again. He just seemed like, well, look at the passion. Look at how much it means to him. And you can really, really see that May 27th is something he's going to relish. This is an opportunity that he knows he's got. And the way he's playing, if that continues to build, I'm sure for himself. I mean, look at it, 17 goals over the day, top goal scorer.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, he's booked his spot back here, hasn't he, in a month's time. He's obviously booked that prize money as well of $10,000, and he's the FedEx top scorer of the day. 17 goals next to his name. Quite a significant gap there, isn't it? Blazek there, 13, and David Sanchez and Tex all on 13 as well, Mike.
And we just talked about how impressive Tex looked, and you see the goal spread. An additional 4 for Ummet, and he played good defense. And really the only match that I felt that he was challenging was his final one with Sanchez battling back in that second leg and shifting formations, and he was still able to pivot and adjust and get the job done.
Yeah, totally. I'd love to kind of talk to you a little bit as well about that step up from him from Atlanta to now. But let's go into the bracket then for tomorrow, of course. So 4 players have gone through. 8 players have gone home, which means 20 players are looking for 4 spots. That's the numbers, that's the maths. Okay, let's have a quick look then. So the guys that have just dropped down are on the right of your screen. That's Feltman, Denny, David Sanchez and Matthias Bonanno. They're waiting from the losers from the bracket there in round 2 to join them. Boys, I'll go to Kyle first. Which one's, I mean, sticking out there? There's loads.
I'm gonna take the one Mike wants to take. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
you see what I see.
Maestro squad taking on Levy David. What a matchup that one will be. I'm so excited to see that tomorrow. These are 2 players where you just think anything could happen. Experience, the old school against new school once again, and that is the matchup I'm so looking forward to tomorrow.
Mike, you got one?
The other matchup that I think just keep gravitating towards is right under that, actually, with Optale versus Keikarai. Keikarai and Optale have both been fantastic online, and they're now at this LAN event, and I'm looking forward to that elimination matchup because at the end of the day, it's a big decider on what's going to happen, and both those guys expect to be in that final 8.
Well, Keikarai knocked out Stokes in the 10-2 as well earlier. I guess mine. Can I say I have one?
Go for it.
Well, my player pick was Peixoto. He's still in it, guys. He's up against Scotland's Michael from London United, and it's only actually Michael's second ever tournament. He was at the Premier League finals, of course, wasn't he, there, and then this is a big deal for him. So for him to do that one's quite exciting between the 2 guys there, and I'm excited to see what happens.
I mean, tomorrow, as we said, double elimination we started today. These guys now, they have to win. If they lose, the competition is done for them.
I prefer it. I'm here for it.
This is where it gets exciting. You win, you continue, you lose, you're done, and they will all be thinking about that trophy and wanting to get one of those other 4 spots to get through to May 27th.
And Mike, how important is it as well for a player to become undefeated today? Because obviously the guys that are still going through, they still are playing tomorrow. Don't forget that. So they still want to be top dog this weekend. Is that important for them?
Absolutely. Everyone's looking for any sort of competitive advantage you can get, and you also solidify yourself in the money, of course, even higher up to a certain degree if you went through undefeated today. So everybody wants to be in that type of position. Also, it gives you a boosted confidence. Beat some of the best players. You were untouchable. Most of them had to at least squeeze through one of those games. So you faced some adversity, but you still came out on top when you faced that adversity. Yeah, totally. And finally, Carl, for you, someone who really stood out. It doesn't have to be from the top 4, but who just was impressed by them adapting maybe to a LAN event and how they've approached today.
I mean, I've got to give him a shout out once again, Tex, just because everyone's been talking about him, that pressure is on him, and he himself has been saying, I'm coming to LAN, I'm going to show what I can do. He's been talking about it for weeks on his socials. He's come here, and he's done it. And I think that that's someone that really, we saw how much it meant to him. He was smiling, he was so confident, he was talking the talk, and he's walking the walk. So that's been a standout performance for me today.
Yeah, totally. Well, LAN events are well and truly back, guys. That is what I'm going to say. Day one of the eChampions League 2020 is done. 4 players will be joining us again in just a month's time. May the 27th, when we get to come back here to this awesome studio and see who'll be crowned our champion for 2022. We started the day, of course, with 32 players. That's already been whittled down to 24. 4 spots have gone. 8 guys have gone home, 20 players left, only 4 spots left. Keep up if you can. We get to go and do it all again tomorrow. Come back and join us. We'll see you then. Good night.